Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars novel, Interregnum Book 2, The New Order, written by Admiral Byzantium and Dr. McKay. The balance of power has shifted. Ardus Kaine, the last of the Imperial Grand Moffs, must make a daring play with the Empire's fading strength, or the Empire may fly apart entirely. On Coruscant, Leia Organa Solo is crafting a new galactic ruling document to be ratified by the rival New Republic, while General Wedge Antilles prepares to take the fight to the heart of the Empire from the bridge of the captured Super Star Destroyer Lusankya. As more systems look toward the rising New Republic, the Imperial Security Bureau conducts a brutal repression campaign to prevent or punish their defection, while the Imperial Inquisitorius grapples with the re-emergence of the Jedi on the galactic stage. Luke Skywalker and his new Jedi Order, including his newly adopted nephew Kyp Durron, are a prominent threat that the remaining Inquisitors cannot ignore. Amid this dangerous dance of diplomacy and death, the greatest threat of all is one they cannot see, an insidious shadow from the distant past, determined to subject the galaxy to its capricious whims. Chapter 1. If the Empire was a realm in decline, then the Oversector Outer was where its talons remained sharpest, offering an untapped reservoir of pristine fighting power. A dense cloud of Imperial and Victory-class Star Destroyers patrolled its hyperlanes, each one directed by orders generated deep within the bowels of the Executor-class Super Star Destroyer Reaper. And unlike the rest of the Empire, which had steadily dwindled in strength since the collapse of the Imperial hierarchy after Endor, the Outer Rim Imperial Fleet, colloquially known as Scourge Squadron, had been reinforced with even more ships that had been designed and built in the Oversector. Reaper's primary hangar resounded with the hum of constant activity. Unlike most ships in the Imperial Starfleet, Reaper still carried a full complement of TIEs, with more than 100 fighters, interceptors, and defenders racked in neat lines, even the smallest scuffs on their solar wing arrays attended to by the best techs left in the Empire. All around them, and on the rest of the ship, the Reaper's crew went about their business with imperial precision that gave no hint that Endor, or the years afterward, had ever occurred. For Cadet Curios, a compact bruiser of a man in his late middle years, it felt like home. The new order that once reigned everywhere still ruled here, and that order could rule everywhere once again. Beyond the ties were a number of larger vessels. Starships of every make and external hull condition were arranged more haphazardly, constantly coming and going. The regular Imperials were diligent in giving those freighters a wide berth, never coming near, and in many cases making a point of not even looking at them. On occasion, men would appear on a starship's docking ramp, descending and marching purposefully through Reaper's hangar. Reaper's pilots and spacers would respond as oil to water, parting instantly to give a clear path for the cream-colored formal duty uniforms, armored and otherwise, worn by the personnel of the Imperial Security Bureau. Curios stood at the bottom of the ramp of the most recently arrived vessel, a well-designed, well-disguised intelligence vessel of the sort that made up the backbone of ISB's operations. Originally, Violet Envy had been a typical minstrel-class space yacht, and it still had the external appearance of one, but ISB had heavily modified it for combat and reconnaissance work. He waited until the rest of his detail locked down the vessel and could escort him properly, and then began his trek into Reaper's massive interior. Even 5 years after Endor, appearance counted. It was comical watching pilots, so frequently the top necks of their yards, scramble out of the way in the stifling pressure suits necessary for TIE operations, nearly tripping over their own feet as he and his men carved a channel through the flood of humanity. Curios did not wear just any ISB uniform. The rank of colonel stood proud on his rank plaque, and everyone knew a colonel in ISB outranked an admiral in the Imperial Starfleet. Everyone also knew that the cost of inconveniencing an ISB officer of any rank, from private on up, could be very high indeed. Perhaps even more damningly, the Reaper's crew knew Curios personally. They knew he was a good personal friend of Grand Moff Kaine, their commander-in-chief. Whether it was Curios' allegiance or the quality of his friends, every man in Reaper's hangar had ample incentive to get out of Cadet Curios' way. Curios liked that. When he and his ISB team finished passing through the makeshift gauntlet of Reaper's crewers, Kyrios turned to face them. See that Violet Envy is ready for departure within the next 4 hours. He waited until he received 10's nods of agreement, then relaxed. And have something to eat and refresh yourselves. No leave time, Colonel? Queried Major Welko, a tall, rangy Agmarian whose gunnery skills more than made up for the occasional insubordinate question. Karras let a lot slide for skill. Next to Welko, the massive Lieutenant Brenner stood by with his typical stone silence. I'm afraid not. The Grand Moff has made clear that we have another mission. I don't know the details yet, but expect a long journey and be prepared for planetary action with support to passengers. Yes, sir. He glanced around the hangar. The other Imperials were still giving the small ISB contingent a careful berth, putting them well out of range of easy earshot. Also, he added, lowering his voice to be sure he was not overheard, see what you can find out about these rumors of Moff Mossbury seeking détente with the rebellion. His 2 ISB men glanced at each other uneasily, then saluted. Kyrios turned to his men and offered them a stiff, perfect Imperial salute in return, holding them there a brief moment. He'd learned that salute when he was young, when he and the then young Ardus Kaine had been among the first class of ISB officers. Sometimes, Kyrios thought wryly about how long ago it had truly been, but good ritual bred order, and when he saw the old rituals echoed by good, loyal, dedicated young men, the years seemed to fall away. I expect the best because y'all are the best, he said warmly. You both have my highest regard for the work you did at Rendili. It's thanks to you that our efforts there were so successful. Dismissed. Yes, sir. It took Kyrios almost 15 minutes to make it all the way from Reaper's hangar to Reaper's conning tower. The upside of a Super Star Destroyer was they were so massive, you could cram a fleet's worth of combat capability into a single, intimidating frame. The downside was they were so massive that a morning commute took longer than it had on Imperial Center. But the express lift was furnished to the expectations of Grand Moff Tarkin, which meant it was opulent even by the standards of Coruscant high society. The Imperial Starfleet personnel continued to brace to attention and stayed out of his eyeline the entire way there. A quartet of ensigns, recent graduates from Karita, it appeared, split into 2 groups of 2 and pressed themselves against the walls of the corridor to let him pass between them with plenty of space to spare on either side. Even stormtroopers on patrol avoided him. Delicious. Kaine's office was settled in the center of Reaper's conning tower, safe behind stacked layers of shields and armor. The door to the office slid open as he approached, revealing wood furnishings, plundered art, and walls covered with bookshelves or vid screens that gave the illusion of sunlight, trees, and blue skies beyond. In the middle of the room was Kaine's desk, covered with data pads and computer monitors, as well as multiple holographic displays that presented maps of the galaxy. Behind the desk was Ardus Kaine himself, white-haired, still fit even as he reached the end of middle age. Kyrios thumped his polished boots together and snapped off another perfect salute. Colonel Kyrios reporting as ordered, sir. ICISB hasn't lost its flair for the dramatic since I resigned from his leadership board, Kaine growled, but Kyrios knew the annoyance in his tone was feigned and the amusement was not. Kyrios' lips twitched. You know SB, Ardus. First, find the enemies of the New Order. Second, eliminate them with extreme prejudice. Third, do it all with style. He winked. For the Empire. He relaxed and accepted Kaine's hand in a firm grip. It's good to see you. It's good to see you too, Kaine said with feeling. ISB has been keeping you busy. You haven't had a chance to get back to Entrala in what, 6 months? 4, Kyrios corrected. But I didn't have a chance to stop by Reaper the last time I was here. Kaine released Kyrios' arm and led him back to the desk. They sat on either side of it. Kaine poured them each a cup of extraordinarily expensive caf, still steaming thanks to the even more extraordinarily expensive caf machine. Grand Inquisitor Hamir offered nothing but praise after your last assignment, Kaine commented. I take it that the collaboration between ISB and the Inquisitors is working as well as we hoped. Inwardly, Kyrios sighed. Working with the Inquisitors had its benefits, to be sure, but Hamir could be mercurial at best. Still, his heart was in the right place, and loyalty to the Empire went a long way. ISB and the Inquisitorius have very similar mandates, he pointed out. They always did, find the enemies of the Empire and neutralize them. The Inquisitorius focused on the Jedi. We focused on everyone else. Things being what they are, a closer collaboration between us always made sense. He smirked. But you know that. It was your idea. Our idea? Kaine corrected, lifting his calf in a salute. So what does he want now? Kurios guessed. Kaine offered a rueful smile. Predictable as ever. He sighed. Hamir has requested you escort a pair of his Inquisitors on another of his archaeological expeditions. Kurios sighed, unable to hide his annoyance. Why do I have to do it? Hamir trusts you. High praise indeed, Kurios mused. I am trusted by Hamir, who tends not to trust anyone. It was a great and noble honor. It was also annoying. And I trust him to do what's in the best interest of the Empire, and in the best interest of himself, Kurios conceded. And, most importantly, in that order. But it still rankles, Ardus. Every single one of these expeditions has been a waste of time. What does he even expect to find that could possibly turn the war around? The dark side of the Force is powerful, Kaine said mechanically, with no passion or belief in the words. And so are its artifacts. Yes, the long-vanished glove of Darth Vader, the alchemic blaster of Freedon Nad, the Valley of the Jedi, all positively brimming with deep historical provenance and the potential for power, Kurios muttered. Unless an ancient Sith Lord stashed a Death Star away somewhere, I don't see what any of them could do to help end the war. He grimaced with annoyance. I would rather be out punishing traitors like we did at Rendili. But there's no use complaining about it. He sipped the expensive calf, lifting a suddenly keen gaze to look at Kaine. Silently, he wondered if the rumors that some of the Moffs were considering peace with the Republic were true, and he wondered what Kaine was doing about it if they were. I'll miss the calf at least. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? Kaine's eyes flickered as he hesitated minutely. A man who hadn't known him for years might have missed the tell. Plans. Strategies for the future? Nothing we need to discuss right now, he said. It'll keep until we meet up at Karita after your mission. Kaine smiled warmly. How about instead you tell me about the wife and children? I could use some reassurance that somebody besides me is suffering inventive tortures. Kurios gave a soft smile, one he had to partially feign. Well, speaking of Karita, Gaten and Duvorian are hard at their studies at the Academy. You remember how much fun that was, and Stellaria sends her warmest regards. She's gone full royal matchmaker trying to line up a suitable companion for you, but I told her. Asterisk. Kurios' trip back to Reaper's hangar was as extended and boring as his trip from it had been. It was good to see Ardus, he thought. Kaine had always been marked for greatness. His parentage had assured that. Velardo Kaine had been one of Palpatine's earliest supporters and a vehement defender of the New Order, and his premature death had been a real loss for the Empire and for humanity as a whole, and Ardus had taken every opportunity he had been given and made the most of it. Tarkin's death and Kaine's promotion to replace him as Grand Moff of Over Sector Outer would have been one of the happiest memories of Kurios' life, if only it had not been preceded by the loss of the Death Star. The thought still provoked a swell of anger, but Kurios put it back out of his mind. He had other things to concern himself with at the moment. Duty called, as it so often did, and while Grand Inquisitor Hamir's assignments might be a nuisance and rarely productive, that did not change the fact that they came from the Grand Inquisitor. Kurios had worked with many Inquisitors during his years with ISB, and he wondered which he would have the pleasure of serving beside this time. Tedrisha, perhaps, or Lanu Pacific. There were not that many possibilities left. He was pleasantly surprised to find one of the few he genuinely liked. Inquisitor Drayneen, he greeted the attractive brunette. Drayneen was one of the more accomplished interrogators left in the Empire, and one of the only members of the Inquisitorius who didn't expect to be treated with excessively fawning respect. Colonel Kurios, she replied, flashing him a bright smile. I heard you were going to be joining us. Be serving as our courier service, Hamir or Pacific would have said, but Draeneen was too polite to point out that he'd been rendered little more than a glorified taxi service. That was one of the reasons he liked her. Are you traveling alone, Inquisitor? He asked, his return smile equally bright, but likely far more feigned. One of our apprentice Inquisitors will be accompanying me, she replied. She gestured towards the ramp of the freighter, where a young man with white blonde hair was unhelpfully assisting two highly trained ISB covert operatives carry baggage aboard. Come here, Brackus, she said, her tone changing to that of a mildly put-upon matron looking after a ward. I see you have been pushed into training duties, Kurios murmured to her as the young man, Brackus, apparently, disentangled himself awkwardly from the increasingly annoyed ISB team, then stumbled back down the ramp. The Grand Inquisitor hasn't the time or patience for it, Draeneen murmured back softly, and Lanu lacks the gift. Brackus was a tall, lanky young man. Barely out of his teens, if he was out of his teens, it was hard to tell, he was too skinny for his frame. He was too young to be an ISB man, as most ISB operatives started their careers in Imperial Intelligence, the Imperial Starfleet, or the Stormtrooper Corps, but Inquisitors were born as well as made. Give him a few years, Kurios thought, and perhaps he'd have the look and menace the role required. Sir, Colonel, Brackus said as he presented a sloppy salute, which might have been enough, all on its own, to get him flunked out of the Carradine Military Academy. Until he does have that menace, Kurios thought, he is just a pup. Apprentice Inquisitor, Kare replied, his tone calmly dismissive. The young man flushed. Kurios wasn't sure if it was with embarrassment or anger, but it didn't really matter. An ISB colonel was not subordinate to an Inquisitor, especially not to an apprentice Inquisitor, and Kurios offered respect when respect was earned and not a second before. Kurios turned to Draeneen. If you'll tell me our destination, Inquisitor, we'll be underway as soon as you're ready. Draeneen's expression dimmed slightly. Kurios wasn't sure if it was in response to his dismissal of Brackus or something else. Of course. She bowed her head. Our destination is an ancient Sith temple, she explains. Unfortunately, traveling to the ruins may take some time even after we arrive at our destination, due to difficult terrain. But from what Hamir tells me, there's a good chance there will be powerful items there to find. There is an ancient Jedi tale of an ancient Sith amulet that amplifies the force powers of his wielder, and which may even permit access to forgotten Sith knowledge. Kurios had heard it all before. He knew better than to let his annoyance at the recitation show. This was hardly Draeneen's fault. She was merely one of Hamir's errand girls, and he suspected that she was as aggrieved by the Grand Inquisitor's instructions as he was. Of course, he said as cheerfully as he could. At least, he thought, the ship was a luxurious one. ISB worked hard to keep his operatives comfortable even on assignment. And which planet? Draeneen's expression dimmed further, and he realized her lack of enthusiasm had nothing to do with the object of their search, and everything to do with their destination. Yavin IV. Kurios felt heat bloom in his chest, long forgotten and sometimes suppressed rage building. Yavin IV, he said, more heatedly than he really intended, unable to keep his sudden anger out of his voice. Yavin IV. Was this some kind of sick joke? Surely if there was anything to be found on Yavin IV, the rebellion would have found it already. And to be sent to Yavin IV, the site of the Death Star's destruction, where millions of good, loyal men and women had been murdered in the galaxy's second most catastrophic terrorist attack. Yes, Draeneen's voice was calm now, and firm. Yavin IV. Kurios' eyes flicked to Brackus. The young man's composure had returned, and he was watching Kurios with a calm if slightly confused gaze. That fed Kurios' anger even more. One of the lowliest of the Inquisitors and a boy, and Hamir was demanding the services of an ISB colonel. He was not a lowly pawn who could be ordered around Hamir's Dedrick board at whim. Not to Yavin IV. Gritting his teeth together, he forced back his anger. Now was not the time, but Ardus would be hearing about this when they returned. As the mission dictates, he grated. Let us go. The voyage from Entrala to Yavin IV took a few days Inquisitor Draeneen used to work on Brackus' force abilities. Despite his best efforts, Brackus struggled. Draeneen's tone had dimmed from encouraging to patronizing, and from patronizing to positively dismissive and occasionally scornful. The embarrassment as Brackus tried and failed to lift the datapad or grip the training remote with the force deepened with each additional attempt. Her ability to use telekinesis was hardly impressive, he thought with anger born of repeated humiliation, but at least she had some. Draeneen was less dismissive of him than the other Inquisitors. Lanu Passek had been outright contemptuous, openly wondering whether Hamir was even right that he was force-sensitive. Hamir himself had barely said a word during the handful of training sessions he'd had with Brackus, remaining aloof. Draeneen was not as young as Brackus, none of them were, but she was closest to him in age and time, and again her energetic malevolence crackled through her controlled exterior. Try again, Draeneen's voice cracked. Again. He strained, concentrating on the datapad, trying to lock it in his mental grip. It lifted a few centimeters and then fell, tipping over the edge of the table and falling to the ground with a clatter. Pathetic, Draeneen's voice was as contemptuous as Passek's had been. He could feel her presence behind him, her body smaller than his but her presence in the force so much larger. Her words whipped across his back like a lash. Are you going to fail again, apprentice? It seems to be all you are capable of. Perhaps Lanu is right. Even a child can levitate a datapad. Are you still a child? I am beginning to think that you are, she hissed in his ear. His cheeks flushed and he reached out towards the datapad, gripping it with the force. It rose higher this time, coming off the ground enough to reveal its cracked screen, spinning, and... Look, a millimeter, Draeneen scoffed. Infantile? You really are a failure. The Inquisition has no need for youth spawned with the barest whisper of force ability. All that training, all the trust of the New Order, all that time spent by your betters, wasted. Given all the power in the universe, you cannot even pass the simplest test. Her voice dropped to a hiss. All the Inquisitors talk about you behind your back. I never understood why, but now I do. How did you come to be such a failure? Rage and humiliation flared, his cheeks and chest going hot. Fury bloomed, the universe shrinking to a single point. His teeth ground together, his fingernails digging into his palms, fury offering focus, hate offering power. The dark was there when he called, and he clenched his fist around the datapad. The device crumpled in his grip. Metal fragments popped in every direction as it folded in on itself, transparent steel cracking and twisting. The ruined device rocketed off the floor, slamming into the ceiling and exploding into a shower of fragments which cut into his clothes and skin, the pain welcoming and rewarding as the sheer pleasure of destruction and success electrified his veins and heart. Good, Draeneen murmured. He could feel her smile behind him. You found it, Brackus. Your passion, your fear, your hate. That is the source of your power. Her voice lowered to a whisper. Never forget that they hate you, Brackus. Never forget that they despise you. Their hate will feed yours, and you will give it back tenfold. Brackus wanted to break her neck. Hamir was the same to me, she said quietly. But in the end, we all shape up, we all serve, and the New Order is stronger for it. The intercom beeped and Brackus heard Draeneen activated. Yes. She asked. Your presence is necessary on the bridge, Inquisitor Draeneen. I'll be there directly, Colonel. Come, Brackus, she said, and he heard the door slide open. Brackus waited a moment, still reveling in his victory and his rage before turning to follow. The freighter was not particularly large, and they walked down the interior hall to the bridge, where the ISB crew were seated at their posts. Kurios didn't bother to turn his head to look at Brackus and Draeneen as they entered, but he did swivel in his chair to keep them in his peripheral gaze. We have arrived, the ISB man said, making a minute gesture at the world ahead of them. It did not look like much, Brackus thought contemptuously. It was no Coruscant, no Entrala. It did not even compare to his own homeworld of MST. We must now decide on a landing site. The colonel interrupted his thoughts. Draenin's deceptively kindly visage turned to regard Brachus with a calm ease. "I think we ought to test your abilities again," she said. She gestured at the world below, its endless jungles and rainforests, constant smattering of rain cascading over much of the world. "Where shall we land, apprentice?" So that was it, Brachus thought to himself. His lips firmed as he considered the planet. They didn't have much to go on to find what they were looking for. All they had, in fact, was the name of the world. But there was a Sith ruin here somewhere. Vader's records on Jun had been clear about that, which meant there was power. And Drainin wasn't asking him to find it as a test of his abilities, he thought contemptuously. No, her control of the Force was mediocre at best, inadequate to the task, but she did not want to admit her inability in front of ISB or to him. So she offered him the chance to humiliate himself before Kyrios first. He let his bitterness grow to anger and resentment, barely concealed by a thin film of placidity. Let them think he was a child, too young and too untutored. Let them think him a prideful fool, confident without cause. They all did. He kept his expression carefully calm as he added kindling to the fire of his resentment, let it burn brighter, harnessing it for his needs, and then cast his attention down over the world below. The world reached back. It was an inchoate sensation, weak and unformed, but it was there. He was certain of it. His own anger had found a twin, and the connection, once made, only grew as he concentrated on it. A gossamer thread, stronger than it looked, and he could put his hands on it and pull himself closer. He laughed. His teacher and the crew of the freighter all turned towards him with confused expressions. He gloried in Drainin's expression of sudden uncertainty. "It is there," he said. "I know where we must go." Asterisk. Unfortunately, it was not as simple as that. Violet Envy was not as large as a bulk freighter, but it was sizable enough to need a large open clearing to land. The rainforest and jungle around their destination was too thick to set down, so the Inquisitors had been forced to land quite a distance away and travel on foot through a treacherous, deadly collection of plants, animals, and geography that was dead set on keeping them out. Drainin's misery increased with each day of the journey, but they both knew they could not return to the Grand Inquisitor empty-handed. On the fourth day they arrived, stepping out of the jungle onto the bank of a deep lake. "Is this the place?" asked Drainin, her usually perfect hair wild and unkempt. Brachus found he preferred her looking uncertain and unkempt. She regarded him with barely concealed annoyance. "Apprentice." He didn't hide his own annoyance. "This is it. She has been a poor mentor, barely a proper student of the Force." Drainin stepped to the edge of the lake, testing its depth. Then she pointed to a long line of stepping stones barely visible through the water. "Over there," she said. Hiking up her trousers, she started to make her way across with careful steps, watching her feet. He hurried to follow behind her, not wanting to let her arrive at the temple long before he did. Who knew what secrets of the Force would be found here, what powers would be granted, or what artifacts would be unearthed? The Grand Inquisitor would no doubt reward their success, his success. What if Drainin were to find whatever called them here before he did? Brachus might once again find himself shunted to the side as a child. His feet were soaked by the time they were across, his pants dripping with warm water. Anticipation swelled around him. The temple was larger than it had looked, made of a polished black obsidian and studded with Coruscant gems. The building was covered in hieroglyphics and pictographs, symbols and iconography that Brachus could not understand but nonetheless produced a feeling of dread and fear that thrilled through him enticingly. "It is magnificent. A proper home for the Sith Lord. We have to go inside," he said, grinning. "And there's something here." Drainin took a deep breath, then nodded her agreement. "Yes. Surely we'll find what Grand Inquisitor Hamir is looking for." The interior of the temple was much like the exterior. The hieroglyphs that continued inside, etched on every wall and covering the ceiling, an oddly compelling artistry to the alien handwriting. Brachus could feel the way he responded to it, even with his ignorance of the meaning of each image. Fear and anger and rage and resentment and pain and loathing and hate merged in the air around him, but most of all he felt anticipation. Yes, there is something here to find. The interior was one large open space, a series of unlit torches in a large circle around the exterior, following a concentric circle of statues. Brachus examined the braziers, found them filled with kindling and ready to be lit. I found something called draining from the other side of the chamber. Brachus hurried over, frowning, as she stood and held up a neatly bisected combat vest. An oddly familiar-looking combat vest. The rebellion has been here, Draineen said with a frown. There's a smattering of equipment and other items. But, she gestured at a large obsidian stone door, emblazoned with more hieroglyphs. It doesn't look like they got this door open. What do you make of that, apprentice? He examined the collection of gear. They died here. They died here, he repeated the thought aloud. But there are no bodies. They were not worthy, just as she is not. A smile crossed Brachus' lips, one of sudden swelling ambition. No one who came here before now was worthy. So it would seem, agreed Draineen. Brachus found his gaze being drawn back to the concentric circles of torches and statues. We should light the braziers, Brachus suggested, already moving towards the nearest one. Using the dazzle flare from his survival pack, he circled the room and ignited each one. Each fire was small, dim, barely more than embers even with all the kindling, illuminating the Sith runes on the walls with an eerie orange glow. Brachus stopped and examined them, then turned to look at the now illuminated statues. Each one was faceless, an alien form that he had never seen before. They're Masasi, said Draineen, standing beside him. The original natives of this world. They are meaningless. Servants only. They matter only insofar as what they can do. Brachus frowned and stepped back, examining the large circular chamber once more. His heart leapt as he saw it. The center of the chamber is now cast in shadow, he murmured in awe, seeing how each of the shadows merged into the center of the room, a perfect alignment of the absence of light. Draineen peered into the darkness at the center of the chamber. Do you feel it too? She murmured to him. The presence. The void seemed darker now than it had before the braziers had been lit, and as Brachus gazed into the center of the chamber, he was pretty sure he could indeed feel a presence. The gossamer thread he tugged to lead them here had spooled itself around him, beckoning him to progress deeper. The door Draineen had found remained securely closed. Lit now in the dim torchlight, Brachus could see the hieroglyphs more clearly, his gaze traveling over each one slowly. You know that only one of you can keep what this place offers, Brachus's mind whispered to him as he made his examination. His breath cut short. If there is something to be found, she will take it for herself. She does not have my potential, my strength, or the depths of my anger. Fear and anger at the dispossession that Draineen would surely inflict on him, because how could he stop her, burned in his soul. The combination fed fury, fed a white-hot rage that he was still learning how to use, and before his eyes the hieroglyphs went from meaningless squiggles to instructions, guidance, and stories. Here lies Exar Kun, Dark Lord of the Sith. He has been waiting for you, Brachus, he read, the words whispered in his ear, their meaning made plain. He touched the glyphs with reverence and could feel the rage with which they had been inscribed. He has been waiting to take his revenge. If you agree to serve him, he will agree to serve you. A vision of power, of lightsabers and lightning, of death and rule, of dark glories and gloating, of humiliation and victory. A vision of the future, of his future, of what this place offered to any strong enough to seize it. Grand Inquisitor Hamir had been right. There was power here. Do you want it? The whisper was louder now, forgotten rage mingling with his own, sympathetic. The hate that Draineen had found in his soul met its match, and in that ancient shadow Brachus felt a deep well of hate and pain, and loathing, and power. Do you want it? The voice said again, stronger still. It had personality now, a unique timbre, an archaic accent. Do you want it? Yes, Brachus said. He felt Draineen's sudden surprise at the spoken word, felt her turn towards him, and felt her suddenly tense as she felt the ocean of strength he had found. His strength. Rage melted away into contempt as her fear grew, and he saw in her all those who had humiliated him, the older boys, Hamir and Pasek, Kurios and his early teachers. She saw his strength, his rage, and she was afraid. Her fear was intoxicating. Prove it. As he turned towards Draeneen, his fingertips crackled with blue sparks and his eyes flashed with hate. The boy returned alone. Kurios folded his arms across his chest as Brachus approached. Brachus walked with a more confident step, emerging out of the jungle with the calm, negligent disregard Kurios found unsettling. He and his men had fought off numerous beasts while they waited, sustaining some injuries as they did. Brachus now seemed unfamiliar with the fact that the jungle was dangerous at all. Apprentice Inquisitor, Kurios said stiffly, adopting a perfectly superior, annoyed tone. Where is Inquisitor Draeneen? The boy's pale blue eyes had not had that same intensity when they arrived. For the first time since Brachus emerged from the jungle, Kurios noticed that he had a new item of clothing, an amulet, gold with a large ruby gemstone, which hung from a chain-link necklace around Brachus' neck. Brachus' expression was calm, his words were calm, but as he spoke shivers went down Kurios' spine. She perished, the apprentice Inquisitor stated simply. Kurios kept his own expression and tone calm. How did she die? The corner of Brachus' mouth curled with contempt. She was unworthy of what we found. Kurios gazed at the amulet again, then back at Brachus. I see, he said. Then you have found something valuable for the Grand Inquisitor after all. I did, Brachus said with the calm confidence he had not possessed a week before. Grand Inquisitor Hamir will be most pleased when we return. He moved towards the ship. Let us depart, Colonel. With or without Inquisitor Draeneen, we must get on with the business of the Empire. His smile was slow and belonged to a much older man. Kurios had no idea what had occurred, what exactly had happened to Draeneen. But he knew for a certainty that the boy who had departed was not the one that had returned. Another man might have responded with fear. But Kurios had spent a lifetime with ISB. He'd worked with Ardus Kaine and Wilhuff Tarkin. He'd served Vader and Palpatine. He knew that something had been missing from the Empire ever since Endor, and he thought that maybe, just maybe, Hamir had been right after all, and the salvation of the Empire was at hand. It would be fitting if that salvation had been found at Yavin IV. Yes, Inquisitor, he said obediently, bowing his head a millimeter in supplication. Brachus' smile gleamed with the terrible magnificence, and it chilled Kurios to the bone. Chapter 2. Coruscant's outer orbit was busy. Just inside the planet's gravity well, Home Fleet maintained a steady near orbit around the world. Admiral Ekbar's venerable star cruiser Home 1 held its central place of pride in the formation amid a swirl of other warships, smaller Mon Calamari star cruisers, Imperial and Victory-class star destroyers, frigates and corvettes, X-Wings and A-Wings, all on their constant watch protecting the New Republic's capital world. The fleet rarely left Coruscant these days, ensuring the world's constant protection from lightning strikes by ambitious Imperial commanders. The massive flaring engines of the Super Star Destroyer approaching Home Fleet's perimeter indicated that those days were over, and that routine was about to change. From the Admiral's ready room aboard Lusankya, high up in the Super Star Destroyer's bridge spaces, General Garm Bel Iblis relaxed back into the squashy, battered office chair he'd brought from Peregrine, put his feet up on the ebonwood desks and Isert had ordered for her, and watched the ship's maneuver on a smaller display. Then he turned his attention from the Home Fleet to his own formation. The New Republic's Fifth Fleet did not have nearly so many ships. It did not need them. Lusankya was a fleet all her own, capable of fighting a dozen enemy capital ships to a standstill. But even still, Lusankya was not alone. Admiral Bel's endurance provided a home to squadrons of A-Wings, X-Wings, B-Wings, and the new U-Wings that were at the heart of the New Republic's military doctrine. Then there were the Star Destroyers Freedom and Emancipator, the Star Cruisers Orthovan and Rising Tide, and a plethora of smaller ships including Bel Iblis, Katana Dreadnought Peregrine. It had been 6 months since the fleet had been given Lusankya and the designation Fifth Fleet. First through Fourth Fleets were the New Republic's primary defensive formations, rapid response units, stationed close to Imperial territory, and given the mission of fending off Imperial thrusts at worlds less vital than Coruscant. Fifth Fleet would be the new Republic's primary offensive formation, with the mission of driving a stake into the heart of Palpatine's abomination. But it would have to do that without him. If all went well, this would be Garm's last day in command. Sina Medano stepped up beside him, her once raven hair now entirely gray. Once, when they'd both been young, she'd been a young Senate attaché assigned to then Senator Garm Bel Iblis, an idealist, a dreamer. When the Republic had fallen, they transformed themselves into rebels and revolutionaries, and he'd become General Bel Iblis. Now that the Republic was on its way towards restoration, it was time to put down that title and return to the Senate, and find a way to reckon with the nightmares. "Are you sure?" she asked gently. "I'm sure," he replied gruffly. In the distance, he could see the swirl of ships as Home Fleet and Fifth Fleet moved towards one another. Star Destroyers and Star Cruisers swiveled their turbolaser batteries, preparing to fire. Starfighters merged into a spectacular melee. There were no real weapons fired, but computers transmitting to his desk display registered hits, and fighters found their weapon systems locked down as the simulated battle went on. Pilots told they were dead pulled their fighters out of the combat area so those who still lived could fight on. "I know he's ready," Garm continued as they watched, "but he needs an aide, a right hand, and he doesn't have one." He turned towards her. "He needs you, Sina." "So do you, Garm," she pointed out. "You're returning to the Senate. It's been decades since you last served." He sighed heavily. "I know," he said with feeling. "But the Senate is a place where battles are fought with words, not lasers. If I make a mistake, I will be humiliated, not killed." He nodded at the simulated battlefield as Lusankya pushed hard into the center of Home Fleet's formation. Not unlike a battle drill, Wedge will be taking the Fifth Fleet back to war, and if he makes mistakes because he doesn't have an agile mind to aid him, he will die, and so will thousands of others. "It's not that simple, and you know it," Sina said with a frown. "The Provisional Council is working on drafting the new Concordat, and everyone has a stake in the structure of the new government. If that is not done right, the cost could be a fractured galaxy, maybe even a return to civil war." "I won't be alone," Garm said with a small smile. "I'll be working with Mon Mothma and Counselor Organa Solo." But she knew how much that still quietly rankled him. "All the more reason to have me at your side," she insisted. "Wedge has other people who could advise him. Colonel Selchu could be his aide. Or Commodore Taban. Colonel Selchu commands Rogue Squadron and the Fleet Starfighters," Garm said patiently. "Commodore Taban is overseeing the production of the new marshals at Rendili. And neither of them has your experience in this role. In a few months, yes, one of them could be moved to serve as his aide. But until then, he needs as much continuity as possible in my absence. He needs you, Sina." Sina sighed. They'd had this entire conversation no fewer than 2 times already, and it always ended the same way. He could see her unwillingness to let him go off without her there to protect him, but also her reluctant agreement with his logic. "Fine," she muttered. "A few months. Then I'm resigning and coming back to Coruscant to go back to doing the job I've been doing for the last 30 years. Making sure I don't tie my shoelaces together." Her lips twitched with amusement. "Yes, Garm?" He nodded out at the unfolding battle. Home 1 loomed in the window now, and they walked along the observatory as Lusankya brought its full broadside to bear. "Wedge is trying something new," Garm observed. "He's finally learned that his Lusankya is not an X-Wing," Sina muttered. Garm chuckled. For the first few months in command of Lusankya, Wedge had been much too tentative in his command of the big ship. But he was slowly coming to understand that Lusankya was 19 kilometers of armor and turbolasers. The ship could give out a tremendous amount of pain, and more importantly, the ship could take a lot of pain. This time Wedge had taken Lusankya and driven her right into the heart of Akbar's formation. Lusankya was surrounded by a dozen Star Destroyers and Star Cruisers, all tearing into her. The massive Super Star Destroyer was firing back at all of them on near even terms, turning space to liquid multicolor which evaporated any starfighter stupid enough to stray between the formations. But while Lusankya might be fighting all of them, Wedge's command was focused on just one ship, Home 1. Most of the Super Star Destroyers simulated fire poured into Akbar's flagship, and if her fire had been real it would have torn deeply, pounding through multi-layered shields and armor, blasting through bulkheads and crew quarters and hangar bays, leaving Home 1 a broken, bleeding wreck. Wedge is going to win this time, Cena observed. Garm nodded his fond agreement. Yes, he is. Pity the Imperials he comes for next. Asterisk. A live-action battle simulation was not as dangerous as an actual combat engagement, but it was close. Warships charging into close proximity was always risky, and as good as collision avoidance software was, there had been many battle simulations that had ended in tragedy and destruction almost on the scale of real combat. Most of those catastrophes, however, had involved inexperienced crews commanding unfamiliar ships, and after 5 months of careful preparation and practice, Lusankya's crew was no longer an inexperienced crew commanding an unfamiliar ship. Still, the aftermath of the mock engagement involved the two battle formations carefully disengaging, returning to their assigned orbits. In the distance, hundreds of curious civilian vessels had watched the battle as best they could. Several New Republic military vessels had shadowed them, overwhelming their sensors with a thick cushion of jamming to render them useless. The civvies had all been warned to keep their distance, and had been additionally warned that monitoring the fake engagement would likely result in damage to their systems, but some of the Sludge paid crews had been bold enough to come close anyway. No doubt they were hoping to use telescopes to capture purely visual footage that could headline the HoloNet for a few hours. After so many years in command of Rogue Squadron, Wedge was used to being famous, but Sludge had doubled down on stalking him since he'd been given Lusankya. Wedge was still getting used to being a fleet commander. The transition from simple pilot to squadron leader had been tough. This was incredibly, excruciatingly difficult. As rogue leader, Wedge had to split his attention between his responsibility to the squadron and his flying. It was a constant battle with exhaustion and prioritization, and Wedge could think of more than one time his instincts or Tycho had saved his life when he'd gotten too engrossed in instructing the squadron and insufficiently attentive to his own safety. But as a fleet commander, Wedge focused on one thing, the fleet. And once his orders were given, it was often impossible for Wedge to do anything to change the outcome. The 270,000 people who comprised Lusankya's crew were responsible for fighting the ship, for aiming the guns, for tuning the engines and adjusting the shields. Wedge just stood in the middle of the bridge and watched. After the second mock fleet engagement, General Bel Iblis had taken him aside and put his large arm around Wedge's shoulders. Wedge, you have to realize that a lot of the fleet commander's job is playing the role of the confident fleet commander. You have to look like a fleet commander, sound like a fleet commander. He gestured out across the bridge. They all know how to do their jobs, and if you stand over their shoulder and badger them, or try to help them, they'll be distracted and make mistakes. They need to glance over their shoulder and see the general standing in the middle of the bridge, calm and confident. Wedge had found that impossible. Impossible. At first. It was during dinner with Han and Leia, one of the times he'd gotten back to Coruscant to see Ela, and they'd been able to get together for a meal, that Wedge had finally gotten the advice he needed. Yeah, that was hard, Han had told him. But when I started fidgeting, I'd just pretend I was Chewie. Han had shifted his posture, standing up straighter, folding his arms across his chest and glowering confidently. You just have to be sure you don't start growling. It completely ruins the image you're going for. It was good advice, but Wedge hadn't grown up with a Wookiee parental figure. He did have other role models he could look to, though. His parents, Jagged and Xena, had lived and died with a quiet, indefatigable courage that he remembered well, and in their absence he'd had Booster Tarek's implacable frame shielding him, if at somewhat of a distance, as he was thrust so rudely into adulthood. So now he summoned up the sheer bloody-minded gall of the elder Corellian and tried not to growl. Wedge crossed his arms as he stood in the center of Lusankya's bridge, attempting to loom every millimeter of his incredibly average height as he supervised the Titanic vessel's bridge crew working under the crisp and utterly professional command of his Bothan captain. It was easier when you were winning. Trace Creffy turned towards Wedge with faintly bared teeth, a Bothan attempt to mimic a human smile. Exercise concluded, sir. Reporting catastrophic damage to the enemy. We have taken control of local space. Wedge surveyed the bridge for a moment, then nodded as agreement. Very good, Captain Creffy. Please transmit my compliments to the fleet, and then convey them most especially to the ship and crew. I asked a lot of Lusankya this time. You've done admirably. Yes, sir, Creffy said with the gravitas that belied his age, and departed the flag bridge for the bridge proper. Wedge still had mixed feelings about Creffy. He was too young and too inexperienced to be given command of the New Republic's only Super Star Destroyer on the basis of age and experience, which meant that his familial connection to Leia had undoubtedly been a key element. But Akbar had vouched for him, and Wedge thought that Creffy was the only member of the ship's crew who had improved more in the last 6 months than Wedge himself. General Antilles, his comm officer, Commander Nita, called. Admiral Akbar for you, sir. Wedge hid his victorious smirk. 4 defeats in a row Akbar had inflicted on him. The first had been a one-sided clobbering. The other 3 had been closer. For the 5th and final skirmish, Wedge had adopted an entirely new tactic and just slammed Lusankya smack into the middle of Akbar's formation. The move had disrupted Home Fleet's careful battle plan, giving the other ships of Fifth Fleet the opportunity to target them one by one, and Lusankya's ruthless barrage of Home 1 had knocked Akbar himself out of the fight and left his fleet to fight on without his leadership. Put him through, Wedge said, putting on a headset and moving near the comm station. The New Republic's foremost strategist and senior military officer appeared on the two-dimensional screen. General Antilles, Akbar said, bobbing his head forward slightly in a nod of acknowledgement. Congratulations on your victory. Your strategy was unexpected and effective. Thank you, Admiral, Wedge replied. I hope it works as well on the Imperials as it did on Home Fleet. It is a strategy Home Fleet will be working to find a counter for, Akbar said gravely. I am told that Grand Moff Kaine is moving his own Super Star Destroyer to Kurita. Wedge frowned. As far as anyone knew, there were only 2 Executor-class Super Star Destroyers left in the galaxy, his own Lusankya, and Ardus Kaine's Reaper. Kurita puts them within striking distance of Coruscant, Wedge said, concerned. Are you anticipating an attack? New Republic intelligence is attempting to answer that question as we speak, Akbar replied, his own tone equally grave. But I do not think so. The Grand Moff has never sent his forces to attack the New Republic directly, except in the skirmishes after the dissolution of the Cetric hegemony, which put his borders at risk. Since the Emperor's death, he has remained resolutely defensive in posture. An attack against us now, when we are in a position of strength, would be out of character. Wedge's frown deepened. I'm hearing a but at the end of that sentence, Admiral. Akbar's laugh was gravelly with rueful amusement. Remind me never to play Sabik with you, General Antilles. That's Corellians, Admiral. We're perceptive and we improvise well as a rule. But war isn't Sabik. In war you cheat. As you should in war, Akbar agrees seriously. The Provisional Council is concerned that Kaine's presence at Kurita suggests he intends to change his pre-existing strategy. Some of the councilors fear he may declare himself emperor, and attempt to use the title to rally the warlords to his cause. If that was all it took to rally the warlords, Wedge said doubtfully, someone else would have done it by now. Thrawn, for one. The Imperial Starfleet accepted Thrawn as their military commander, Akbar countered. But as a non-human, Thrawn would never have been accepted as emperor. Kaine might be. Akbar shrugged his large shoulders. Regardless, the decision has been made to resume offensive operations. The Provisional Council wishes to keep the momentum on our side and force the Empire to defend against our advances rather than allow them to take the initiative. The Mon Calamari's mouth opened and closed a few times. My fellows have learned the lessons of Thrawn's campaign well. Wedge's mouth went dry. Fifth Fleet is being activated. Yes, General, Akbar confirmed. It is. As of today, 5th Fleet will be officially transferred from General Bel Iblis' command to yours. You will be vested with full operational command of our main offensive formation with full freedom of action, and then it will be your job to decide how to proceed. He offered a small smile. The campaign is yours, General Antilles. And with that, Wedge found himself not just in charge of the 5th Fleet, but in charge of the majority of the New Republic's available punching power. Not just as the tactical commander of the fleet, but the strategic driver of the entire war, trusted and praised as a colleague of the men who had mentored him. He swallowed hard. Do you have any suggestions, Admiral? Only to trust yourself, Wedge, Akbar said seriously. I have trained you for this position for almost as long as I have known you. General Bel Iblis and General Solo have both vouched for you as a commander, as a leader, and as a strategist. Continue to trust your subordinates, as you always have. Do not bear this burden alone. Akbar bowed his head, barbels twitching slightly with sorrow. That is a mistake I have made on occasion. I would not wish it upon you as well. Yes, sir, Wedge said obediently. I won't let you down, sir. I know you will not, Akbar replied. As the Corellians would say, go sink the whole Imperial Starfleet straight into the 9 Corellian hells. Yes, sir, Wedge repeated softly, promising himself he would do just that. Count on it. Akbar gave one of his slow nods as he leaned back in his command chair aboard Home Line. Then there is only one last thing that we must do, he said. General Bel Iblis, are you ready? And even willing. Wedge blinked in surprise when he heard Garm's voice, and not over his headset, but standing behind him. Wedge turned and found Bel Iblis and Sina Medano standing behind him, flanked on either side by Major Page and Colonel Selchu. On either side of Lusankya's bridge, the starboard and port side crew had all stood at attention. Bel Iblis stepped forward and handed Wedge a datapad, his expression the typical calm that Wedge had learned to expect from Bel Iblis during his time in 5th Fleet. He took the datapad, read the first line, then swallowed down a sudden knot in his throat. To General Wedge Antilles, Captain Lusankya, you are hereby directed and required to report to the commanding officer of the New Republic 5th Fleet to serve as his relief. By order of Admiral Akbar, Supreme Commander New Republic Defense Fleet. His voice wavered slightly as he lowered the datapad. General Bel Iblis, I assume command. General Antilles, you have command, Bel Iblis affirmed. But as of now, I'm not a general anymore, Bel Iblis said with a nod as they exchanged a handshake. Congratulations. Wedge grinned. Then get off my ship, Senator, he returned, deadpan. Bel Iblis barked a genuine laugh, Creffy's snout twitched minutely, and it completely ruined the solemnity of the moment. Wedge and Bel Iblis offered one another identical Corellian shrugs and shared a laugh. Good luck, Wedge, Garm replied, smiling. You too, Garm. Compared to the job you're being asked to do, I have it easy. There were advantages to being fleet commander. Lusankya had been designed as a fleet command ship, and it had been augmented to become Isan Isert's home away from home. While space on a warship was always at a premium, Wedge's new quarters were bigger than the apartment he shared with Ela on Coruscant, and it wasn't even remotely close. They featured a small library, a private workout space, a drafting table he'd had custom built by the deck gang, and the command holodable he spent far too much time staring at. The lounge space was circular, with a short hallway that also served as a coat closet at the apartment's front entrance. When anyone entered, they were presented with a view of a large holo table surrounded by comfortable chairs, with the red New Republic crest on the wall behind, illuminated in gentle orange lighting. The holo table hummed quietly as Wedge manipulated the image it projected for a closer look at the galactic map. Imperial space gleamed a dim blue. There wasn't much blue left. In the galactic south there was a smattering of Imperial systems, centered on the world Riadu. Corridor of Uradu were a string of Imperial systems along the Corellian run, with Corellia itself at their heart. Then there was the Deep Core, which was divided between multiple Imperial warlords, each more concerned with sparring with the others than fighting the New Republic. Finally, the Empire's main territory was in the galactic north, starting with their fortress at Karita, and then the massive over-sector outer 14 sectors under the rule of Grand Moff Ardus Kaine, bordered by some additional territories ruled by other Moffs who answered to Kaine, all clustered against the unknown regions. Opposite the hollow projections of the Imperial territory were Wedge's top commanders and senior staff, Kyp, Medano, Page, Tycho, and Admiral Loretta Bell of Endurance, a no-nonsense fellow Corellian who had taken it upon herself to oversee the Endurance shakedown and develop the doctrine of Wedge's entire fighter wing. They all had high clearance and need to know. "We're running out of soft targets," commented Major Page, the commander of Wedge's ground forces. He leaned in to examine the map more closely, pointing at the deep core. "I assume attacking the deep core is off limits," he said, glancing at the others. "That's right," said Sina Medano, who had graciously assigned herself the unobtrusive title of Adjutant Extraordinary. Her violet gaze was calm and measured, her tone equally so. Wedge was more grateful than he could say that she had decided to stay with the fleet even after Belle Iblis had departed. He knew she had wanted to leave with Belle Iblis, but her presence was a rock he could rely on. With Tycho busy commanding the fleet's fighter complement, and, he thought silently, probably considering retirement himself, and his working relationship with Kyp still a work in progress, he could not possibly replace her. "Unless there's been a change since my last major briefing from NRI. We don't want to encourage the deep core warlords to settle their differences with one another and start focusing on us." "Then we really don't have many viable targets," Page replied. "Corellia is too tough a target even for the 5th, and Karita might even be worse." He gestured at the map. "That doesn't leave very much." "It gets more complicated," Wedge said with a sigh. He lifted the datapad off his lap and waved it at his companions. "I've just finished my first command briefing with General Kraken and representatives of the Provisional Council. We've been instructed not to make any serious efforts to attack either Eridu or the Oversector." Tycho, who was standing next to Sina, was the first to respond, his expression twisted into a frown. "Wedge, that leaves almost navigable targets," he pointed out, his aristocratic Alderaanian accent clipped with his confusion. "Why?" Wedge leaned back in his chair, putting the datapad back down. "This doesn't leave the room, but the rumors you've all heard are true. The Quintet houses of Eridu are quietly negotiating with the New Republic for peace. Moff Mosbury has been talking with Counselor Organa Solo through intermediaries for the last 3 months, and she believes that they're on the verge of a preliminary agreement. If that happens, Eridu will agree to ban slavery, under the supervision of New Republic observers, and formally dissolve its ties to the Empire. In exchange, they'll be given political concessions, and the trade blockade of Eridu will be ended." A gasp went through the room. Eridu had a reputation for being the most imperial of imperial worlds. It had an overwhelmingly human population, and one that had been furiously committed to the New Order and its characteristic racism and human centrism. It was the home of Grand Moff Tarkin. It also heavily depended on slavery for its economy, with slaves providing cheap industrial labor that had long facilitated the planet's economic might. Jal Akbar himself had been a slave of Tarkin's on Eridu. For Eridu, of all worlds, to be contemplating peace with the New Republic. Tycho and Page both bore stunned looks as they processed this unexpected information. Medano, by contrast, was watching Wedge with a hawk-like sharpness and suspicion that reminded Wedge of the times he'd faced down Borsk Filaya on one of the Bothan's good days. "And the Oversector?" she asked. Wedge inhaled. "I don't have as many details," he said slowly. "Admiral Akbar and some other members of the Council are concerned that Kaine may be preparing for an offensive against us, but Leia believes there is a chance that a similar arrangement can be made with Grand Moff Kaine as well." "Then the war would be over," said Page, recovered, his deliberately bland face slowly taking on an elated cast. His voice, usually staid and serious, grew in excitement as he spoke. "Without Eridu or the Oversector, the Empire is just scattered garrisons. The rest will have to do the same." "A chance," interrupted Medano. "Just a chance." "That's what Leia said," Wedge confirmed. There's a great deal of uncertainty about Kaine's intentions, and we've been ordered not to do anything that might erase that chance. He gestured at the map, so our potential targets have been drastically limited. He manipulated the map, zooming in on the galactic south, centering on Eridu, and then pushing out to the galactic southwest. But I do have a target in mind. Tycho leaned in to take a look, then shot Wedge an arched eyebrow. Bespin. Bespin, Wedge agreed. I've got some calls to make, but I want plans and proposals on my desk by tomorrow morning. He grinned confidently. Who wants to take an all-expenses-paid trip to the city in the clouds? Asterisk. You know you don't have to come with us, Tych, Wedge said after the others had departed. He poured them both cups of attrition herb tea from the carafe on his desk, knowing that for the moment Tycho had sworn off alcohol. It wasn't fair for him to enjoy Alderaanian spring wine if Winter couldn't do the same, he'd said. Winter and I have talked about it, Tycho responded, abrupt without being curt. But the fleet needs me right now, and Winter has Han and Chewbacca to help look after her. He offered a small, slightly awkward smile. She said if I let Hobby lead the rogues, he just let Wes run wild. She's still working too. Leia has tried to get her to relax, take some time off, but you know Winter. She's pregnant, not an invalid. She can still tag a target at 50 meters with anything in the armory. Wedge shot back. Tycho smiled. 60. You know, Wedge mused, when you told me the news, and then Leia offered to officiate your ceremony, I thought I'd finally get to see the previously unheard of Alderaanian slow-thrower wedding. Oh please, the aristocratic Alderaanian volleyed. You know as well as I do that the blasters are staying in the armory for every wedding until Luke's. When the boss gets hitched, every bottom feed and merc, assassin and Imperial holdout is going to emerge to give those two a rough time. He crossed his arms. We'll have to mine all the entrances just to keep out sludge news. Wedge laughed, knowing that Tycho was probably right. Maybe I'll just marry them here. Did that for Merix and Corrin, and that's worked well so far. He sobered. I'm glad to have you, Tych. Glad and guilty. You can get us another wedding present with your general salary. Be profligate, with our post into this roving pleasure barge. I've grown used to the finer things, Tycho said with a grin, attempting to savor a sip of his tea. Winter's unexpected pregnancy had provoked a spectacular Alderaanian wedding ceremony. Every Alderaanian wedding was an event among the small refugee community on Coruscant, but the members of the Alderaanian Council had treated Winter's wedding with almost as much pomp and circumstance as they had Leia's. Other than Leia, Winter was the closest thing Alderaan's refugees had to planetary royalty, and the marriage of two Alderaanians had become something to celebrate, a promise for the future. I know you'd rather be with her, Wedge said heavily. Tycho sent him a moderately amused look. Don't be stupid, Wedge, of course I'd rather be with Winter. But the war is almost over. We both know it. The Empire is on its last legs, and this campaign could be the one to finish it. Tycho held his mug, rubbing it with one of his fingers. I know how sloppy people can get when they think they can see the end. So I'll be here, the sharp-tongued flitter lizard on your shoulder telling you not to get complacent. Tycho trailed off for a moment, and then he continued more quietly, soft sincerity tinging every word he spoke. I want to be with my wife and child, but I also want my child to grow up in a galaxy where the Empire has been relegated to the dustbin of history. He raised his cup. To one last campaign. Wedge joined the toast. To one last campaign. The tea tasted like wet, warm grass. It had a reputation for being calming, but despite being in command of the most powerful warship in the sector, Wedge still felt a cold trickle of fear creep up his spine. Or perhaps the fear came because he was in command. Chapter 3. The spectacular, unreal miracle that the others insisted on calling a skyhook was still the most impossibly wonderful thing that Kyp Durron had ever seen. After living most of his conscious life on Kessel, largely underground in total darkness, or the dim artificial life of an under-maintenance prison facility, the skyhook was beyond even his wildest dreams. He stood at the edge of a massive ring that stretched for kilometers in diameter. The entire stretch of it was lined with transparent steel that allowed him to look down over the world below. The city, Coruscant, stretched to every horizon, gleaming and glittering, tiny moving lights of airspeeders flowing in every direction and endless lines of carefully controlled traffic. Higher he could see the larger lights of moving freighters and starships, rising and descending, all carefully giving the skyhook a wide berth. The skyhook's long tether stretched down and vanished below, securing the orbital platform high above the Imperial Palace. He saw small reservoir lakes scattered around the planet, but few were large enough to be visible from near orbit, with the kilometers-high towers shading them in darkness. Far to the west he could see the only remaining nature on the world, the rippling blue waters of the artificial Great Western Sea, Imperial City's primary reservoir and nature preserve, and the Manare Mountains beyond, carefully preserved in the world's largest park. The sun glared through the windows, and he turned away, grimacing. Even with the protective lenses that Han had purchased for him, there were times the raw golden glare of that gleaming ball of fire was searing for his unaccustomed eyes. "Hey kid," Han Solo said, resting his arm around Kyp's shoulders. "How are you doing?" "Good," said Kyp honestly, offering him a smile. "How much longer are Leia and Winter going to be?" "Oh, you know," Han said breezily, but Kyp could see the way the corners of his mouth tightened, and even more Kyp could feel the way Han's emotions darkened with annoyance and frustration, and the way Han took a breath and let those emotions reluctantly go. "They're meeting with Mon Mothma again. I know they've got Carithra and Philia in there, and if I'm not mistaken I saw Jessenser and Shantev's ships in the hangar." He sighed. "This was supposed to be an unofficial meeting, but I think it's going to turn into a full council session." Kyp knew all the names now. He heard Leia and Winter and Han discuss them near every night at their apartment in the Imperial Palace. He'd been so sure that Han would just forget him after a while, that Coruscant would return Han's attention to more important things, like his twins or his wife or the Republic, that surely Kyp, a prisoner who had been left on Kessel as a child to grow old and die, would be beneath Han's notice. Be forgotten again. That feeling had only redoubled when Kyp had realized that Han and Leia were not just normal people. They were important people. They were perhaps even the most important. But Han hadn't, and Leia hadn't. Kyp had moved into their apartment and had never left, never been made to feel unwelcome. Han had started to teach him to cook, and both had entrusted him with their children. And for the first time since his parents died, Kyp felt truly, unconditionally loved. "That sucks," he said. Han laughed. "Yes, it does." Around their feet ran Jacen and Jaina, with a confident pair of Nori, not that much taller than the twins, really, keeping a watchful eye. Jacen placed both hands on the transparent steel, his nose pressed to the transparent material as he oohed at the sights below. Jaina stumbled over and tugged on her father's pant leg. "Dada, spaceship," she exclaimed, pointing at the looming form of the massive dagger-shaped Star Destroyer, one of the few ships big enough to be clearly visible despite the mandated distance between it and the skyhook. "That's a spaceship, all right," Han said, lifting Jaina up and turning her to face it. "A big one, too. It's Lusankya." "Sankya?" Over at the window, Jacen drew back, leaving an imprint of his face on the transparent steel. He almost tumbled over backwards, was caught and steadied by a quick Nori hand, which left him peering around with a small, suspicious look. Kyp was rewarded with the sight of Mobveker effortlessly staying out of Jacen's view, a miracle of silent movement on 2 feet. There was a whisper of sound next to him, and Kyp turned. Kakmane, the leader of Leia's Nori security detail, appeared with his typical near-silent movement. "I have secured your new residence, Han Clan Solo." Kakmane turned his alien eyes on Kyp. "And Kyp Clan Solo," he added. Kyp swallowed. The first time the Nori called him that, he'd told them that he wasn't a member of the family. Kakmane had explained, with grave precision, that clan was not a matter of blood alone. "I'd really rather wait for Leia to look at the place," Han said with a sigh. "But if she's gonna be stuck in that council meeting for the next 6 hours," he shrugged. "Fine, let's go. I want to see my new kitchen and make sure it lives up to expectations. I assessed it on the basis of the criteria you laid out, Kyp Durron replied, very seriously. It has the required countertop space, and the provided burner unit can reach the desired maximum temperature in as short a time as 5 minutes. The refrigeration unit can hold more than the requested volume, and, the Nori's voice carried a hint of pronounced pride, it has adjustable shelving. Outstanding recon work, Han said cheerfully. If a Nori could glow, Kyp Durron did. Come on, kids. Han, I'm 17, Kyp shot back, amused. He lifted his hand up to his head, as if measuring himself against Han. I don't care if you're as tall as I am. You live with us, we feed you, you're a kid. Kyp allowed himself a smile. He looked back through the window as they retreated towards the interior of the skyhook, a quiet corner of his mind wondering just how he had been so lucky. An even quieter corner whispered that nothing was ever given for free. Like the Imperial Palace on the surface of Coruscant below, the construction of the Emperor's skyhook had spared no expense. But unlike the palace, the skyhook had actually existed before the Empire. Originally the Herdessan skyhook, it had been built by a powerful trade guild in the latter millennia of the Old Republic and eventually served as the home for senators and other dignitaries, particularly those uncomfortable in the dense, urban environment of Coruscant. When Coruscant's municipal government had persuaded the New Republic's government to allow the world's skyhooks to return to the sky, the skyhook had been given to the New Republic so that it could resume that ancient purpose. Now formally renamed the Seditious Senatorial Skyhook, after the senator from Herdessa who had been arrested and put to death by Palpatine when she had objected to the formal declaration of empire, it had been chosen to serve an even greater purpose, the very seat of the Provisional Galactic Government. Buried deep in the heart of what had been the Emperor's skyhook was the room that currently served as the Provisional Council chambers. A large, circular wooden table ringed the room, with wooden panels and columns lining the exterior of the space. Above, a tinted transparent steel ceiling permitted light to cascade down over the space, illuminating the table with almost perfect columns of light, dust flickering as it passed through. Leia fought hard not to put her head in her hands. It was difficult. The discussions about the latest draft of the Concordat had started well enough, with the calm discussion of the importance of balance between the interests of the Outer Rim and the core, how to structure the new assignment of Senate seats, and how the rules would be set for the various levels of the Republic's judiciary. Sadly, from there the conversation had quickly deteriorated. The counselor from Sullust would like to respectfully remind the gentle being from Kalthus that while the Bothans were indeed indispensable to the war effort, their vaunted intelligence about the second Death Star was deliberately provided in order to lure the rebellion into a trap, and that many more Sullustans fought at Endor than did Bothans. To claim otherwise is an insult to their memory. And he adds that he was personally present at no fewer than 11 engagements against the Imperial military and was wounded in action, while Counselor Philia has no personal combat history. 3PO's voice vanished under the rumble of annoyed voices. Philia's distinctive voice in particular cut through the crowd. That is a personal insult. And it is irrelevant to the matter at hand. But if the counselor from Sullust would like to respectfully suggest, Leia wasn't sure if 3PO was adding that, but Shantev didn't sound like he was respectfully suggesting anything, that insults would not be required if anything else succeeded in getting through the excessively thick skull of the gentle being from Kalthus. Enough. Mon Mothma's hand came down on the table with all the authority of a gavel, or an orbital strike, making Leia's head snap back up. Or maybe that was when to poking her subtly with a writing stylus. Leia sent her aide an annoyed look. Need I remind the honored counselors that infighting within the higher echelon of the Senate is what weakened it to the point that Chancellor Palpatine was able to usurp it. You may have your disagreements, Mon Mothma's voice was steel, but you will have them civilly, and always with an aim to resolve them. Her voice went from steel to soothing. Always remember, my friends, the cost of senatorial dysfunction. Philia looked less than convinced, but he knew better than to challenge Mon Mothma directly. With a nod, he sank back into his chair. Shantev, by contrast, looked properly chastened and offered a deep nod. The counselor from Sullust recognizes the wisdom of your words, Chief of State Mon Mothma, 3PO translated, his tone respectful and conciliatory, and accepts that the lessons of the Empire should never be forgotten, especially not while its horrors continue to unfold in so much of the galaxy. Thank you, Mon Mothma said with a small, regal smile. I believe we can table the debate over the Concordat for now. We have 2 additional matters we must attend to. She thumbed a switch on her desk. Please send in Senator Bel Iblis. The attention of the council all turned to the room's main entrance. The sliding doors, half transparent to reveal the tall form of a human male beyond, slid open, and Garm Bel Iblis walked in, resplendent in green Corellian robes of office, and the first civilian garb she'd ever seen him wear. His gait was calm and resolved, but Leia could feel his silent concerns, buried deep so they were not revealed by his face. Senator Bel Iblis, Mon Mothma greeted him, and Leia could feel Bel Iblis' tension grow. The relationship between the 2 founders of the Rebel Alliance had been strained for years, and while they had resolved to work together again, the tension in the air between them could be cut with a knife. Congratulations on your election as senator for Corellia in exile, she said, with no hint of the misgivings that Leia knew she still felt over Garm's return to politics. Your extensive credentials and qualifications need no introduction, and your seat on this council is well deserved, Mon Mothma added gently. Please, come take it. Thank you, Bel Iblis replied. He circled the table and took his seat to Leia's right. The Wookiee member of the council, Kyp growled a greeting. The counselor from Kashyyyk offers his greetings to Counselor Bel Iblis and his admiration for the counselor's long military service, including his recent successful campaigns against the Empire, 3PO translated. Thank you, Counselor Kyp, Bel Iblis replied, his gravelly baritone equal to the Wookiee's impressive voice. I offer my own admiration for your long service and your leadership of the rebellion that freed your world and people from the slavery of the Empire. Bel Iblis' initial nerves were calming, Leia noted, feeling a growing relaxation and confidence emanate to match the wily old Corellian's outward poise. Our last issue of business is an intelligence briefing, said Mon Mothma, drawing the focus back to herself. As you all know, Counselor Organa Solo, Mon Mothma nodded at Leia, sending all attention in the room towards Leia momentarily before it returned to the Chief of State, has been negotiating a peace treaty with the Kintide houses of Iridu. What is not as well known is that there has also been an overture made to Grand Moff Kaine and the Oversector. There was a rustle of movement, some disgruntled, some surprised as the other counselors assimilated that information. Kyp in particular looked disgusted but not surprised. The Wookiees were not fond of any accommodations with worlds where slavery remained common. That, more than anything, was why Leia made clear that peace with the New Republic came with a full, unambiguous ban on slavery, enforceable by the New Republic military, or peace did not come at all. Counselor Organa Solo, Mon Mothma prompted. Leia pushed forward and rested both her hands on the circular table they sat around. She glanced right and left, meeting Bel Iblis' calm gaze with her own, then Mon Mothma's, before she began. To date I have not had any detailed negotiations with Grand Moff Kaine or his representatives, she said, and there are reasons to believe that peace with the Oversector will not be as easily achieved as peace with Iridu. The Oversector is self-sufficient while Iridu is not, and it has room for potential expansion into the unknown regions. It also possesses the Empire's most formidable military formation, Scourge Squadron, 24 Imperial-class Star Destroyers, led by the Executor-class Super Star Destroyer Reaper, Kaine's flagship. There was another rustle as the counselors adopted various frowns or sabbac faces. However, there is reason for hope. Grand Moff Kaine has assiduously avoided serious combat with our forces ever since the Battle of Endor, and declined to fully commit to Grand Admiral Thrawn's campaign 2 years ago. Our intelligence sources, the Smugglers Alliance, mostly, which still had extensive contacts in both the New Republic and the Empire, indicate that many of the businesses in the Oversector wish to restore their traditional trade relationships with worlds that are now part of a New Republic. Leia paused, letting her gaze track over each of the other counselors. Their skepticism was clear, especially among the non-humans. Is that all? Asked Leia, his tone dismissive. There is one other thing I find particularly curious, Leia replied. Grand Moff Kaine has adopted a practice unknown through the rest of the Empire. He has recruited non-humans to serve in the Oversector's military. Even Leia sat up straighter at that, his expression pursing with surprised curiosity. In what capacity? My understanding, and General Kraken can provide a more in-depth briefing on this at our leisure, is that some have even risen to the officer corps. They don't serve aboard the Oversector Star Destroyers, but they do serve as pilots and crew on smaller ships, especially the Oversector's home-built Enforcer-class cruisers. Interesting, Bell Iblis mused softly. They must have been desperately in need of crew for ISB to tolerate that. Leia nodded. The Oversector's military buildup faced the same problem that Thrawn did during the last campaign. They could build or acquire ships faster than they could train new crew. Kaine, thankfully, did not have access to clones. The shudder that went through the council chambers was one Leia fully sympathized with. However, there are two major problems which make the prospects for peace uncertain at best. She lifted a finger. First, Grand Moff Kaine has personal ties to the New Order. He helped create Comner, and in that capacity was one of the founders of ISB, which remains devoted to war against the New Republic at any cost. The terrorist attacks at Rendili after its independence were committed by ISB operatives, and ISB is far stronger within the Oversector than it was at Rendili. Shantev said something in Celestin. The esteemed counselor from Sullust would like to point out that the ISB attacks at Rendili killed nearly 15,000 people and destroyed two of Rendili Star Drive's major construction facilities, 3PO translated. And subsequent attempts at sabotage have been a major hindrance for the production of new warships. I know, Leia said heavily. But Kaine's ISB history may help us here. As one of his founders, he is one of the only people in the Empire who might be able to persuade ISB to seriously commit to peace with the New Republic. He did manage to convince them to accept non-human crew on some ships. I don't think so, Bell Iblis said skeptically. Kaine is well respected, but ISB is more likely to respond by calling him a traitor. Those personnel have been brainwashed for decades and they have power and wealth and prestige, even in a dying empire. That would all be lost under the terms of any peace deal we could accept. He shook his head. ISB will have to be destroyed, root and branch. If that is the case, Kaine's ISB history may also help us accomplish that as well, Leia pointed out. Who better to help us dismantle the Imperial Security Bureau than the man who helped create it? That assumes he's willing to participate. Carithor objected with an explosive, angry growl. The counselor from Kashyyyk objects to this entire discussion. Grand Moff Kaine has been complicit in the perpetuation of slavery in the Oversector, 3PO recited, doing his best imitation of an angry Wookiee's tone. Any peace with the Oversector will require the total dismantling of slavery, with mechanisms for observation and verification, Leia replied firmly. That is an unbreakable requirement, as it is with Eriadu. The big Wookiee shook his head furiously, grumbling as her droid continued translating. The counselor from Kashyyyk respectfully points out that even if Kaine is willing to accept that, the Oversector has many prominent businesses which rely on slavery as an integral part of their operations. For instance, the Amber Sun Mining Corporation relies on slaves for. Leia cut him off with a growl of her own. If we cannot assure the end of slavery and the repatriation of all Imperial-held slaves through negotiations, Counselor Carithor, we will assure it through war. The declaration stilled conversation as each member of the council considered that. Carithor offered a big, fame-bearing smile and crossed his enormous arms across his chest to make clear which of the two options he thought was more likely. You said there were two problems, Leia? Bell Iblis interjected smoothly. What is the second? Leia glanced at Winter, who offered her a subtle nod. The second threat to negotiations with the Oversector is the Inquisitorius. Leia leaned back in her chair, adopting confident body language in a way that she hoped the others wouldn't read as overcompensating, silently thankful that none of the other counselors were Force sensitives with a strong empathic sense. With the permission of General Kraken, I have invited an expert on the Inquisitorius to brief us on the threat. She pressed one of the buttons on the board in front of her. The computer responded with a brief, acknowledging hum. The man who walked into the room was extraordinarily tall, nearly 2 meters in height. Cam Salazar had hair as white as Winter's, and he wore the cream-colored tunic and homespun brown robes that Luke had recently adopted for the new Jedi Order, modeled after the holos of Obi-Wan Kenobi from the Clone Wars. His belt bore 2 sabers, his own on his right, while his father's lightsaber hung from his left side, closer to his heart. Most importantly, he had been an Inquisitor, captured and broken to the will of Darth Vader, and served it for decades before he had, with the patient, unrelenting aid of Luke Skywalker, finally put that history behind him. Not that the Provisional Council was likely to let it go quite that easily. Jedi Salazar, Leia greeted him. The brief, nervous flinch in his expression was matched by his Force sense. Thank you for agreeing to speak with us. Of course, Counselor, Cam responded with a bow of his head, his resonant voice filling the space. Leia knew better than to leave silence that might let the other counselors ask questions. You have agreed to brief us on the Inquisitorius and his role inside Grand Moff Kaine's over-sector, she prompted him. Yes, Cam said somewhat stiffly. His back was tight, his hands folded behind his back as his gaze swept over the counselors assembled at the circular table. Though I should start by pointing out that I have not been a member of the Inquisitorius since Endor, and the organization is not what it was while I was an Inquisitor. Of course. Kirither's gravelly growl overpowered Leia's voice, the interruption catching her off guard. The counselor from Kashyyyk wishes to know how a member of the Inquisitorius came to leave his service and become a Jedi, 3PO translated, putting as much of the Wookiee's aggressive tone into his own cadences as he could manage. Cam winced, the expression subtle but obvious to humans and aliens as practiced in the arts of politics as the ones in this room. My service to the Inquisitorius was compelled since childhood, he admitted. Recruits were picked for force ability and put through intensive trials to elicit responses that opened them to the dark side of the Force. The death of the Emperor and Vader at Endor offered me an opportunity to escape. How many Jedi did you kill? Bel Ibla's voice was cutting. That was the mandate of the Inquisitorius, after all. From your record, you were recruited by the Inquisitorius not long after Palpatine seized power. You served the Inquisitorius for nearly 2 decades. Bel Ibla's hand rapped lightly on the table, his eyes dark and intent as he watched Cam. Surely you killed some. Leia flinched. She had worried that the counselors might be aggressive in this meeting, and for more than one reason, but she had hoped Garm would be more conciliatory than Kirither or Leia. As much as she flinched, Cam's reaction was far more pronounced. He took a deep breath, his anguish obvious. Finally, after regaining his composure, he looked up to meet Bel Ibla's gaze. 5. The tension in the room grew thick. Leia took the opportunity to glance at the other counselors. Bel Ibla's, Leia, and Kirither's expressions were blank and unreadable. Mon Mothma's pained expression, heavy with mourning, was paired with a bitter hardness. Forgive us for being skeptical, Mon Mothma said slowly. But Counselor Kirither asks an excellent question. Yes, ma'am, Cam responded soberly. It is a difficult question for me to answer. He took another deep breath. The counselors led him. Many of the Inquisitors, including myself, were former Padawans. Others were members of the Jedi Agricultural Corps, Jedi who washed out of training before they became Padawans. A few were even knights. We were selected by Vader. He set us against one another, found ways to tempt us with the dark, to break us, or kill us, or have us kill one another. When we were broken, we all hated him, but hate is easily manipulated, misled, and redirected. Cam closed his eyes, his anguish deepening. I hated him. I wanted to kill him, to kill myself. He took my hatred and self-loathing and used it as a weapon against others. Used me as a weapon. Cam swallowed hard. If there is one thing I have learned, it is that self-loathing damages others as much as it damages one's own self. Be that as it may, Mon Mothma's voice was calm, but unforgiving. How are you different from the rest of the Inquisitors? Cam refused to look away. When I was given the chance to leave, I took it. The Inquisitors who remain with the Empire had that same chance to leave that I did. Cam paused, looking at each counselor slowly, saving his fullest attention for Bel Iblis and Carithra. They chose to stay. I should add, Leia put in, that Jedi Skywalker has vouched for Jedi Salazar. Are you a Jedi? Mon Mothma asked Cam, her voice cutting. Leia winced as Mon declined to even look at her. The fight between them about the independence of the Jedi Order from the Republic had never been entirely resolved. Jedi is a title that was given by the Masters of the Order to those they deemed worthy, Cam replied. There are no Masters now. Jedi Skywalker believes the title is important in that I am worthy of it, but I do not demand it. He shrugged his massive shoulders. Whether I am or am not worthy of it is the will of the Force, and best left to the judgment of others. Mon Mothma looked like she was about to sally forth with another round of questioning, but she was preempted by Bel Iblis. The rebellion was always willing to accept defectors and offer forgiveness, he said, and his tone was far more conciliatory than it had been. Next to him, Carithra was also more relaxed, his arms crossed but without the looming aggressiveness that the Wookiee could sometimes adopt. If Jedi Skywalker declares that you are a Jedi, then I for one am willing to accept his judgment. Leia glanced at Mon Mothma. The chief of state wasn't looking at Bel Iblis, but the firming of her lips and the targeted glare she was currently sending above Cam's head said it all. Leia felt her back tighten and sent Winter a quick look. Winter's returning expression bore the same tension that Leia felt. It wouldn't take a betting man to lay odds that the long-standing tension between Bel Iblis and Mon Mothma was going to come to a head sooner rather than later. Leia was saddened, if unsurprised, their slugging match had started so soon. If they keep this up, Leia grouched, I'm locking them in the closet with a bottle of Savarine brandy until they can get whatever it is out of their systems. Thank you for answering our questions, Mon Mothma said, her gracious tone belied by an evident frown. Please continue your briefing. Of course, Cam said, either oblivious to the tension or ignoring it. As I was saying, the Inquisitors who remain chose to remain. He glanced at Leia. There is much I could say, but I'll start with the bottom line. The men and women of the Inquisitorius are not Inquisitors because they are misled, or because they are trying to make the galaxy a better place in their own way. They are Inquisitors because they like it. They like the power, they like the prestige, they like the unfettered authority to inflict suffering. They are this way because they were broken, deliberately, by Vader, the Emperor, or by one another. He shook his head. Or perhaps they are who they always were, and the dark side merely revealed their true selves. I do not believe they can be saved. If the war with the Empire is to be ended, the remaining Inquisitors will be an obstacle not easily surmounted. Asterisk. When Mon Mothma finally gavelled out the council, Leia turned to Winter. The two women wore matching expressions of exhaustion, and Leia offered Winter a hand as her white-haired aide started to stand. Leia, Winter said, her tone frustrated and her glare sharp. I'm just pregnant. Leia grimaced, belatedly remembering how frustrating Han's constant worrying during her own pregnancy had been. At least he'd had the excuse of her being hunted by Imperial assassins and going on diplomatic missions to hostile worlds. Sorry, she said with a sigh. Winter smiled at her. It's all right. This is clearly revenge for how delicately I treated you. But given how you felt at this stage, you don't need to worry, Winter reassured her. I will anyway, Leia said dryly. I know, Winter agreed, rolling her eyes. You hide it well, but you worry about everything. Winter leaned in close, lowering her voice to a whisper. There's only one person in the New Republic who worries more than you, and that's Mon Mothma. Leia glanced over her shoulder, where the gray and former senator, current chief of state of the New Republic, was collecting her pads as she made her exit. She has a lot to carry on her shoulders. And she puts a lot of that weight on yours, Winter pointed out. That's not true, Leia said defensively. If I didn't take care of it, she'd work herself into a catatonic daze. Winter looked like she was about to respond, but her voice faded out as she saw something behind Leia. She nodded in that direction. Leia turned. Cam was approaching, his expression weary and uncertain, both his hands tugging awkwardly on the cream-colored robes he wore. "I hope I didn't make anything more difficult," he said wearily. "I didn't realize they were going to discuss my personal history." "You did fine," Leia assured him. "Some of the counselors are still unhappy with my brother's decision to keep the Jedi independent of the New Republic, and they took that frustration out on you. You handled it as well as he would have." Leia hooked her arm through Winter's, making the other woman roll her eyes, then headed towards the exit. Beyond it, she could feel Jacen and Jaina's presence, and Kyp's. "How is Kyp's training going?" Cam followed. He loomed over both women. He loomed over most humans, and most aliens unless they were Wookiees, but despite his size, he could sometimes have a quiet, almost unnoticeable presence. Leia had become better acquainted with him over the last month, since Luke had left Coruscant on an errand with Mara and Lando. In that time, Cam had taken the role of Kyp's instructor in the vagaries of the Force. Leia's too, when she had time for it, which wasn't often. "Acceptably," he said, with his typical terseness. He hesitated for a moment, then offered a tiny shrug of his shoulders. "He's a natural." Leia nodded, feeling Winter's presence beside her. The white-haired woman was carefully silent. Leia knew that she liked Kyp. If Luke and Cam were the boys' teachers about the Force, Winter had been his primary academic instructor, and Han his primary teacher about everything else. But Leia also knew that she worried about Kyp. "That makes it even more important for him to have structured training," she said, instead of voicing the thought. Cam nodded in agreement. "Yes." Leia waited for him to continue. When the silence stretched, she only barely managed to resist the urge to roll her eyes. She was a talker, Han was a talker, and Cam's terseness was already verging on unsettling. Either Luke would have to get him to loosen up, or she'd have to grow used to carrying that conversational weight as well. The brief hallway was one of multiple entrances from the meeting hall out into the public space. The furnishings were plaswood, with low benches on either side for people to sit or place personal items. On each end of the hall was a security door, and Leia, Winter, and Cam had to wait for the monitoring equipment to confirm their identities before it opened. They exited into the large waiting hall. Today it was mostly empty, but in the future it would likely be filled with observers, family, and newsies. 3PO tottered after them, the sounds of his mechanical gears unmistakable. "Do you want to come with me to see the twins and Kyp?" Leia asked Cam. While Kyp wasn't anything like Cam's apprentice, and they weren't nearly as close as Han and Kyp were, Cam had assumed a paternal role. The tall Jedi turned in the direction of Leia's family. "I do actually," Cam said, "but I have some things I need to attend to. Luke asked me to examine some of the materials we recovered from Vader's tower here on Coruscant." "All right," Leia agreed, wincing at the mention of Vader. "I'll see you soon, then." Cam nodded, then withdrew. Han was there, with her children and Kyp. Jacen was standing next to Ma Vecker, who had become the twins' primary bodyguard. The Nori watched both Jacen and their surroundings with an attentiveness that seemed excessive given the absence of people, but which Leia was grateful for nonetheless. Jacen saw her first, brightening and stumbling a bit. Ma Vecker offered him the barest hint of aid, almost imperceptible, and waved at her with the frantic excitement of a 2-year-old. "Mama." The excitement swiftly drew the attention of the others, and Leia separated herself from Winter to meet her twins in 2 awkward one-armed hugs. "Hey," she laughed, grinning at Han and Kyp as she grappled with the twins. "I wasn't gone for that long." "Too long," pouted Jacen. "Too long," chanted Jaina. "Too long," echoed their father. "You missed the apartment tour." "Oh, right," Leia said, blinking. She glanced at Winter, who shrugged. There didn't seem to be any way to escape for it. Leia grimaced. "True, but it would have been best for us all to have a chance to see it," she pointed out. "We're going to need more space than we have in the apartment in the Imperial Palace, especially with 3 babies running about." After Winter's wedding, there had been a brief discussion of her moving into a separate apartment, but ultimately they had decided that a single apartment with more space made more sense. I trust Han's judgment, Winter said calmly, her lip twitching with the faintest amusement. I'm going to remember you said that, Han said, and I'm going to remind you of it the next time you criticize my cooking. Don't worry, Han. I won't forget. Han rolled his eyes and gestured at Kyp. Go ahead, tell Leia and Winter about the apartment. He winked. It's perfect. It has a refrigeration unit with adjustable shelves, announced the Nori, the words and inflection utterly incongruous with the gnashing, inherently menacing sound of his voice. Luckily, Leia no longer found his voice disturbing to listen to, and it had never bothered Jacen or Jaina at all. Does it? Leia said dryly. And that surely was at the very top of our priority list. I had it put in the top 5, along with counter space and a proper burner unit, Han blustered. It was deemed important, Kyp confirmed. He didn't bother adding that the extensive security features were non-negotiable. For a Nori, that went without saying. Leia shared a silent look with Han. He beamed back unapologetically, and she slowly felt herself start to reluctantly grin at him. After a few hours in the council meeting, he knew exactly what she needed to feel good about the galaxy again. Leia, a new voice came from behind her, a familiar one. She turned as Garm Bel Iblis approached. Unlike all the other counselors, he walked alone without any aides or staff. Do you have a minute? She glanced at Han, whose resigned shrug suggested that she keep it to as few minutes as possible. Of course, Garm, she replied with a welcoming smile. Why don't you walk with us? I think we were about to catch a transport back to the palace. She gestured in the direction of the Skyhook's landing pads. What do you need? I was hoping to talk to you about the latest draft of the Concordat, he said, his tone serious. I have concerns about the degree of centralization implied by the draft document, and wanted to hear your insights from the latest rounds of negotiation. She sighed softly. It was, she suspected, a good thing Garm had not been able to join the council meeting until after the debate over the Concordat. The personal wrangling would likely have annoyed him more than it annoyed Leia. Unfortunately, the problem wasn't really interpersonal dynamics, but some deeply felt disagreements about how best to structure a new galactic government, and it really was a problem they had to solve. The provisional arrangements made no one happy. Not that the final version was likely to make anyone really happy either in the end, but with the Empire's power waning, it became more and more important to present the galaxy with the new arrangements for consideration and ification. Of course, Garm, she repeated. Why don't you come by the apartment tomorrow? In the morning, after breakfast. I can't get you up to date on the current state of affairs. In the meantime, she gestured at all the people surrounding her family. Have you met everyone here? Garm hesitated again, and she could feel his uncertainty. I believe I've met everyone but the young man next to your husband, he finally said, nodding at Kyp. Kyp's sudden spate of nervousness matched Garm's. A lonely old man who has spent a lifetime doing his duty, and a lonely young man looking for a place in the world, she thought. That's Kyp Durron, Han said gruffly, and Leia's heart swelled at her husband's obvious protectiveness. He's part of the family. The elder Corellian's eyebrows rose. Your side of the family. Han lowered his brows slightly and crossed his arms. Yeah, you could say that. The crash of emotion that washed over Kyp hit Leia like a tidal wave. Kyp's family was killed by the Empire, Leia said, steadying herself. It didn't seem like a good time or place to discuss Kyp's full history, and his Force abilities were something they definitely wanted to keep a secret. So he's staying with us. I see, Garm said, giving Kyp a longer look. Counselor Bel Iblis has spent the last 3 decades fighting the Empire, Leia told Kyp. He created his own military and helped found the Rebel Alliance. He's been one of the most important figures in the war against it. The words had the desired effect. Kyp straightened. I want to fight the Empire too, Kyp said, and Leia could hear the quiet sincerity, the fervor in his voice that she had heard in so many voices over the years. All the young humans and non-humans who had joined the cause. All the fervor of youth and purpose. All the med-bays she'd visited over the years. All the premature gray hairs and worry lines. Well, Garm's voice had the same dark, slightly gravelly quality that it always did. "Can you keep a secret?" he asked, beckoning Kyp over. Kyp leaned in with a suspicious cast of face. Garm's voice was conspiratorial now. "Did you see that big ship?" He pointed at Lusankya in the distance. "I saw it," Kyp answered. Leia turned her own attention on Lusankya, the dagger shape looming in the distance, the enormous red New Republic seal painted on the hull visible even from here. "Keep an eye on your news feeds. The people I left in charge of her are going to go after the Empire, and it won't be easy, and it won't be pretty, but I have faith that they'll give the imps the thrashing they deserve." Kyp's sudden, eager smile wilted as Han glared at Garm. "The military is not for everyone. Lots of discipline, early mornings," Han interjected sourly. "Kyp prefers to sleep in." Garm pivoted back to Han almost apologetically. "That's true. And the food is truly terrible." Leia blinked slowly, trapped in a stretched-out moment of time. All she could see were fields of grave markers stretching out into the endless distance. Chapter 4. Can this thing go any faster? The streamlined, stolen airspeeder sweet scenic careened through the cloud-puffed skies of Bespin, engines howling, jinking through minute course changes. It needed all of that speed, because its opponents were in hot pursuit. Despite the dangers its pilot, the Jedi Knight Luke Skywalker, was unable to restrain a face-splitting grin. For the once farm boy from Tatooine, there were few parts of his life more enjoyable than sitting in a flimsy shell wrapped around an overbuilt engine, especially one that had been tweaked to just under unsafe running tolerances. When he'd been a teenager, bored and lonely, and craving excitement that would never be found maintaining vaporators, he'd saved all the credits he could and purchased a T-16 Skyhopper. He'd then turned the Flying Tin into the closest he could get to a racing airspeeder, and pushed his limits doing all kinds of dangerous things that probably should have gotten him killed 5 times over. Force, it had been fun. "You know, I think you're the only person aside from Han or Wedge to ever ask me that," Luke remarked when he had enough attention to spare. "The last time I took Fixer for a ride in my Skyhopper, he told me, 'You're going to kill us both?'" To be fair, Luke thought, he had been doing something incredibly reckless at the time. But on the other hand, he lost his primary flight stabilizer and still managed to shave 5 seconds off his best time and land the Skyhopper mostly in one piece. "You're going to kill us both," Mara said laconically, her attention barely on his flying. She had an electroscope in one hand and was holding an advanced datapad in the other, peering back at their pursuit in the enormous, sloping shape of Cloud City. With a frown, she turned to face forward, putting the scope down and turning her attention to the datapad. Luke kept grinning. After all, the only part of his life better than flying was sitting in the flight engineer's seat as serenely as though she was on her morning commute in a droid-driven autotaxi. Mara looked back over her shoulder again, then checked the flight controls on her side of the airspeeder. "If we're not careful, we're going to win," she pointed out. "Might want to lose some time around the next turn." Unlike Luke, she had a mission for this flight that went beyond following the assigned route with, almost, as much speed as possible. The Baron Administrator's Cup Open was certainly a lot of fun, but hardly the reason they'd come to Bespin. Despite her focus, despite the way her much more advanced than it appeared to be electroscopes surreptitiously tracked over the floating garrison that served as the Empire's headquarters on Bespin, their bond in the Force, not to mention the gleam in her eyes, made it plain that Mara was thoroughly enjoying herself. His heart thudded in his chest as she turned towards him. Her hair was not as usual red gold, nor were her eyes their usual green, but that grin was all Mara. "Why is winning a bad idea again?" he asked, even as he used a tight turn on the race route as an excuse to reduce his speed. With the airspeeder's pace slowed to something that was no strain at all for a pilot of Luke's skill and Force instincts, Mara clearly felt it was now safe to take small liberties. She leaned towards him, her voice shifting from purely professional to a playfully husky that Luke was never going to get used to. "Because if we win, not even that red hair of yours is going to be enough to keep you from being recognized." She tilted her head and just watched him as he guided the airspeeder down one of the long, straight stretches, and Luke's cheeks flushed hot under her regard. Through the Force, Luke could feel her silent, amused gloating at having provoked him so easily, but sadly they both still had to pay some attention to the mission. She checked the datapad again. Third marker, coming up port, at 30 degrees off center. You know, Luke said absently as he threaded the speeder through the turn while icing out an adversary, your current blonde makes you look like you and Tycho could be siblings. The last time they'd been together before the trip to Bespin had been Tycho and Winter's wedding. Luke had coaxed Mara into sitting next to him, and they'd even managed to make it through the celebrations afterwards without any fatalities among the rogues and ex-rogues. Then they'd been apart for the better part of a month, with Care and Ela pulling Mara off on a jaunt around the Outer Rim while Luke and Cam worked to establish the new Jedi Order. When Mara had come back, in need of a partner with piloting skills for a trip to the city in the clouds, he had jumped at the opportunity. He'd been most eager to replace all the old memories of Cloud City with new ones, and with Mara dutifully recording every bit of data that her reconnaissance equipment could pull off of the Imperial Sky Fortress, Luke couldn't think of a single place in the entire galaxy he'd rather be. Mara briefly looked up from the datapad, which also connected to a myriad of concealed electronic warfare gear and scanners. Her temporarily blonde hair was drawn back into a loose ponytail instead of her usual braid. That would make Winter my sister-in-law. She's better at intelligence gathering than me, and would be deadly armed with any of the decorative items at her wedding. I approve. She gestured ahead. Fourth marker. Slow down a bit, I want to get a good impression of the Sky Fortress while we have the best view. Luke throttled back gently, the vibrations of sweet Cena beneath them growing louder for a moment as the airspeeder's heavily modified engine adjusted to the shift. Although it bore an obnoxious orange and green checkmark pattern over a gloss-white hull, and was marred by the holotabs of numerous corporate sponsors, Sweet Cena's aerodynamics were impeccable and the engine ran as fast as if it had been stolen hot off a rich dilettante's landing pad. Which wasn't that far from the truth. The racing duo of Biter Ibelic and Cena Nefer did business in the corporate sector and throughout Imperial-held and neutral territory. More importantly, Ibelic and Nefer were both natives of Eridu, and like most upper-crust members of Iridan society, they employed labor they had purchased at market. Ibelic and Nefer were also at present frozen in carbonite in the hold of their own ship while in RS slicers, and some of Card's people went meticulously through their books, page by excruciating page, drawing out whatever information they could about the galactic slave trade. When the mission was over, Ibelic and Nefer would be drugged, doused in very expensive alcohol, and then dropped in their suite on Eddie IV. They would find what had been a profitable racing and customization company in tatters, stripped of free labor, and open to some very nasty audits. For a Jedi of old, this was treading on dangerous ground. For the son of a slave and the nephew of freeborn farmers occasionally hassled by Hutt slave catchers, whose uncle had trained him to lispingly direct Jabba's goons off into Tusken territory, are too close to crate burrows. This was mercy. But all of that aside, the arrest of Ibelic and Nefer had presented an entirely unrelated opportunity, because they had been scheduled to compete in the Baron Administrator's Cup Open. It was serendipity that they looked enough like us. Mara had her electroscope out, directing it at the massive Sky Fortress. It was distinctly Imperial, hovering in a slightly higher orbit than Cloud City did. Luke spared it a glance. TIE interceptors were doing a patrol, keeping the racers too far away from most electronic espionage equipment to get good scans. It was a reasonable precaution. But, Luke thought with a swell of pride and affection, a mere reasonable precaution was never enough to stop Mara. He let the speeder drift slightly, not enough to draw the ire of the TIEs, but enough to let Mara's scope work until he heard her confirmation that they had what they needed. Got it, Mara said, retracting the scope. It was only the Force that saved them from disaster. Luke hammered the throttle and jerked the flight controls hard to port. A knife-like airspeeder, painted with a jagged mixture of red and yellow lines, whizzed past, cutting much too close. The airspeeder's engines roared, deafening for the brief moments it had cut within bare meters of Sweet Cena, the sudden turbulence rocking Luke and Mara with uncomfortable violence. Luke cursed under his breath and pushed the throttle back to maximum. Jedi business was Jedi business, and this was also a favor for friends, but this was also a race. Racing was serious business. For him, throwing a race was like Lando cheating at Sabak. If the other Khan wasn't using a skifter themselves, that was. If Mara noted a sudden burst of competitive ire, she didn't mention it. She also didn't seem even slightly fazed by their near-death experience. Fifth marker, vertical at 0.5. Flare the attitude jets as we pass. We want to see what kind of threat detection the tower has. Of all the things they needed to scout, the tower was both the most important and the least exposed. As they continued the circuit around the settled areas of Bespin, with the clouds billowing white all around with the horizon gleaming in the distance beyond, they also came almost dangerously close to the massive dome-like shape of Cloud City. The last leg of the race did this deliberately, ensuring that the gamblers who were betting on the contest got a good look at the racers during the final stretch. This also meant Luke and Mara got a good look at the buildings that topped Cloud City, most importantly the structure that had become Cloud City's Imperial HQ. Luke wrenched the yoke back and cranked the throttle. He glanced over at Mara. This was, without a doubt, the most dangerous thing they had planned, and it was important to get the timing exactly right. "Ready," he said. Mara traced her finger over her controls and activated Sweet Cena's targeting scanners. They weren't carrying any weapons, but the flicker would certainly be noticed by the local Imperial garrison, assuming they were even marginally competent, and gave their small craft the sensor signature of possible guided ordnance. Quad laser turrets and turbolaser batteries on the defense platform instantly swung around to cover the sky around Sweet Cena, and with them came the steady thrum of Luke's danger sense. Mara, who clearly felt it too, deactivated the targeting scanners just as they were hit by an automatic IF confirmation query, demanding that Sweet Cena confirm its identification. Sweet Cena's IF beacon responded instantly, confirming for the Imperials that they were, in fact, a racing airspeeder currently engaged in one of the more famous airspeeder contests in this part of space, and the turrets went dormant again. With a sigh of relief, Luke swept the throttle back to full and dipped lower, engine thrumming, just in time to scream past the primary observation lounge and the enormous crowd of invested gamblers. Mara tapped at her datapad. "So their threat detection is good." He could hear the frown in her voice. It would be bad press to blow away some famous racers. Besides, the flicker on our systems was so fast, they probably assumed it was a glitch. "Did you get the full specs?" "I'm not sure. We'll go through all the data after we're on the ground." 6 marker up in 20 seconds, down 15 degrees, left 30. They were coming up on the final stretch, and Luke was incredibly tempted to push the airspeeder to his limits. It could take it. Luke could feel the speed still waiting to be unleashed, and Luke pushed a bit harder. But not as hard as he could. Mara was right, of course. Winning the race would draw them unwanted attention. They'd have to stand on the podium and accept the cut from the current stooge the Empire had installed as Baron Administrator, the focus of all the newsies, and as good as their disguises were, someone would notice that he wasn't Biter Ibelic. But he'd be damned if they didn't at least come in second. Asterisk. The final landing of Sweet Cena was at her assigned landing pad at Racers Row. Like the other not winners, each of the racing airspeeders settled to the elevated, circular landing pads with a certain reluctance, as if unsatisfied with their placement. "We could have won," Luke said, allowing himself just a hint of adolescent petulance. Mara, still in character, smacked his arm lightly. "No self-pity in my presence," she scolded him. "If we'd been trying to win, of course we would have won." Luke sighed indulgently. "The favors we do for friends," he lamented. "But I know Lando appreciates it, and I'm sure he made a hefty sum betting against us. Not that he'd ever admit it. Shame there isn't a second-place pot for this race. Maybe after we..." His voice cawed as Mara leaned over the narrow gap between the 2 bucket seats and covered his mouth with her own. His arms snaked around her as he shifted his body to make the awkward embrace just a little less awkward. "I missed you?" Luke had no idea with which of them that thought had originated, but he could tell they both felt it fervently. There was still a dazed disbelief whenever they came together like this, like neither of them could really believe it was real. How could what had started on Mirkor have become this kind of gentle, shared intimacy? They hadn't even had a major fight yet. While the other pilots gave the traditional losers interview, lamenting lost chances, and offering meaningless platitudes about lessons learned, Luke and Mara took the opportunity to just be together. It was convenient, Luke mused in the corner of his mind that was still worried about such things, that Biter and Cena were notorious for ending races this way. "Good job," said Ila Wessery as Mara walked in. The cargo hold of tempered metal was large, doubling as an in-flight launch bay for a snub fighter. Luke's X-Wing sat in the middle of the painted landing lines, right where Mara had kept her Z-95 while she had been Emperor's hand. Briefly, she glanced over, with insouciant satisfaction, at the rogue squadron red adorning the battered snub fighter, and pictured Palpatine's furious expression. Tempered metal had been commissioned from the Gallifrey yards as L6000H 82688, an ISB infiltration and recon vessel. The Emperor's hand had co-opted the vessel as one of her numerous transportation options. Since Inara had given it back to her, Mara had spent a fair number of hours debating whether or not to keep it. On the one hand, it brought back memories of the years she served Palpatine, memories Mara did not enjoy reliving. On the other hand, it was a fast, deceptively dangerous ship with ample cargo capacity and could be operated with a minimal crew. And it had space for Luke's X-Wing. But I have to point out, Ila continued, pursing her lips. Biter and Cena usually only kiss once at the end of a race. As I estimate it, you and Luke kissed at least. Mara threw her obnoxiously Slogane jacket at Ila. It landed on Ila's head, and Mara smirked as the Corellian intelligence operative disentangled it with a deft sweep of her left hand. "Any other questions?" Mara asked sardonically. Ila chuckled, folding the jacket over her arm. "I'll just put this in the coat closet," she said primly. "And yes, actually, did we get it all?" "I think so, but we'll need to go through all the information on the way back to Coruscant," Mara replied. "I'm sure we got a good peek at the Sky Fortress and the tower, which were the two main targets, but I'm a bit less sure about the readings on the two Karak-class cruisers they have on patrol. And they had ties on Kyp for the race, so I can confirm that the Sky Fortress has at least one squadron of TIE interceptors." She shook her head. "I'm sure General Antilles." Ila lifted an eyebrow at her, silently correcting, and Mara allowed her friend the victory sure Wedge can take Bespin with the fleet he's been given. "But we'll also need to make sure the Empire can't burn off the Tabana gas reserves or destroy Cloud City, like they did to those shipyards at Rendili." The thought of stealing Bespin out from under the Empire had many members of the Smugglers' Alliance salivating. Not only would it be a serious blow to the Imperial war machine, which relied on Bespin's Tabana gas more and more as its territory shrank, but it also would be a lucrative new trade good. "Right," Ila agreed with a nod. "It's not an easy job." They walked together towards the front of Tempered Metal's cargo hold, where the primary entry ramp was located. Ila stopped and pulled open one of the docking bay's stowage areas that had become an ad hoc cloakroom, depositing Mara's jacket unceremoniously on a hanger. Then they took one of the two symmetrical spiral staircases that went up to the ship's passenger deck along the interior of the ship's blunt, rounded nose. "So we don't want to do any additional recon while we're here." The staircase led them directly to the Tempered Metals bridge. R2-D2 whistled a cheerful greeting from his preferred spot, which was next to the chair that Luke usually occupied. At the helm, Mara's pilot droid, Slips, twittered his own deeper greeting. The two droids had initially been wary of one another, but eventually they'd come to an agreeable detente with Slips asserting authority over the helm, but still allowing R2 to interface directly with the Tempered Metal's main computer. "All clear," Mara told the droids. "Your master will be along in a few minutes," she told R2. "He's having a chat with Lando." She led Ila through the bridge and into the lounge behind, which Mara had turned into a workspace for herself and Ila, as well as a galley, recreation, and dining space. "I don't think so," she finally answered Ila's question. "Biter and Cena aren't known for sticking around after a race, and the longer we're here the higher chance someone who actually knows them tries to say hello." Better to put some distance between us and Bespin before anyone starts asking questions. She stopped near the computer system, which lined the port bulkhead, placing the datapad carrying all the precious intelligence down next to it. With a few quick taps on the computer, she instructed it to download all the information and begin sorting it for human analysis. No time for a romantic dinner with Luke at one of the luxury bistros. Mara's lips twitched into a brief smile. Luke had asked the same question. They hadn't told anyone they were together. Luke swore he hadn't, but despite the attempt at subterfuge, their friends and family had figured it out in a matter of days and stopped bothering to pretend they didn't know after about 6 weeks of polite pretense. She couldn't even blame it on Luke's incredible lack of subtlety. Caird had figured it out in a matter of hours, and either he'd told the rest of Wildcare's crew or they figured it out themselves. Such information was gold among smugglers, worth a sabak pot or a favor, which was why Alves had dared to tease her about it the last time she'd seen him. No, she said, surprising herself with a swell of longing. She silently admitted to herself that she would enjoy a romantic dinner with Luke. She looked around the interior of tempered metal, remembering briefings with Caitho and communications with Palpatine, plotting and planning, coming up with the ideal plan to eliminate a threat to the Empire or force a hidden threat to expose itself. And instead of ruminating on those memories, she thought instead about dinner with Luke. A wide-open transparent steel window, billowing clouds beyond, and the endless blue-orange sky gleaming with twilight. A decadently expensive meal, taking a scenic walk and holding hands. And with that, she had put another unpleasant memory to rest. For the time being, at least. Maybe next time, Ela asked. After Wedge comes in here and kicks the Empire out, we can't have a proper double date. Mara could not think of anything as unlikely as the Emperor's hand going on a date, let alone a double date. Instinctively, internally, she recoiled from the idea. Her romantic fantasy had been of her and Luke together alone. Somewhere, not too far from the ship, Luke felt her moment of consternation. His mind reached out to hers, as if interlacing their fingers together. A reassurance and encouragement. Maybe Mara found herself saying, "Sure." Asterisk. Lando's disguise wasn't as elaborate as Luke and Mara's had been, but he spent the entirety of the trip to Bespin hidden away aboard the tempered metal, acting as the mission coordinator. His knowledge of Cloud City was unmatched, and his wide range of skills made him a surprisingly good handler. He was standing on the landing pad, staring out at Cloud City. "I want it in a sabak pot," Lando said as Luke came to stand beside him. The city gleamed brilliantly, white and clean, but now Luke could see scuffs, slime, and grime, visual clues to how the Imperial depredations had degraded it in the years since his first, tragic visit to Bespin. "What I was a pawn, you know." Luke hadn't heard the story. A pawn? Yeah, Lando laughed softly. The local laborers fronted me most of the entry fee. They wanted to get out from under the previous Baron Administrator. He shook his head. "I wasn't you," I said. "That sounds like high praise, coming from them." Lando hummed noncommittally. He said nothing more. A few of Cloud City's cloud cars flitted distantly around the structure, the evening lights illuminating as the sun set. And maybe it was. I took it to heart. He held up his hand, flashing Luke one of his famous grins. "Don't get me wrong. I made a fortune as Baron Administrator, but I didn't make nearly as much as my predecessors." His smile faded. When Vader arrived, well, he sighed, still looking pained despite all the years since. "You want it back? The Baron Administrator job?" "Yeah," Lando agreed softly. "I really do. I was happy here, and I felt like I could do the right thing and have it benefit everyone, myself included. The galaxy doesn't always work like that." He shook his head. "Let's be plain. The galaxy almost never works like that." "Maybe if more people believed it could work like that, it would," Luke suggested. Lando laughed and slapped Luke's back. "Luke, Has anyone ever told you that you're a relentless optimist? Mara, rolling her eyes. Yes, Luke said with a laugh. Well, it's true, Lando confirmed. He took one last look at the city. Come on. I love this place, but not so much that I want to be locked up here. Besides, if we leave preparing dinner to the lovely ladies, the only thing we'll have to eat tonight is rishcate and ration bars. Lando turned the generously oiled onion arcs in the galley's largest skillet. He was deeply appreciative of the numerous amenities offered by tempered metal. He'd used the trip from Coruscant to Bespin to get accustomed to the ship, complaining, mildly, that the galley wasn't as large or luxurious as the one on Lady Luck. Next, he had playfully teased Luke and Mara for taking the only good room, and had made much of the Spartan nature of the crew's quarters and what the pallet had done to his back. Meanwhile, Ela drooled over the sheer possibility of the extra cargo space, the concealed weapons, and finely tuned bigger engines paired with thicker armor and heavier shields. All three of them and R2 had caught her cast in evaluative glances at the X-wing stored inside the capacious hangar. The galley took up the starboard side of the large open area that was both lounge and workspace, with a large circular table with chairs arranged around it, the holoprojector in the center. That holoprojector fuzzed, flickering from silent as back to a pan shot across an enthusiastic studio audience. The rich scent of the frying bulb segments paired with appealing herbs wafted through the ship. Ela noticed first, turning her head in their direction. Mara was too invested in reviewing their intelligence to notice. R2-D2 worked next to her, helping her sort through it all and whistling when he found something interesting. Luke stopped mincing herbs and retrieved the controller, canceling the mute function just as the camera centered on the bubbly Russian Twi'lek host Naldizel as she beamed her dazzling smile. Welcome back to the budding experts in clothing and first-time fashionistas. It's time to drape. This, Kyp. Our first contestants are. Mara groaned without looking up. And this is who the rebellion chose to promote to general, she muttered under her breath, glaring at Lando. Wes Jansen has a lot to answer for. She had a point, Luke thought. Wes had been one of chief cheerleaders for Drake this Kyp and other similar HoloNet programs. He hadn't been the only one, though, and for a brief moment Luke paused in his chopping as he thought about Wes, Dak, and Cinder Tar Heel clustered around a tiny holoprojector in a frigid lounge on Hoth, laughing and placing bets just days before the Imperial attack on the base. New episodes had been smuggled in with as much anticipation as rations and munitions. I think Toll fans got this one in the bag, Ela said brightly, gesturing at the tallest contestant with her bottle of Lamin ale. The contrast of the sleek Irudian velvet with her tufted fur really helps bring out all four of her eyes. Mara's head whipped around, her normally composed features marred by a haze of confusion spiced with hints of bitter betrayal. How do you know about this holoprogram? What do you think we listen to on stakeouts? Smashball. Ela rolled her eyes. No. If Corrin had so much as touched the channel control, Gil would have taken a finger with his backup stiletto. Not to mention that occasionally the flash drama between the contestants and host offered perspective on our cases. She offered a wry grin. It is a Corellian program, after all. Besides, Lando said, with a very saturnine smile, Naldizel has quite the eye. The Kyp makes the man after all. Choose a bad Kyp, and your con may stall before you even cross the threshold. He tipped Mara an acknowledging nod. You were at Jabba's, what did you think about that Jedi hood Luke wore in? I helped him pick it out, going for this air of stylish, mysterious, with a delectable hint of danger. Mara arched a single eyebrow while considering her response. It certainly made him look competent and dangerous. Far more serene than I expected, right up until he got dropped in the rancor pit. Luke winced and sent Mara an amused look. I should have been paying more attention to where I had my footing, he conceded. The onion had stopped sizzling and began to brown. Lando stepped out of the way, gesturing to Luke. Luke quickly swept all the chopped vegetables into the skillet, added some frozen poultry sections, and then retreated as Lando added spices and started stirring it all together. A new mixture of fragrant scents immediately flooded the room as the orza grains hissed away merrily in a small pot on a side burner. That task done, Luke offered Mara a grin. So did we get everything we needed? Ela stepped next to the holoprojector and remuted the game show, just as the Talls was about to face the panel of judges. I think so, she replied. The Sky Fortress is very well armed and armored, but is inherently vulnerable to an assault from orbit. The bigger problem will be the tower and the Imperial force on Cloud City itself. Boarding the station and recapturing it before they can sabotage it will be hard. Lando let the meal sizzle for a moment. That's why we made contact with the locals, he pointed out. The resistance force on Bespin is small but can be mobilized to action. They might be able to act if they have support. He sighed. But no matter what we do, it's not going to be easy. Wedge will come up with something, Luke said confidently. He always does. Mara's quarters of board-tempered metal served a number of purposes. It was, of course, where she slept. It also had an ample armory, mostly complete from when she had been Emperor's Hand, with a large selection of blaster pistols and rifles, armor, and other items. Luke knew that she was thankful to have gotten all of it back, after General Kraken and New Republic intelligence had been satisfied with their analysis. It still bothered her sometimes. Luke could see the times her eyes were haunted by the memories that came with the armor, the blasters, the empty spot on the wall where her lightsaber had been kept, but those moments had grown more infrequent as the months had passed. After she had saved his life and, more importantly, saved him from desk-bound boredom, General Madine had also sent her a gift basket full of some top-of-the-line hidden trackers, spoofers, and other hidden gadgets probably stolen from Kraken. Mara had thought that was sweet. Some girls like flowers, some like chocolate, and some like lockpicks and illegal disruptors disguised as hairdryers and hydrospanners, Luke thought wryly. While she had been the Emperor's Hand, this room had also been her operations area. There were shelves with books and datapads and a number of miscellaneous items, most of which were relics of one successful mission or another, and a computer terminal and holoprojector well suited for researching and planning out covert operations. After the Smugglers Alliance began working with NRI, Mara and Ela had turned the central lounge space into their planning area instead, which had left quite a bit of extra empty space. That space became his. Not officially, of course. Mara had never sat down and told him that it was his, but it was his all the same. The closet where he kept his new Jedi robes, the cream and brown he'd seen in old holos of Obi-Wan Kenobi that he and Cam had decided were proper for Jedi, and his more casual clothes. Mara was most comfortable here, and had even given up her apartment on Coruscant in favor of just sleeping aboard her ship, although when she had the chance she stayed with him in his apartment in the Imperial Palace. Luke sat on the edge of their bed. She was asleep. The temporary blonde hair dye had largely been washed out, creating a mix of pale yellow and red gold that evoked a Tatooine sunset split over her pillow. Mara was a remarkably still sleeper, except during nightmares, and she wasn't having one at the moment. Content. He gently stroked his finger over her cheek, then slid into the bed next to her. She stirred, not waking, but he could tell that even asleep she recognized his presence. Otherwise her normal vigilance would have instantly brought her back upright, likely with the blaster in hand. Instead, a hint of a smile curled her lips, and Luke's heart melted all over again. She moved, an uncharacteristic shift, and her hand rested on his chest, fingers grasping gently. "Good night, Mara," he murmured, resting his hand over hers. He silently suspected that when they got back to Coruscant, these calm moments wouldn't last beyond hitting atmosphere, and he resolved to make the most of the ones they had for as long as they could. Asterisk. The twin suns of Tatooine hadn't come over the horizon yet, and the sky was full of stars. Luke could hear the sound of Owen puttering in the kitchen, preparing the morning legme. The cool drink gave energy and spirit, both necessary for moisture farmers facing the morning suns. Luke collected the tools for vaporator repair, before instructing his droid Treadwell to go communicate with the machines and see which ones weren't operating at peak efficiency, so they could set their morning priority. When the droid had moved away, Luke leaned back and peered up at the sky. It was so clear it was like they were flying through space. Luke could almost feel the planet moving underneath him, traveling at astonishing speed. But the stars were distant and still out of reach. He futzed with his macrobinoculars, trying to draw them nearer, imagining what the worlds that went around them were like. He'd read about a world of water, but found he couldn't even imagine it. How would it not just fall apart? The sounds from the kitchen faded, and the light went out. Owen emerged with two tall, clear glasses of legme, and handed Luke one. Drink it slowly, Owen cautioned, looking somehow younger than Luke remembered him. Owen noticed the macro binoculars, and his expression twitched with resignation and fondness. Looking at the stars again. Luke nodded. He sipped the drink, feeling the way it relieved tension, provided focus. Sometimes, on the best mornings, Treadwell would come back and tell them that the vaporators were working at peak efficiency already, and they would just sit and watch the stars, or go for a ride in Owen's speeder. As if on cue, Treadwell returned, offering a few of his low, deep beeps, the ones that Luke hoped for, every morning. "It seems we have some free time today," Owen commented. "Want to go for a ride?" The Lars family speeder was a staid, reliable vehicle probably older than Owen. It almost never broke down, and when it did, it usually needed only simple fixes. The cool, pre-dawn Tatooine air cosseted them both as they swept by some of the more distant vaporators that belonged to the farm. They traveled farther out than they ever had before, and despite the sense of adventure, there was a growing knot in Luke's heart that he wouldn't be able to find his way home. The morning darkness seemed to grow deeper, as if stalking them on a hunt. His uncle must have noticed Luke's growing unease. Owen brought the land speeder to a stop and swept his arm up to point at the stars. "See that one, Luke?" Owen pointed out a trail of stars, 2 rows deep, that somehow Luke had never noticed before. "That's the dragon. Follow its back, down 2 dorsal ridges and see the tail. Keep it forward, as you walk with the bantha herd to your right, and you'll always find your way home. Let me show you." They pointed the speeder's nose at the dragon's tail. The ridges of Tatooine passed on either side of them, seeming to part to grant them passage. Darkness lightened into dawn, and the twin suns of Tatooine rose behind them, casting the world in brilliant red-gold light. When Luke woke, he was home. Chapter 5. Kyp did not want to meditate. The solo residence in the Imperial Palace was not enormous by the standards of some beings on Coruscant, but it was not small either. It had 4 bedrooms, all of which were occupied by one member of the extended family or another, a kitchen, a large dining and leisure space, a few utility closets, and Leia's office. Kyp was in the leisure space, sitting near the large windows overlooking the city, as Han finished cleaning up from breakfast. Chewbacca was elsewhere, likely working on the Falcon in preparation for a trip back to Kashyyyk. Jacen was ambling around after his father. Jaina was playing with the toy droid that had become her favorite. She had a tendency to take it apart and then cry when she couldn't figure out how to put it back together again. Kyp stood up and circled the room. A stack of datapads were on a bench against the wall, along with a few flimsy-bound tomes. That was Kip's homework, assigned by Winter. Kyp didn't resent it, exactly, but he'd still rather have gone with Chewie to help the Wookiee work on the Falcon. The meditation was his homework assigned by Luke and Cam. He liked them. If he found Cam a bit standoffish, Cam was the kind of person who, had he been sentenced to the spice mines, would have claimed his corner and not let anyone approach that corner for the duration of his stay. And Kyp found Jedi training about the Force far or interesting, perhaps because he found it less difficult than Winter's endless lessons about galactic history, the basic language, mathematics, although Chewie had convinced Kyp he would need it for space travel, so Kyp put in a real effort, and the rest of his essay. "Horses?" There was a door chime. "Hey kid," Han called from the kitchen. Jacen poked his head out the side of the door frame, peering at the front door, and Jaina momentarily stopped her dismantling of her toy droid to look up as well. "Get the door, will you? That'll be Bell Iblis." "Sure," Kyp called back, already in motion. He nearly stumbled as Maveker seemed to appear from nowhere just behind him, standing attentively near the door, just in case whoever was beyond it was a threat, Kyp supposed. How do you do that? Kyp scowled. Practice, the Nori growled, embellishing his guttural basic with harsh consonants. Kyp frowned at him and opened the door. Garm Bel Iblis was as tall as Kyp. Neither of them were quite as tall as Han Solo, and neither reached the gargantuan heights of Cam Salazar, but Bel Iblis' eyes were level with Kyp's as the door opened. Master Durron, the tall Corellian greeted him. I take it the counselor and her husband are distracted at the moment. Han is in the kitchen, Kyp replied, taking a step back to allow Bel Iblis to enter the room. From the kitchen there was a sound of Jacyn's babbling while Han dealt with domestic chores. Jaina popped her head over the couch. Unkagam. Next to her was her toy droid, now dismantled into its component parts, and Kyp wondered if this time she would succeed in putting it back together on her own, or if Chewbacca would find his way back to the apartment to help her reassemble it. Well, hello there, Miss Jaina. Bel Iblis greeted the brown-haired toddler with a smile. Jaina grinned back, holding up the head of her dismantled droid. Droid. Bel Iblis' expression flickered with something undefinable, but Kyp had an advantage he was still learning to use. The sudden wave of sorrow that crashed over the Corellian senator was enough to almost make Kyp's knees buckle. Jaina seemed to note it too, her tiny expression scrunching in dismay. Bel Iblis' eyes widened in understanding, and he immediately stepped past Kyp. He took Jaina's small hand in his, offering her a reassuring touch, then helping her fit the droid's dome back atop his tiny, pretend brain. Ta-ta, said Jaina, having easily moved past the moment. She fell down on the couch and went about trying to put the other pieces together with a studious look on her face. I'm sorry, Bel Iblis murmured to Kyp now that Jaina was settled. I didn't mean for you to. His voice trailed off, and he offered a slight shrug. I'm not used to being among Force sensitives again. It must be an odd experience, having so many together in the same space. You get good at shielding your feelings, Kyp said. Jacyn and Jaina pick up on intense emotions quickly. He watched Bel Iblis curiously, thinking about things his newfound family had said. He tried some of the unfamiliar words, flashes of memory of his own parents and how they taught him to treat others. Words which would have been utterly alien were he still on Kessel. Are you all right? Bel Iblis sighed softly. Just an unexpected memory, that's all, he replied. He offered Kyp a sad smile. The Empire took my family from me, too, he explained. But Bel Iblis, Kyp realized, had taken that pain and turned it into purpose and refused to linger over it. But that's why it's important we keep moving forward. This thing that Han and Leia have built, a marriage, children, family, is as precious as spun ember glass and just as fragile sometimes. He shook himself from his reverie. I take it Counselor Organa is in her office. Kyp nodded. With Winter and 3PO. He passed a happy Jaina still putting legs back on her droid and knocked on the door to Leia's personal workspace. Leia, he called, still not entirely comfortable using her first name but just as uncomfortable using any of her titles. Jenner, Heir, Senator Bel Iblis is here. The door slid open. Oh my, 3PO said apologetically, appearing on the other side of the threshold. I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. Please do come in, Counselor. Garm offered Kyp a smile, then entered the office. The door slid closed behind him. Learn from that one, came a rasp from behind him. Kyp spun around. He had entirely forgotten Moff Veker's presence. To grow so old as a warrior shows much wisdom, the Nori growled from beside him, making Kyp jump and scowl yet again. I'll keep that in mind, Kyp growled back, furious at allowing himself to be startled yet again. And yet, the Nori's presence was a reassurance, too, because Kyp knew Moff Veker and Cacmain were here to protect the Solos, and anyone dedicated to protecting his family Kyp considered a friend. Even if Moff Veker was more terrifying than anyone he'd known on Kessel. Asterisk. Leia looked up as the door slid open, her cheeks going flush with embarrassment. Oh no, Garm, I'm sorry I lost track of time or Winter, and I would have met you when you arrived. She silently chastised herself for not setting an alarm. Oh, it's no problem, Garm replied. Kyp and Jaina let me in. That made Leia smile. Kyp then? Jaina tries, but she's not tall enough to reach the door controls yet. She gestured for Garm to come join her and Winter by her desk. We were just reviewing the latest draft of the Concordat, she explained. The structure of the Senate and the process by which the committees will be appointed. Garm nodded seriously as he settled into the chair across from Leia's. Winter settled into her chair next to him. Leia's desk was covered with datapads and flimsy-bound volumes, computer screens busy with textual comparisons and references to ancient legal traditions and the governing documents of 1,000 different worlds. Being able to refer to all the old traditions was vital, Leia was convinced, to persuade all the worlds of the Old Republic to commit anew to a galactic government. Winter's side of the desk was entirely empty. She needed no references for the sake of comparison, a factor that Leia was both envious of and horrified by. I'm afraid that's not what I wanted to discuss, Garm said seriously. He paused, glancing between the two women, then sighed heavily. Leia, I think the Provisional Council is approaching this problem in entirely the wrong way. Leia's breath caught in her throat. The last thing they needed was a division in the Council itself about the Concordat. Even a hint of discordance, especially from someone as prominent as Garm Bel Iblis, could potentially be disastrous when it came time for ratification. Leia schooled her expression into something that she hoped was less panic than she felt. What do you mean? Garm gestured at all the datapads. Leia, the Council. Leia knew in her gut that by the Council, what Garm really meant was Mon Mothma is intent on reconstituting the Old Republic. The structures you're describing here are largely identical to the structures that I remember from my last tenure in the Senate, which are largely identical to the ones you remember from the Imperial Senate. He held up a hand, forestalling her objection. I know there are differences, but they're marginal differences. I'm afraid the emphasis is in the wrong place. Go on, Leia encouraged, her panic subsiding. Bel Iblis wasn't attacking the project itself. That was good. Instead of thinking about how to rebuild the Old Republic, Bel Iblis went on, we should be thinking about what went wrong with the Old Republic. How did Chancellor Palpatine manage to subvert the institution? He suddenly looked very tired and very old, Leia thought, as he hunched over the far side of the desk, leaning towards her and Winter. I was there too, along with Mon Mothma and your father. I mourn Bel's absence, Leia, more than you know, because I think now is the moment we miss him most. He did so like to build. Leia took a slow breath, fighting back a wave of sadness. It was a thought she'd had herself, more than a few times, in the last year. Along with Mon Mothma, Leia Organa had been the finest political mind Leia had ever known, with the possible exception of Leia Organa, and Garm was right. She felt their absence mightily now, even more than she had in the months after Yavin. Then, she had merely mourned them and lamented their absence from her life. Now, she lamented their absence from the galaxy and wished dearly she still had their guidance and wisdom. Buddy and I used to sit down and talk about this, with Cena and your mother, Garm continued. The Old Republic was corrupt. It had been for centuries, but in the last decades it had reached the point where graft was the only factor that many senators even considered when making voting decisions. It was stagnant, unable to act on virtually any issue until it was decades past the moment of maximum impact, which left millions to suffer indignities, especially on the rim. And all this was complicated by its sheer size. The new republic will not be as large as the old one was, Winter said, with her clean, aristocratic Alderaanian accent. And it will have stricter rules about who can and cannot have a Senate seat. Of course, Leia agreed readily. We're trying to take steps to deal with each of these issues, Garm, but it can be hard. Leia, Garm interrupted. I've read the latest draft of the Concordat. I think it's very good in a lot of ways. I like the extensive committee system, and how it takes some of the legislative and executive authority out of the hands of the Senate and gives it to appointed specialists while maintaining oversight mechanisms. I like how the chief of state's authority is heavily restricted, to make sure we can't have another Palpatine emerge. But like any government, whether or not it functions well will rely on the goodwill of the members of the Senate, and that's not something you or I or Mon Mothma can guarantee. He removed a datapad from his jacket pocket and handed it to her. I think we ought to transfer more authority from the Senate to the sectors, and let the sector governments have a lot more autonomy and authority than they did under the Old Republic or the Empire. So that if the Senate does return to its old, dysfunctional ways, that doesn't mean the end of effective governance. Leia took the pad, skimming it quickly. She hid a grimace, then handed it off to Winter so that her aide could memorize it. If we decentralize too much, Garm, we risk the Republic becoming an empty monument. The Old Republic had been declining for centuries, Garm countered. It had grown too large to be governed effectively. If we don't decentralize and defer more power to the sectors, the same resentment that Palpatine harnessed to break the Old Republic will build up again. We need an institution that can manage and mitigate, not one that can control. It doesn't hurt, though, Leia thought with a hidden frown, that in a more decentralized galaxy, your home system would be one of the most powerful players, if not the most powerful. But that wasn't fair. Bel Iblis was a Corellian and proud of that fact, just as Han was. But Bel Iblis had always been a Republican patriot, too. She brought up a different point instead. How do we ensure that the sectors look after the interests of all their member worlds? Or ensure that resources don't flow just to the core, leaving the outer rim deprived of resources needed to prosper? Garm shrugged. I have ideas on each of these points, but I was hoping that you might be willing to help me develop them. His expression darkened. Mon Mothma will trust me with the generalship, Leia, but she won't trust me with drafting the Concordat. And I am convinced that this is the route we need to take for the good of the Republic and for the good of the galaxy. Leia sighed softly, then glanced at Winter. Thoughts? There are benefits and drawbacks of each approach, Winter said with a shrug. You're never going to come to an absolutely right decision that is best in every case. She held up the datapad that Garm had given Leia. I can see the advantages. I would point out, though, that the biggest difference between the New Republic and the Old Republic is already enshrined in our ruling documents. Any world that wishes to depart may. If people decide that the Senate's authority is too onerous, they may simply leave. I believe that does relieve some of the pressure that General Bel Iblis has identified. But we don't want them to leave, Garm said flatly. Every world that leaves is a conflict point. It's a potential border dispute, or resource conflict, and we won't have as many tools to address those issues if we don't all exist under the Republic's common authority. I've spent enough years fighting wars to know we want to avoid them as often as possible. He jabbed his finger at the desk. And we need to get this right, and we need to get it right the first time. It will be easier to increase the Senate's authority later, after it has proven itself capable, than it will be to convince worlds to accept it still unproven. That was more than Leia could process quickly without taking some time to confer. Leia took a breath, then reached for her cup of caf. She sipped it and winced. The liquid was lukewarm, and the wrong sort of bitter. All right, she said after a moment. You haven't convinced me, but we can spend some time working through the issues. She looked across the room and smiled at 3PO, waiting attentively. 3PO, would you get us some fresh caf? And, she winced, tell Han we're going to be working through lunch again. Of course, mistress. 3PO turned and ambled out, closing the door behind him. You realize, Leia said to Garm, that making any changes of this magnitude will be extremely difficult. And first you will need to persuade me that it is necessary. I do, Garm replied. He looked wary, though determined. A typical Corellian. It is better to put the effort in now than it would be to find ourselves needing to correct later errors that cost in lives. Tempered metal came out of hyperspace at the edge of Coruscant's detection grid and was immediately pinged by 3 different proximity sensors and a Nebulon B frigate's targeting array. Slips, who had been relegated to the co-pilot role with Mara back aboard, let out a range of baritone beeps to convey its alarm. It's nothing to be alarmed about, Lando told the droid. It's normal procedure. Mara pressed her controls, sending the freighter's IF and requesting a landing procedure. Calm down, Slips, she instructed. It's the New Republic's capital. they're bound to have security measures more ornate than the ones we run into at other places. There was a pause after Mara sent the request. The frigate keeping watch powered down its targeting array, then sent Mara a response. She frowned at it in confusion. We've been rerouted. Military priority, she said with a growing scowl. She sent her scowl in Lando and Luke's direction. We're being told to rendezvous with one of the ships in the Fifth Fleet. Maybe you've heard of it. Lusankya? I'm not surprised, Lando said calmly, his smooth voice almost as annoying as Caird's. Which probably wants to debrief us and get a look at the intel we managed to pull. Listen here, Calrissian, Mara snarled. It had been a couple days since they left Bespin, and she knew her irritation had been building at Lando's presence, and even Ela's, and their intrusion into her personal space and the precious time she and Luke had together. Now her annoyance flared into full-blown temper, because this wasn't a mere inconvenience. This is my ship, and I prefer to keep a low profile. If I go around docking it on Super Star Destroyers, sooner or later someone is going to realize that it belongs to me, and the moment I lose my anonymity is the moment I become vulnerable. So if you think I'm going to... R2-D2 wheeled around next to her, chirping an interruption. She snatched the translator out of the droid's outstretched grasping arm and read it. Who gave you permission to switch out our transponder code with a false one? She glared. The droid whistled again, his large eye rotating from Mara to Luke, to Slips, then to Lando before going back to Mara. He backed up a few centimeters, warbling nervously. Mara glared at the astromech droid and wondered why it was she had become fond of the hunk of rolling tin. Then she glared at Luke. He says he anticipated my concerns. Her finger pointed directly at his chest. You give him too much latitude to do what he wants. Luke raised both his hands in a gesture that was half apologetic, half passing the blame. R2 does what he thinks best. I find the galaxy works better that way. She glared at Luke, then at R2. Next time ask me, she muttered, handing him back the translation device. R2 whistled his agreement and made his way back, speedily, to his place near Luke. Luke favored her with a smile, the innocent one that simultaneously irritated her to no end and made her want to kiss him. He knew it too. She tried to maintain her scowl. Fine. Lusankya first. But, she looked in R2's direction. You're paying all my docking fees when we finally get dirtside, short stuff. And don't tell me you don't have the credits, I know better. The astromech droid had, after all, had enough credits to enter the betting pool on how long it would take her and Luke to get together, even if he hadn't won. R2 moaned mournfully. For better or worse, Luke could feel her irritation, his empathic skills, and his sensitivity to her emotions in particular, were easily strong enough for that if she wasn't deliberately trying to shield from him. And she wasn't. She made an effort, more and more, not to keep him out. The gradual, building intimacy was wonderful, even if she needed to run off with Caird on the occasional short-haul job so she could have her mind fully to herself again. Every time she did, though, she missed him fiercely. Luke nudged Slips out of the co-pilot seat and settled into it, replacing the pilot droid. Luke's presence settled in against hers, soothing without being intrusive, taking the edge off her irritation. So they weren't alone. They were at least together. She glanced at him sideways and caught him smiling at her. She shook her head, refusing to smile back, but having to resist the incessant tug on her lips to avoid it. Her irritation lifted, banished once again, and she had no idea how he always knew how to do that. She followed the instructions the frigate had sent them. Ahead of them, the Republic's Fifth Fleet loomed larger, an impressive array of Mon Calamari cruisers, Star Destroyers, and Katana dreadnoughts, all surrounding the enormous Lusankya. The sight of Lusankya brought back a rush of memories for Mara. She'd been aboard Executor a time or two, none of those visits had been enjoyable, and seen Vader's command ship more than a few times. Sitting in the cockpit of what had been her transport as Emperor's Hand, heading in for a landing aboard Lusankya, for a moment it was as if the intervening years had not passed, the Emperor was still alive, and the Empire, her empire, was alive and well. But she wasn't accompanied by stormtroopers or Imperial officers. Luke was at her side, and Lando and Ela were at the freighter's other bridge post. The snub fighters now pacing, and guiding her towards Lusankya's secure hangar weren't eyes, but fancy new wings painted in New Republic colors. The moment of tension at the Imperial memory faded as she adjusted to the New Republic reality. Mara eased tempered metal down into a perfect landing. "Never thought I'd be glad to be aboard a Super Star Destroyer," Lando said dryly. "Lusankya isn't so bad, now that we've upstyled Icer's decor," Ela said brightly, like a design consultant. "Oh, and remove that pesky prison complex." They all stood. "Slips, keep an eye on the ship," Mara instructed. "After we're out, lock up and don't let anyone unauthorized enter." Mara's list of authorized personnel included exactly 3 people: herself, Luke, and Ela. Slips responded with a series of deep, confirming beeps. They took the stairs down, walking out into the hangar. Aside from the 2 commandos who took up positions on either side of the hatchway and turned ostentatiously away, there were 3 people there to greet them. Wedge Antilles, looking more at home wearing a rugged gray Starfighter Command Day uniform than he had at the Adarian building in his full-dress uniform, stood flanked by Sina Medeno and a Bothan captain whom Mara didn't recognize. Ela clearly did not care for formality. She didn't run or jump exactly, but one moment she was coming down tempered metal's ramp. The next she and Wedge were locked in a tight embrace murmuring endearments, and Mara thought that maybe a double date with them wouldn't be so bad after all. "The new uniform suits you," said Ela as she released him, adjusting his rank insignia and collar after she'd left them untidy. Wedge grinned and kissed her lightly. Then he turned to Lando and Luke with a grin, parting his arms. "Gold leader." "Red leader," Lando replied with a laugh. The 2 men hugged, slapping each other's backs. "We got what we needed," Lando announced proudly as Wedge moved to hug Luke as well. "Thanks to a bit of quick thinking, some force powers, and some good old-fashioned gambler's luck." "Great," Wedge laughed, sounding relieved. "You're still going to be joining us on campaign?" Wedge asked Lando as he released Luke, the 2 men sharing a quick greeting. "I don't know that I have much choice," Lando chuckled softly. "I've been reactivated, after all. But Akbar promised this would be the last time, and I managed to get his support for reopening the mining operation on Inclon in exchange. Besides, you're gonna need my help if you're gonna take back my city." "That seems to be the fleet's job these days," Wedge said wryly. "Taking back planets without breaking them." He finally turned towards Mara. She was relieved that he didn't go for a hug. Instead, extending a hand, she took it, returning the handshake. "Jade, I hope you and Ela haven't gotten into too much trouble," Wedge asked with a smile, his gaze flicking back to Ela. Ela offered him an innocent smile. "I try not to." Wedge rolled his eyes. "What was it you told me, Luke? Do or do not, there is no try." "Something like that." Wedge stepped back, gesturing at the 2 people flanking him. "I believe most of you know Sina Medano. She's agreed to stay with the fleet for our first campaign before returning to the Senate to serve as Garm's aide." Then he gestured at the Bothan. "And this is Lusankya's commanding officer, Captain Trace Creffy. The 7 of us are going to go find a nice large stateroom, 2 pots of calf. The best meal my stewards," he laughed, shaking his head. "Imagine saying that at Hoth, Luke. The best meal my stewards can make for us, and we're going to discuss how best to pry Cloud City and its Tabana gas out of the claws of the Empire." Asterisk. It was good to see Lando, Wedge thought. Almost as good as it was to see Luke. It wouldn't be fair to compare them to Ela. She fit into a whole different category of Wedge's life. In the center of the room, Wedge's briefing table was illuminated dimly. A map of the Bespin system, the gas giant, its moons, the Imperial Sky Fortress, the patrol routes of its Carrier-class cruisers, rotated slowly, with different approach avenues laid out, with a list of advantages and disadvantages ascribed to each. It was zoomed in on Cloud City, with the city's interior visible. Lando and Ela had produced an impeccable map of the Imperial facilities on the city proper, with counts for the number of stormtroopers and officers who actually served on Cloud City, and all their auxiliary forces responsible for Tabana gas export. Empty mugs of caf and dirty plates were stacked awkwardly. They'd worked well into the night, so Wedge had sent his stewards to get some sleep and left the mess for the morning shift to take care of. Lando was asleep on the couch. Mara and Ela had gone to stretch their legs, promising to return soon. That left Wedge and Luke. Luke was lying awkwardly in a comfortable chair, one of his legs slung over the chair arm, his head resting tiredly against the arm. His smile reminded Wedge of when they'd been younger, before Hoth, before a dozen battles, 100 deaths. Mara was good for him, Wedge decided. Not that there was ever any debate, Ela considered Mara one of her closest friends, and that was good enough for Wedge, besides which he trusted Luke's judgment, a certain incident or two notwithstanding. He knew there were hundreds of people, if not more, who would laugh and shake their heads disbelievingly if Wedge told them that Mara Jade made Luke happy, made him look younger, made him look like the burdens of the galaxy lay less heavily on his shoulders. But it was true. To Wedge, and the rogues who loved Luke and wanted nothing more than for the boss to be happy, that was more than enough. Of course, the Corellian whiskey probably helped. Not too much, Luke laughed as Wedge poured. I don't want to have to use the Force to filter out the alcohol, and if I wake up with a hangover, Mara will tease me mercilessly. Wedge snickered. Good thing she wasn't with us at Hoth then. He took his own tumbler and settled into his chair across from Luke. Your sister wants us all for dinner while we're here. She's planning a celebration of some Alderaanian holiday. Luke shrugged. Wedge was certain this did not surprise him. Leia always wanted to have little dinner parties when they were available, and with Winter pregnant, and the real possibility that Tycho may not make it back to Coruscant in time to see his child born. This particular moment held special significance. So, spill, Almighty Master Jedi, how's your new Jedi Order coming along? Wedge asked. Luke sipped his whiskey and shrugged again, swirling the amber-colored liquid in the glass. Slowly. It's just me and Cam, he replied. Wedge glanced at the door. Not Mara? He asked carefully. His friend's hesitation was obvious. Luke glanced at the door, his eyes tracking in the direction Ela and Mara had gone. Wedge knew that Luke could sense Mara through the Force, at least if they weren't deliberately shielding their presence from one another, so the chance of Mara coming back and catching them talking about her was negligible. We've discussed it, Luke said finally, putting his glass down. He leaned forward in his chair towards Wedge, placing his elbows on her knees as he did. When he spoke again, it was with an almost conspiratorial whisper. Mara is reluctant to make commitments she doesn't fully understand, he explained. The soft smile that appeared on Luke's face brought one to Wedge's as well. It was good to see Luke so obviously happy. When Mara makes a decision or a commitment, it may as well be for good, Luke added, with clear fondness and appreciation. There's no half measures, no diversions. For her to change her mind, well, it's an infrequent occurrence. Wedge snorted. Sounds like Ela. It takes an act of the Senate or a planetary collision to get her to change her mind after it's made up. He nodded at Luke. So Mara doesn't make commitments to things she doesn't fully understand, and that includes what it means to be a Jedi. I'm not sure I fully understand it, Luke said with a laugh, leaning back in his chair and retrieving his drink. In fact, I'm sure I don't. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. Whether she realizes it or not, he glanced at the door warily, then back at Wedge. I think she is a Jedi, already. The title isn't what is important. Wedge thought about that. I suppose it doesn't matter if she's an official Jedi or not. She has your back, and she makes you happy, he said. That's obvious to everyone who knows you well. And you make her happy, even when you're apart for months at a time, off, commanding a battle fleet and spying on Black Sun. Wedge paused for a moment, then winced. We were supposed to be talking about you, and not me, he lamented with a sigh. True, Luke drawled slowly. But don't let that stop you, he said, with a light, arch tone. Wedge crumpled up a napkin and threw it at him. Asterisk. Ela's room aboard tempered metal was good-sized and comfortable, with its own private refresher. The freighter could be operated with a minimal crew, Slips could manage simple operations alone, and it had been built with the comfort of his crew in mind. When Ila and Mara had begun their joint operations, working to track down a pirate operation that had threatened one of the Smugglers' Alliance's key outer rim trade routes, Ila had become a semi-permanent resident. Her partnership with Mara was not at an end. Ila thought as she slung her travel bag over her shoulder, hoisting her larger bag with her opposite arm, but they were going their separate ways from now. "Got everything?" Mara asked, sticking her head in. "Yeah," Ila replied. She offered Mara a smile, and the two women started making their way back towards the exit. "I'm going to miss tempered metal, although Lusankya's stateroom is a bit of an improvement." Mara scoffed. "You could billet a platoon of Imperial stormtroopers in Lusankya's stateroom, and have room left over for a pair of adats." She reached over and took Ila's bag, slinging it over her shoulder easily, displaying some of her deceptive strength. Living with Mara had been a learning experience in more ways than one, and Ila had quickly learned that even her own extensive fitness routine paled next to the one that Mara maintained, and Mara barely seemed aware that it was out of the ordinary. Ila chuckled. "True. Although," she sighed, fleeting melancholy possessing her momentarily, "I won't be staying aboard for long. Wedge is going to be sent back to the front in a few weeks. He'll be commanding Lusankya's first combat operations against the Empire." They circled down the semicircular stairs in tempered metal's nose, then stepped down the ship's ramp. Mara closed it behind them, clicking a button to confirm that her ship was secure. Then they made their way back towards the express lift that would return them to Wedge's stateroom. "What are you going to be doing on Coruscant?" "I'm not sure," Mara replied. "Card won't be back from his trip to Denon for at least a few weeks. There's a smuggling cartel interested in associating with us. Probably just training with Luke and Cam for a few days and waiting to see what imposes itself on my time." They stepped into Lusankya's express lift. Not for the first time, Ila marveled at just how luxurious it was. The lift had been meant for Iser's personal use, and as the head of Imperial Intelligence she had been worthy of the most excessive luxuries available. The lift was more like a small, plusly furnished office, with its own wardrobe, complete with a refresher unit. They stowed Ila's bags for the trip, then took seats across from one another. "Can I ask you a question?" Ila asked. "Sure." Ila hesitated, knowing this was precarious ground. Mara was her friend, and she was Mara's friend, and that meant something different to Mara than it did to most people. After the time they spent together in the 6 months since Kraken and Card had made them partners, Ila had gained a better understanding of her new partner, and Mara had confessed to her, shortly after their 3rd week working together, that their partnership had lasted longer than any working relationship she'd had as Emperor's Hand. But part of having a friend was giving them a little push when they needed one. "Why haven't you joined Luke's new Jedi Order?" Mara's flicker of surprise was subtle, and Ila would have missed it had they not spent 6 months as partners. Her slight frown was just as subtle, and Ila noted the way Mara's hand moved to her knee and squeezed slightly. "I expected to get that question from Leia or Han before you," Mara admitted. "I've known Luke a long time too," Ila pointed out. "Maybe best to get some practice answering it before you have to face the family." The wince this time was much more obvious. "Yeah," Mara sighed. She released her knee and leaned back in the comfortable upholstery, her discomfort never quite fading from her expression. Ila recognized Mara's expression. She'd seen it on any number of people she'd interrogated. Most of them had been innocent, but that didn't make the experience any more enjoyable. "When I joined Card, it wasn't out of any sense of altruism," Mara finally said. "I was miserable. For 5 long years I'd hid from Iser and the Empire, from the rebellion, she shook her head, from Palpatine's voice in my head. I was desperate and I did not expect it to last. But Card was more than I expected him to be, and he was worthy, so convenience became commitment." "So you don't want to break your commitment to care to become a Jedi?" Mara hesitated, then shook her head. "That would be the easy answer, but I could spend some time disentangling myself from his organization. Care doesn't need me, no matter what he claims. And he knows that even if I leave, I'll always have his back if he does need me. She met Ela's eyes. The first commitment I made knowing I was making it, the first time I consciously chose to commit to someone, to something, was to Luke. Her smile was almost shy. I'm still getting used to the repercussions of that decision. You don't regret it, do you? Ela asked, already knowing the answer. Mara's response was as explosive as she'd expected. Of course not. Her lips pressed together, offering Ela a slightly apologetic look. But joining Luke, becoming a Jedi, that's a whole different kind of commitment. It's a commitment to the galaxy, to all beings in it, to all life. Sure, I can be loyal, but to the people I choose to be loyal to. Becoming a Jedi is so much bigger. And that scares you. Mara shrugged. Would it scare you? I'm not ready to open myself up to anyone who walks in off the street. I have Card, I have Luke. She offered Ela one of her small, subtle smiles. I have you? Coming from Mara, Ela knew that was tantamount to a declaration that Mara would go to any measure required to help her out of trouble. And Mara was capable of a great many measures. I'm honored, she said haltingly, unable to think of any more suitable response. The express lift hummed as they traversed the distance between the hangar and Wedge's suite. Eventually, the lift slowed to a stop and beeped to alert anyone who may have fallen asleep that they had arrived. Retrieving Ela's bags, the two women made the rest of the trip back to the suite on foot. So, dinner with Leia and Han tomorrow. Mara hummed. Not a lot of alone time with Luke on this trip, Ela continued, offering Mara a sympathetic smile. She knew that Mara had been chafing with Lando along on the tempered metals mission to Bespin. You know, Wedge and I can put Lando up in one of the guest rooms in his suite. She nudged Mara's elbow with her own. Let you and Luke have the tempered metal to yourselves for the night, not counting the droids. Mara murmured noncommittally. Ela nodded. Sounds like a plan, then. She snuck a glance at Mara out of the corner of her eye. She really enjoyed the moments she could make Mara smile. Cam Salazar, founding member of the new Jedi Order, and one of the two living members of that order, had a bad feeling. He was working in the Jedi Museum, where Palpatine had collected all the relics of the Jedi he didn't destroy. There wasn't all that much there, unfortunately, beyond the broadest outlines about the names and lives and deaths of members of the old Jedi Order. Palpatine had destroyed everything of substance he got his hands on, leaving Luke and Cam with precious little. They had two assets of note, a trove of records from Dathomir and Darth Vader's private collection. The first, unfortunately, was large but limited. Mostly, the records were technical, force techniques, unique force abilities, the history of how the Jedi of old had trained in the art and what they had been able to push their abilities to accomplish. The second, neither Luke nor Cam had really wanted to touch. Luke preferred to remember his father as Anakin Skywalker, the man who had slain Palpatine and ended the Sith line for good. Cam preferred not to think of Vader at all, lest he be consumed by the memories of his father's death. And yet, Cam sighed, glancing up at the statue of his father. Rannick Salazar's statue was, like so many others in the museum, faceless. The flat, smooth stone had been shaved by a lightsaber, and Cam could still feel Palpatine's vile gloating when he concentrated too much on each of those mutilated statues. Rannick had been a maverick of a Jedi, student of an independent-minded Jedi master, and he had always believed most in two things. First, always doing what you felt was right. Second, always sticking around to accept the consequences for it. It was that memory of his father's determination, not of his death, that had led Cam to finally examine the relics that Luke had inherited from his father. Vader owned property all over the galaxy, but he'd owned a massive building on Coruscant, one that had formed a triumvirate of structures with the Imperial Palace and Prince Xizer's Tower. Luke had, nearly a year before, gone through that structure and removed everything of value, before turning the property over to the New Republic for destruction and reclamation. With reluctance, Cam started to examine it all. In truth, there wasn't as much as he had expected, Vader had not been as interested as his master in macabre trophies of the sentients he killed. There was, however, a great deal of force obscura, some of which made Cam blanch. Vader had evidently gone through an extended period of obsession with trying to bring people back to life, but Cam had no idea why. Cam took that knowledge, put it with the rest of the Sith knowledge that Vader had accrued, and set it all aside for destruction. No matter what the dark pretended to give that the light might not, Cam thought it wasn't worth it. It was never worth it. The next thing Cam found was an auto-updating dossier, constantly searching every Imperial database for every mention of the name Luke Skywalker, embedded on every one of Vader's computer systems. Apparently Vader had been obsessed with his son. That was not of use or interest to Cam, so he disabled it and continued his search. Cam wasn't sure what he was looking for, or why it was so important he started looking now, but he kept searching nonetheless. It was as if the Force stood over his shoulder, pushing him to go on, keep braving the darkness he had found, pointing with his father's stone hand towards. Cam stopped. It was an innocuous-looking datapad, one like hundreds of others. Like those hundreds of others, it could be useful, useless, or potentially dangerous. In this case, he skimmed the summary section and found a treatise on vergences of dark side power. A vergence was a center of force energy, locations that had been imbued with power by the actions of Jedi or Sith. The document listed several such places: the Valley of the Jedi on a world called Ruzin, or another on a world called Corbin. Cam had never heard of either place. But the third name on the list was Vjun, and that name Cam did know. Vjun was the location of Bast Castle, which had been Vader's primary headquarters. It was often from Vjun that Vader had commanded the Inquisitors, and to Vjun he had summoned them if they were in need of praise or discipline. Cam had never had either the honor or dishonor of a trip to Vjun, but he knew where it was. All Inquisitors had known where it was. His finger rested on the name, and he felt like he could feel his father on his shoulder, whispering to him. "Yes, there? You have found it." He read on, growing baffled. That was all there was. Vjun was home to a force nexus, the product of some catastrophic event in the world's past. It was a place of great power in the dark side, and had a corrupting influence not just on people, but on the world of Vjun itself. It was, apparently, an ideal place for a Sith Lord to study the dark side, which explained why Vader had selected it for his fortress. But that was all. So why did his instinct say it was so important? Chapter 6. Newly promoted Admiral Gilad Pellaeon watched as two of his prize cadets ran through a training drill. Cadet Dellis occupied the sensor station, working his way through a number of target analysis drills, asked to respond quickly as simulated foes appeared and disappeared at the edges of Chimera sensors. His partner, Cadet Maidov, took the identifications and made snap decisions about how to respond to each one. The two of them were among the finest of the cadets in the class Pellaeon was going to graduate, and unless they made a terrible mess of the sim, they would be graduating second and third in their class, which meant that Pellaeon would be hosting them for dinner that evening. That was one of the honors and responsibilities of Pellaeon's position as their finishing instructor. He hadn't been at Karita all that long, just 6 months, but they had been as rewarding as the months he spent as Thrawn's flag captain. Thrawn had taught Pellaeon so much in that time, and now it was Pellaeon's job to make sure that knowledge was not forgotten by the fleet. Deleste and Maidov's fingers flew with the energy of youth and the precision of training, Maidov holding one hand on his ear as he issued rapid-fire instructions. Dellis made sure that he knew what they were dealing with, his expression never flinching. In the other crew pit, Lieutenant Shell was running the exercise, tossing increasingly vague and uncertain shadows at Dellis, forcing him to make judgment calls rather than obvious decisions. Pellaeon watched as they worked, increasingly impressed as the computer screen froze up. The simulated ship suddenly vanished. As the alarm klaxon started to sound, the border of the tactical screen that Dellis and Maidov were using went red. "Status change. Hyperspace emergence," shouted someone in the portside crew pit, but the primary sensor station was still occupied by Dellis and Maidov. The two men didn't miss a beat. Dellis made the identification and forwarded it to Maidov, who pressed the key on his desk and spoke over the intercom without a moment's hesitation. Confirm 1E, Cutter-class Super Star Destroyer. Pelian's blood ran cold. A Super Star Destroyer. That had to be Lusankya. The New Republic was mad to attack Kurita, with all its extensive defenses and the hefty fleet presence. But if they were going to do it, leading with Lusankya was the way to start. He stabbed the comm. All ships transition into standard combat fleet formation. Fighter squadrons scramble. Inform Kurita Control that we'll need all ground-based fighter squadrons. He was interrupted by Maidov's voice. Vessel identified as Reaper, Grand Moff Kaine arriving. Pelian cut his order short. He took a breath, newfound irritation replacing concern. Moffs. They always felt the need to throw their weight around. Belay those previous orders, he muttered and released the comm pickup switch. Lieutenant Shell was at his side, one hand holding a datapad and the other on the comm pickup in his ear. Grand Moff Kaine sends greetings and respectfully requests permission to come aboard. He understands that you're hosting the last meal for this year's graduating class tonight and indicates his desire to attend. Pelian kept his face neutral. Very well, Lieutenant. Tell the Grand Moff that we will be waiting for him. Helm, assume escort formation with Reaper. He pressed a different button on the command board. This one buzzed his steward. It will seem we have company. Prepare a ceremonial side party and add another seat to the dinner table for tonight. Also, take out our more expensive wines, I think. The Chamberlain, if we have any left. That left just one last thing to attend to. Pelian walked over to the starboard crew pit and looked down at Dellis and Maidov. The two men had been shoved aside by Chimera's normal crew, but the truth was they'd done the job as well as anyone could have. It had not been intended, but it had been a superb test. Congratulations are in order, Pelian ground out, annoyed at being caught off guard. You both passed with flying colors. The two young men smiled like schoolboys. Pelian waited as his guests filed into the room. Their backs were parade ground straight, their step possessing the kind of precision granted by elite training at the Carradine Military Academy. They were the best of the year's graduating class. The stewards waited against the walls of the room as the three cadets walked the gauntlet between the handful of officers who would be joining them for dinner at the long dining table. Each of the three stopped at their assigned seat, standing beside it as they waited for permission to sit. Out the starboard window was Kurita. A pleasant world, with unusually thick white clouds and enormous, sometimes mountainous land masses spotted with numerous lakes and rivers. It was important for a number of reasons. Firstly, it was home to the primary Imperial fleet and stormtrooper academies, and as such was one of the only places left in the Empire that still produced high-quality, young officers for the Starfleet. Just as importantly, Kurita was located close to the center of the galaxy, about equidistant between Coruscant and Kyp, while also being close to the Hydean Way. The combination made it valuable strategically as well, forcing the New Republic to place numerous ships in proximity. That led to Kurita being the second most fortified planetary system, and what was left of the ragged confederation of Moffs and warlords that still laughably called itself the Empire, with dozens of star destroyers and smaller craft always present at any given time, and an array of Golan defense platforms that would give even a Super Star Destroyer pause. Even with that impressive array of defenses, Pelian knew it was a matter of time before the New Republic came for them here. The question was only how long it would be. When was it, Pelian thought, that he had gone from an officer in the Imperial Starfleet, the most powerful military the galaxy had ever seen, to an officer desperately trying to keep hold of what little they had left. And these young men would be asked to fight a war that had begun before they were born, a war that Pelian's generation had frittered away with complacency and arrogance. Like his cadets, Pelian stood, waiting. The yeoman at the door straightened and brought a whistle to his lips. He blew out a salute, and every man in the room straightened as one. The large doors that the cadets had walked through swung open again. The man who walked in was tall, with gray hair and a regal bearing that had been trained into him from youth. The Grand Moff's uniform he wore aided the effect, and Pelion adopted the studious officer's mask he had also learned as a cadet, allowing it to break only long enough to check and make sure his 3 students were maintaining theirs. Pelion's arm rose to tender the salute that protocol demanded. "Welcome aboard Chimera, sir. It is our honor to receive you." He had never met Grand Moff Kaine in person. On one occasion he could recall Thrawn negotiating with Kaine over the holocron, instructing Kaine to maneuver the Outer Rim fleet to reinforce the forward units responsible for the bulk of the fighting. It had been a careful dance, because Kaine had technically outranked Thrawn. Kaine's reluctance to fully commit to Thrawn's campaign had forced Thrawn to make suboptimal decisions time, and again Pelion thought resentfully. Had Reaper been present at Bilbringi, and not hidden in reserve where Kaine could be sure that nothing would happen to the priceless artifact of his personal prestige, that battle would have ended differently. Very differently indeed. But his resentment could not be allowed to show. Any Imperial officer with Pelion's years of service knew that expressing such sentiments would be counterproductive and quite possibly fatal. "Thank you, Admiral." Kaine returned the salute with careful military precision, and yet it was somehow still more casual and relaxed than Pelion's own. The Grand Moff turned his attention on the 3 cadets. "And these young men are the ones we are here to offer proper honors to?" he asked. "Yes, sir," Pelion replied. Cadet Nall stepped forward. Hazard Nall was the youngest of the 3. A good half-meter shorter than either of his comrades, he had the solid compact frame characteristic of the best TIE fighter pilots. And Nall was the best. Pelion had even heard quiet comparisons to the legendary Baron Soontir Fel, which was a comparison the surprisingly shy young man clearly rejected. "Cadet Nall will graduate first in his class this year," Pelion recited. "He has passed every exam given to him, and has set the 4th highest marks ever on his flying practicals." Kaine circled the table and shook Nall's hand. "Cadet Nall. Tell me, Cadet, do you have a preferred posting?" Nall's cheeks had gone red, contrasting vividly with his dark hair and pale skin. "I'm happy to accept any assignment the Empire would honor me with, sir," he said with only a momentary fumbling of words. "Of course," Kaine replied. "But you forget, I graduated from Karita too, as did Admiral Pelion. Everyone knows that while you will take any position, there is always one you're hoping for." The abashed smile made Nall look even younger than he was. "Oh, of course, sir." He shrugged his shoulders slightly. "I'm really hoping for a TIE Defender Squadron, sir," he admitted. "I don't blame you," Kaine said cheekily. Pelion waited another moment, then resumed the recitation. Cadet Dellist stepped forward. 2 men who looked more dissimilar rarely stood next to one another. Hazard Nall was short and pale, Sienna's Dellist was tall and dark, with a muscular build that would have suited a stormtrooper. But while Dellist probably could have been a stormtrooper, and indeed had initially been admitted to that service branch, the Starfleet had a long history of plucking talented recruits out of the Corps. Dellist, Pelion had no doubt, was destined to rise the ranks quickly. He had more raw talent than any other Carradine cadet Pelion had known at that age, and he wondered, mournfully, what Thrawn would have made of the young man if given the chance. "Cadet Dellist will graduate 2nd in his class this year," Pelion said, "and his teachers tell me he has both tactical and strategic prowess beyond that of any average cadet. Like Cadet Nall, he has surpassed many of the marks set by his predecessors. I have had the opportunity to put him through some simulations based on battles in my own experience, and he has proven to be quick-witted and calm under pressure." "Cadet Dellist," Kaine greeted him. Where Kaine had looked down on Nall, he had to look up at Dellist, something that struck Pelion as humorous. He suspected that when, 15 or 20 years from now, and Dellist was in command of the Imperial Starfleet, he would think back to this moment, smile at the memory. "I have reviewed your record," Kaine announced. If the fact that Kaine was shorter than Dellist bothered him, he wasn't letting it show. "It is very impressive indeed. In fact, during my last meeting with General Allstox, he took the time to complain at length about the fact that the Starfleet had stolen you away from the Stormtrooper Corps." The slight smile that creased Dellist's cheek faded quickly. "Thank you, sir. Admiral Pelion also thinks very highly of you," Kaine continued. Tell me, Cadet, do you have a preferred assignment? First officer on a Lancer-class frigate. Sir, Dellist replied promptly. Kaine's eyebrows both rose. An interesting choice. Why? Lancers are often commanded by commanders or even lieutenant commanders, Dellist explained. A lieutenant serving as first officer would not be out of place. The heart of the New Republic's combat doctrine is their use of snub fighters. The best counter the Empire has to a mass snub fighter assault is a Lancer. Sir? Kaine looked over at Pelion. You're right, Admiral. He is sharp? Yes, sir, Pelion replied stiffly. He waited until Kaine gave a small nod, then continued the ceremony. Cadet Maidov, step forward. The last of the 3 top graduates into the Imperial Starfleet that year was a seeming balance between his 2 fellows. Not as short or pale as Nal, nor as tall or dark as Dellist, Maidov had none of Dellist's brilliance or Nal's piloting skill. Instead, he was a dedicated, hard-working young man. Pelion had liked him at once, and already put through a formal requisition to have him assigned to Chimera. He wasn't sure if he would get to keep Maidov or not, but he hoped he would. It would be good to have him on the bridge as an example to the mostly conscripted men that crewed Chimera. Cadet Maidov will graduate 3rd in his class this year. Pelion continued the formalized ritual of the last meal. He is the finest electronic warfare specialist of his class, and has the talent and work ethic to make himself into the finest electronic warfare specialist of the Starfleet. Tell me, Cadet Maidov, Kaine said cheerfully, are you aware that Admiral Pelion has already put in a formal requisition to have you assigned to Chimera as his chief EW specialist? Maidov had not been expecting the question. His eyes flicked to Pelion, who kept his own expression perfectly stiff. Maidov quickly returned his attention to Kaine, who watched him with the curious expectancy of a man awaiting an answer. I was not, sir, he said. I am honored. As you should be, Kaine agreed. He stepped back, folding his hands behind his back. Are the 3 of you prepared? All 3 men straightened. They fell into a neat line before Kaine, each folding both of their arms behind their back. Their uniforms were perfectly pressed, their outfits trim and neat, and for a brief moment Pelion reverted back to his own last meal. He'd not graduated high enough in his class to have the last meal with the local senator or sector governor, but it had still been a triumphant occasion. The oath was different now than it had been, but not that different. Not different in any way that truly mattered. There was a rhythmic quality as the 3 men recited their oath. I declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Galactic Empire, and that I will, as in duty bound, honestly and faithfully defend the citizens of the Empire and the Emperor, his heirs and successors in person, position and dignity against all enemies, and within and without, and will observe and obey all orders of the admirals and officers set over me, until I am dead or rendered unfit to serve. Pelion's lips moved along with the words. He knew them all, even the few that had changed during his service. I will, in duty bound, honestly and faithfully defend the citizens of the Empire and the Emperor, his heirs and successors, in person, position, and dignity against all enemies. Loyalty had still been pledged to the Republic when Pelion was a cadet, and to the Senate instead of to the Emperor and his heirs. Those had not been the only changes. At some point, ISB had convinced the Emperor to add from within and without to the old cadences, and the change in the rhythm still threw Pelion when he wasn't careful. But it had not changed that much. The spirit of the oath was the same now as when he had sworn it himself for the first time. Kaine pinned the rank plaques of lieutenants to the chests of the 3 men. Then, as a Grand Moff of the Empire, I welcome you formally into his service. Lieutenant Nal, Lieutenant Dellist, and Lieutenant Maidov, long may you serve the Empire. Nal's voice was quiet compared to the other 2, but Dellist and Maidov's voices echoed with the proper response as their boot heels clicked together. Yes, sir. Asterisk. Through Chimera's large observation window, Reaper blotted out Kirita's sun, casting Chimera in dark shadow. It reminded Pelion of serving alongside Executor, at Endor and before, and what it was like to have the sheer size and muscle of a Super Star Destroyer as both sword and shield. Across the table, Kaine was launching a final assault on his seared turbid and delicately steamed greens with a barely restrained gusto. When the assault was complete, he placed his knife and fork across his plate and turned his full attention back to Pellaeon. "Tell me, Admiral, how do you like teaching?" Pellaeon put his own utensils down and rested his hands across his lap. "I find it rewarding, sir, beyond my initial expectations. I believe my time serving with Grand Admiral Thrawn stirred in me the desire to refine raw recruits into fine officers fit for Imperial service." Pellaeon thought he could see Kaine's expression flicker with distaste at Thrawn's name, but it was hard to be certain. He probably should have restrained himself, but he had never had the proper political sensibilities one really needed for flag rank. "I am told you are very skilled at it," Kaine said. "Thank you, sir. Well regarded even by long-service staff and students alike. The Starfleet had intended to leave you in your post, perhaps even make you commandant of the Academy," Kaine continued. Pellaeon sat up with surprise, both at the idea that he had been considered for commandant. He found the idea inspired an unexpected longing, and at the implication that he would shortly be leaving his post. "Chimera and I are being reassigned?" he asked. "Not immediately, but you will be shortly," Kaine confirmed. "Unfortunately, with the loss of Admiral Rogers, the Starfleet is being forced to reshuffle assignments once again to fill vacancies." Kaine had the tailored precision typical of the New Order. His clipped Coruscant accent was perfectly aristocratic, despite the fact that Kaine was not from Coruscant. "We cannot spare either you or Chimera for training duty, I'm afraid. I am sorry to pull you away from teaching." The swell of sorrow that sang through Pellaeon at the mention of Rogers' death was still all too fresh. Details were extremely scarce, but what information they did have indicated that Agonizer had been separated from the rest of her fleet and vanished in an area fiercely patrolled by a New Republic task force. Their pressure on Eriadu had spread Rogers' fleet too thin, trying to cover all its territories and trade. As had become usual in these days, the Empire had asked its commanders to do too much with too little, and a good man had paid the price. "The Council of Moffs," Kaine continued, blithely ignoring that of the dozens of men who still comprised the Council of Moffs, his was the voice that truly mattered, "has decided to assemble a new rapid response formation that will be able to counter the New Republic's coming offensive. It will assemble here at Kurita, and the Admiralty is working to find as many ships as possible so that you can actually do the job being asked of you." "Of course, Sir," Pellaeon agreed. An odd sort of nervousness twinged in his gut as he realized this would be his first fleet command. He wondered if this was why Kaine was at Kurita at all. Was the Oversector finally going to get serious about defending more than his own regional borders? Was that why Reaper unexpectedly loomed over the planet, as a declaration to the New Republic that Kurita would not fall? A truly united empire under Kaine's leadership, as distasteful and politically minded as Pellaeon might find him personally, was a far more potent rival for the New Republic than the splintered remnant it had been since Thrawn's death. "I endeavor to serve, sir." Kaine turned to the trio of newly minted lieutenants. "Gentlemen," he said, causing all three to straighten in their chairs, subtly tugging on their uniforms to make sure any wrinkles were straightened. They needn't have bothered. The tailoring on their new uniforms was far better than the tailoring on their cadets' uniforms had been, and gained their undivided attention. He nodded approvingly. "Lieutenant Maidov, you have been assigned to Chimera as a senior electronic warfare officer. I trust that the officers and crew of the Chimera will complete your training to the highest standards of the fleet." "We certainly will," Pellaeon put in firmly. "Thank you, sir," the lieutenant said, with the same eager flush of youth that Pellaeon had seen on the face of many a young officer. "Lieutenant Null, you have been assigned to the 212th Imperial Flight Wing. It's a new formation, but in the morning you'll receive your formal transfer order to the carrier that will be assigned to Admiral Pellaeon." Kaine's smile was coy. "I believe you'll be satisfied with the 212th fighter complement, too." Null gasped. The young pilot was utterly unable to keep the grin from growing on his face. "Yes, sir." And you, Lieutenant Dellist? Kaine turned towards Dellist, whose lips curled with anticipation. You are going to come with me? The faint beginnings of a smile vanished from the man's face. Sir? He asked in confusion, with some clear worry in his voice. His dark eyes flicked over to Pelion, who tried to impart calm on the promising young officer with his gaze alone. I'm afraid you won't be getting that LANCE Lancer position, Lieutenant, Kaine said apologetically. But there ain't an opening on Reaper's Bridge. Dellist processed this information quickly. Of course. Sir, I would be honored. Then, since it's getting late and I'm expecting some company later, let's be on our way. I've already had your belongings transferred to Reaper, and Admiral Deshorn will be more than happy to brief you on your new duties the moment we arrive. Curious, Pelion thought. Dellist's record must have stood out to more than just him. For the young man to be given a posting on Reaper's Bridge was not overly surprising, as the flagship of the Imperial Starfleet. Reaper was a coveted posting and a footstool to rapid promotion, as Executor had been before it. But admirals were not in the habit of reefing officers straight out of the academy themselves. Pelion suspected that the next time he saw Dellist, the young man would be a lieutenant commander, at least. Thank you, sir. Kaine offered Pelion a handshake, which Pelion accepted. Good luck, Admiral. I'll be in touch with more information on your new fleet sometime tomorrow. In the meantime, Kaine smiled, the perfectly tailored smile that a confident Imperial Moff would wear whether or not he was truly confident. Do enjoy your evening. Asterisk. Sheena Celeste and his two fellow cadets, no, Dellist thought, lieutenants now, clustered together. Null, who barely came chest high on Dellist, was chatting excitedly. This was common when they were out of earshot of superior officers. Congratulations, C. The young man who had beaten Dellist for the top spot in the graduating class said, his voice carrying with it fervent and honest admiration. Dellist couldn't help but grin at Null's enthusiasm. You too, Hack, he replied as he allowed the young man to hug him. It wasn't dignified, but Pelion and Kaine were exchanging a brief word and not paying them any attention. Maidov didn't hug him, but did offer him a firm handshake. Congratulations, C, he repeated Null's words. Maidov's smile wasn't as broad, but it was there. They'd had a robust competition to see who would come in second, but it had never become personal. Thank you, Felix, Dellist replied more formally, matching the other's tone. We both got good postings. You get to keep working with the old man on Chimera, and I get Reaper. He shrugged, trying not to be too smug about it and mostly failing. Everyone in the fleet knew that assignment to Reaper was fast-tracked to fleet rank. He would succeed. Dellist could still remember the expressions of his parents when the conscription order had come through, could remember the expressions of his fellow cadets when they heard his Outer Rim accent in the conscripted flag on his personnel file. Maidov had never been one of the bullies, but his native Coruscanti accent was a constant reminder of who he was and what he had. Dellist's lack of one, despite his best efforts to adopt it, never went unnoticed by his teachers. Maidov shrugged. I'm all right with how it shook out. You earned it, see? Yes, he did, said a new voice. Grand Moff Kaine stepped into the conversation circle. And now he must get to work. Reaper needs fresh blood. Come along, Lieutenant Dellist. Null winked and waved. Maidov clicked his heels together and offered a salute to a superior officer. Dellist followed Kaine. Thank you for selecting me. Sir? No need to thank me, Lieutenant, Kaine said. You earned your way to where you are, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The two men walked through the large, ornate doors out of Chimera's formal dining hall and into the more typical, sterile corridors of the ship's halls. A group of stormtroopers were there. They fell into a defensive box formation around Kaine and Dellist, escorting them towards the hangar. Although I was biased in favor of your success, Dellist frowned. Sir, you and I share a homeworld, Lieutenant, Kaine explained. It may not be the largest world in the Empire, and it is rather far out on the rim, but I expect that you will not be the last young man from Sardinania to join the Starfleet. I see. Dallas wondered if Kaine knew that he had been conscripted. Then he wondered if Kaine would care. Either way, he didn't bring it up. The shuttle trip from Chimera to Reaper was quick. The express lift from the hangar to the bridge was not. Dallas found himself sitting with the Grand Moff, surrounded by stormtroopers. Porter droids had taken his bags to move into his new quarters, but the Grand Moff wanted him to see Reaper's bridge. Conversation petered out as the lift continued its rocketing motion from the hangar towards the bridge. Even moving as fast as it was, they were still a long way from the bridge. Dallas sat and waited, his hands folded with deceptive calm on his lap, still not quite believing he was here. Everything had happened so quickly. Kaine was reading a datapad. As Dallas watched him, careful not to be too obvious about it, the Grand Moff's expression went through a few quick transformations. At first thunderous, then resigned, and finally resolved. Dallas tensed as Kaine looked up and caught him watching. To his surprise, the Grand Moff merely shrugged. "The only constant is change, Lieutenant," he said. Dallas was not bold enough to ask him what he meant, and Kaine did not elaborate. Now an Admiral Pelian had been forced to vacate Chimera's captain's quarters. Eventually Chimera would be assigned a new CO to serve as his flag captain, after all. He had found himself with two choices, both of them distasteful. He could either move into Grand Admiral Thrawn's old office suite, complete with holoprojectors for art that Pelian still did not appreciate, despite his best efforts, or he could move into the more traditional Admiral's quarters. But those quarters had belonged to another man Pelian had considered a friend, and Terran Rogris Somber Ghost followed him whenever he was inside. Rogris had left him a letter and a bottle of expensive whiskey on the desk. Pelian had yet to open the whiskey. It was a quiet office. Pelian had nothing to decorate it with, no portraits of a wife or children, no portrait of Chimera, and he made a mental note to find something meaningful to fill the space. Examining the datapad on his desk, which was filled with briefing information from Commander Dreef about the New Republic's fleet movements, he idly wondered if perhaps General Antilles was an artist, and if so, how Thrawn would have gone about acquiring some of his art. There was a knock on the door. Pelian looked up. He still was not used to being on this side of the desk. "Come." It slid open, and Zim Dreef entered with his usual cat-like grace. Of middling height and leanly muscular, with dark skin and narrow, intelligent eyes, Dreef wasn't that far removed from his training either. But even a few months of a combat-heavy campaign were enough to give someone the gravitas of a much older man. Pelian thought approvingly. "Admiral," Dreef greeted him. "You've heard about our upcoming change in orders?" Pelian asked. "Yes, Admiral," Dreef said with a nod. He came to stand before the desk, placing a fresh datapad down, and then folding his hands behind his back. "Best indications are we'll be assigned for Imperial Star Destroyers, led by Gorgon. They had been part of the picket forces at Ortrassi. We'll also have at least 2 Victory-class Star Destroyers, and whatever other small craft can be scrounged. I believe that Kaine intends to transfer to us at least 2 of the Oversectors and Enforcer-class picket cruisers as well. The ones with some non-human crew." "Yes, sir." Pelian pursed his lips. "Well, if they stay aboard their own ships and are kept under control by their human commanding officers, it shouldn't pose a problem. And a fleet carrier, from what Kaine suggested earlier." "There's an old Venator being retrofitted," Dreef said thoughtfully. "Magistrate. She might be for us. And then we're going to be sent to stop Antilles," Pelian stated flatly. It was not a sure thing, but it seemed a safe guess. And his Super Star Destroyer. It could be worse, Pelian thought. Bel Iblis could still be in command of the enemy. Dreef couldn't hide his wince. "Yes, sir." Pelian just nodded. He would do his duty, and he would do it without complaint. Whining set a poor example. "Get me anything you have on Antilles, his staff, and his fleet. There's got to be something intelligence overlooked. There always is." He turned the datapad face down on his desk, his gaze drawn to the bottle still sitting on it. "Any update on the Rogris investigation?" "No, sir," Dreef said apologetically. "I'm afraid not." Pelian sighed. "I should send his children letters, belongings, something. and get me the comm codes for the families of Agonizer's crew. Someone should make sure they get condolence letters. I'll acquire their locations and find a way for you to contact them, sir. Thank you, Commander Pelion said, actual thankfulness touching his voice. The world had shrunk around him the last year. So many people he called friends, whose company he treasured, were dead now. Thrawn and Rogris had been important to him. Their deaths hurt more than just professionally. He knew Rogris had been a widower, but it was the least he could do to reach out to the Admiral's children, Asori and Tarek, if he remembered correctly, and make sure they were doing all right. He owed his dead friend at least that much. Chapter 7. Colonel Cadet Kurios had spent much of his life aboard ISB intelligence vessels. They were always comfortable, well-furnished, well-equipped vessels, the finest that the Empire had to offer, and thus, the finest that the galaxy had to offer. Each was different. ISB did not have a standard design or configuration. That way, even if one ship was compromised, it would not jeopardize the anonymity of the rest. But he always knew when he was aboard an ISB ship. They had a hominess to them, like the perfect old leather-sitting chair. Kurios actually felt more comfortable aboard them than he did at home with his wife and children. He certainly spent more time aboard them than he did with his wife. Violet Envy in particular was luxurious, with large open lounge spaces that could be used for diplomatic work. But the trip back from Yavin was suffocating. The ship felt tiny. Rooms that had been refuge became prisons. He knew the rest of his squad were unnerved by the new version of Brachus that stalked the ship's short corridors like a phantom, casting long shadows in every direction he looked. It was like the ship's air recyclers had started to break down and were emitting a steady mist that was only barely breathable. Every breath was unsatisfying. Every bite to eat was nauseating. Every touch was foreign. He had no idea what was happening, and that was maddening. Brachus had barely acknowledged them since they had left Yavin. He'd taken up residence in the ship's cargo hold and locked them out, and when Carius went close, he swore he heard the Inquisitor, the apprentice Inquisitor, talking to himself. Kurios desperately wished Draeneen had returned with Brachus from the ancient Sith ruins. She at least had been as normal as Inquisitors ever were, friendly and chatty while maintaining her proper distance. She'd been predictable. She hadn't sucked the air out of a room like a breached bulkhead, hadn't looked at him with cold, almost ageless eyes and a smile that made him feel like a Nexus prey. From the helm, Major Welko turned to face him. His normally healthy tan was gone, leaving him pasty and pale. "We'll be dropping out of hyperspace in 2 minutes, Colonel." "Very good, Major," Kurios replied, folding his hands together. If Draeneen had still been with them, this would be the moment to calm her and invite her to the bridge for their arrival. But if Brachus didn't want to be here, Kurios was just as happy for him to not be here. Another successful assignment. "Of course, sir," agreed Welko, turning back to the helm. Despite the agreement, there was discomfort in the man's tone, as if he had gravel in his shoes. They were all on edge, exhausted more than they ought to be. It was making them irritable. Carius felt more than heard Brachus' sudden arrival, the soft breathing, and whisper-soft step that betrayed his presence. As the Inquisitor arrived, the ship dropped smoothly out of hyperspace, the spinning lights twisting and straightening with the typical, momentary mild nausea of a hyperspace transition. The Corrida system was a fortress, and they were pinged with no less than a half-dozen sensors and COMS within the first 10 seconds of their arrival. "Send our clearance codes," Carius ordered calmly, folding his hands on his lap and trying to ignore the way Brachus' eyes on his head made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Welko gave a professional nod. He, too, was carefully not looking in Brachus' direction. "We have recognition from the Corrida System Patrol. Reaper has already arrived, Colonel. Take us in for docking." Kurios finally turned to look at Brachus. "Do you need access to the holocom to report to the Grand Inquisitor?" Brachus was silent for a moment, his eyes looking through Kurios rather than at him, with a slightly distracted expression. "Not yet," Brachus said when the moment passed. He still looked young, too slim for his frame, with a waif-like vulnerability. That physical reality did not match the gaze or presence, the way he seemed to fill the entire cockpit just by standing in the doorway. I'll contact the Grand Inquisitor after our meeting with the Grand Moff. Our meeting. Kurios hadn't realized that Brachus would be part of that meeting. His gaze dipped, seeing the amulet that hung around Brachus' neck, a steel chain attached to an intricate golden clasp, inlaid with a large, gleaming ruby gemstone. But if he did not press back now, he never would. Forgive me, Inquisitor, but I believe Grand Moff Kaine wishes to meet with me alone. The air in the cockpit seemed to drop by a few degrees. Kurios successfully fought the urge to shiver as Brachus' cool blue gaze turned fully on him, as if really looking at him for the first time. Then Brachus' gaze unfocused, the Inquisitor's head tilting slightly. After a few seconds, he blinked and looked again at Kurios, his focus renewed. As you wish, Brachus acceded. I await instructions. Then, bizarrely, the Inquisitor simply turned and left. Kurios slumped slightly, unable to hide his relief. He wasn't the only one. Welko let out a long breath. There's something about him I find damned unnerving, muttered Welko. He is an Inquisitor, Kurios said, with just enough levity to send a ripple of polite laughter through his ISB team. Bring us to Reaper. I'm sure the Grand Moff has a new job for us. Asterisk. Kurios had an odd sensation of deja vu as he rode the interior lift from the hangar to Reaper's bridge, relaxing as he finally got a bit of distance from Brackett. The Inquisitor stayed back on the freighter, reporting into the Grand Inquisitor via the HoloNet. Kurios was endlessly relieved that Brachus had not insisted on accompanying him to meet with Kaine. Kaine's office was unchanged from his last visit, although instead of Entrala, the holographic displays projected images of Star Destroyer after Star Destroyer in neat intimidating formation, with the massive repair and construction facilities all orbiting Karita. Beyond them, TIE fighters performed their normal patrols, soaring by outside on either side, silent. Kaine himself sat behind his desk, looking at a holographic display of the galaxy. Kurios marched to his usual spot, thumped his polished boots together, and snapped off a salute. The routine felt somehow empty, the salute imperfect, the click of his heels lacking the normal snap. Colonel Kurios reporting as ordered, sir. Sit down, Cade, Kaine said, sounding tired. As Kurios sat, Kaine leaned back in his chair, leaving the holographic display, which Kurios now could see portrayed a galactic map of both Imperial and Rebel-held territory. Active. Your mission went well. We suffered a casualty, but I believe so, Karya said with a nod. His lips tightened as he thought about the mission. There was something else that had happened. They found something, hadn't they? And something about Brachus had been bothering Kurios for the entire trip back, but now that he tried to remember it, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Well, I hope whatever artifact you found keeps Hamir happy. I can't spare you on any more of his archaeological expeditions, Kaine said, clearly not too bothered about it. Karius tried one more time to remember, focusing on his memory of Brachus, saw a flicker of gold and ruby in memory. Kaine's voice interrupted his attempt at recollection. I have bad news, he said. That brought Kurios fully out of the past and into the present. Bad news? Moff Mosbury has brokered a deal with the New Republic, or is about to, Kaine explained, his voice resigned and exhausted. The Quintat houses want to formally exit the war. It's only a matter of time before Eriadu declares independence from the Empire. Kurios went pale, a wave of disbelief turning into horrified anger. That's treason. It is, Kaine agreed. Without the consent of the Council of Moffs, they don't have the authority to conduct their own foreign policy, much less leave the Empire. But there isn't very much we can do about it. Yes, there is, Kurios retorted hotly. All his concerns about his last mission were burned away under his sudden indignant rage at the betrayal. I can't do to them what I did to Rendili. I'll contact the ISB cadre in Siswina sector. I'll make sure that the Quintat houses know there is punishment for treason, just as I made sure Rendili knew it. He expected Kaine to share his fire. Kaine, apparently, did not. Instead, he gestured at the map. Look, Cade. The Empire is shrinking. Warlord after warlord has fallen, Sector after sector has been lost. The deep core Moffs aren't even talking to each other anymore, and they're barely talking to me. We can't stop Iridu from leaving, we can only punish them after the fact, and either way we lose their resource base. Worse, it's not just Iridu. I know the Corellian Dictate has begun to reconsider the benefits of Imperial membership, and some of the more prominent business interests in the Oversector have quietly communicated to me that they're open to peace as well, if it means regaining access to the galactic market. Kurios' lips twisted into an outraged snarl. We'll fight them all, he hissed. The New Order is superior. We've proven that before, and we'll prove it again. We'll be stronger without the traitors and the cowards. Give me a cadre of true Imperial patriots, true patriots Ardus, and I can do anything. Once again, he expected Kaine to share his fire. Maybe the younger Ardus Kaine, who had heard such words from his father, would have. Velardo Kaine certainly would have. But this older Ardus Kaine apparently did not. No Cade? Kaine shook his head. I will not throw away what the Empire still has in a vain attempt to regain what it has already lost. Sudden horrified realization spiraled through him. No, Carius thought, ISB discipline locking his expression in place as though it had been carved from transparent steel. No, not Ardus too. Not Ardus too. But, deep in Carius' gut, he was surprised to find that he wasn't surprised. Not really. Kaine hadn't fought the rebellion with all his might after Endor. Instead, he retreated to the Oversector with his ships and created his own semi-independent polity. He hadn't gone to war and conquered his neighbors. He hadn't subdued the other warlords. Instead, he'd put his mind to economic development, to infrastructure. He'd built a fleet capable of defense, without the army required for reconquest. He'd made concessions, made compromises. He'd even allowed aliens to serve on his warships, despite all their inadequacies and the risk of espionage. Carius had told himself, in those moments of quiet doubt, that it had all been necessary for the preservation of the New Order. But it hadn't been. Instead, Kaine had bartered the New Order away, one small, innocuous reform at a time. As if a film had been lifted from Cade Carius' eyes, he saw his friend of 3 decades anew. His heart pounded furiously in his chest, a voice whispering quietly in his mind. You know what you need to do? Cade Carius was nothing if not an exceptional actor. He found the rage, the horror, the betrayal, and he suppressed them. To feel those emotions so intensely at this moment would be impossible to hide, so he had to save them for later. He had a more important task in the present. His expression shifted to resigned sympathy, and he offered his old friend a sad, exhausted smile. You're right, of course, he sighed. I'm thinking with my heart and not my head. Carius fell into an open chair and rubbed his face with both hands. It's over, isn't it? Kaine deactivated the holoprojector and the maps of the Empire, and rebellion vanished off his desk. The only question is how it ends. On our terms or on theirs. If we end it on our terms now, from a position of relative strength. Have you discussed this with the New Republic? Carius asked, his voice nearly shaking, the words a tangy poison on his lips. Not in any detail, Kaine admitted. But I know the terms they demanded from Iridu, and I have reason to believe that if we accepted similar terms they would be amenable. There have been overtures through back channels. I believe Counselor Organa Solo has been the main instigator of them. Treason, 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 treason. What comes next? Then, Carius asked soberly. Next we need to hold negotiations, Kaine explained. Unfortunately, I don't trust any members of my diplomatic corps to keep the secret. The economic interests in the Oversector will be divided. Half will be thrilled to regain access to the galactic market. The other half will be furious that we'll be banning slavery. Catering to the alien. The coward. Strength is what wins wars. He never had the strength needed for this. If he did, he would be emperor already. And of course, dealing with ISB and the Inquisitors will require certain delicacy, Kaine finished. You're going to have to help me come up with a plan to isolate the forces that will resist any move towards peace so we can mitigate the damage they can do to the prosperity and interests of the Oversector. He wants to betray the New Order. He wants to destroy it. To lay it low. He never really cared about it in the first place, did he? No, he never did. It was important that not a hint of the thoughts going through Kyrios' mind be evident, not a hint of his rage or indignance. Yes, they had been friends for decades, but Kaine should know better. Know him better. He was just trying to please his father. His courage died with Velardo. That was the key, wasn't it? For Kaine, the Empire, and the New Order and ISB had all been mere means to an end. He never understood what it meant to be a patriot. For Kyrios, the Empire was the end. It was all that mattered. Kaine hadn't been on Coruscant for the Battle of Coruscant. He hadn't watched warships fall from the sky, smashing buildings, killing millions. Kaine was a fool to think that Kyrios would put their friendship above the New Order. A fool. I serve the Empire. Of course, he said, rubbing his lip. So, how do you plan to conduct the negotiations? I intend to do that myself, Kaine said, pressing his hands together. Nothing less will communicate our sincerity. And it must be done with utmost secrecy. No one can know, Kyp, not before we are ready to act. No one? You're right, Kyrios lied. Then you intend to travel to Coruscant? Kaine nodded. I do. He smiled, a soft, sad smile, one worn with age and experience. One that had lost its luster, lost its teeth. We're going to save the Empire, Kyp. Not the way we wanted to, or the way we expected to, but we're going to save it all the same. Everything we can. Kyrios' return smile was just as old and tired, but he wondered if Kaine would note the sudden flicker of fire in his eyes as the possibility started to unfold before him. Yes, Ardus, he said. We are. You and me? For the good of the Empire. Brackus had decided to keep the small room he had been assigned, rather than moving into Draenine's more luxurious suite. It had everything he needed, and the smaller size meant it was easier to sweep for listening devices. That was important. Despite the fact that his newfound mentor had no voice in the traditional sense, Brackus instinctively fell into verbal communication unless he specifically avoided it. Tell me more about the Emperor. I don't know much more than I already told you, Brackus explained. He brought up the ship's HoloNet connection. Since they were docked aboard Reaper, they also had access to the command ship's own databases and integrated his datapad into the Inquisitorius network. He was a Sith Lord who used his power to rule the galaxy. An inheritor, then? The voice was stronger and more distinctive now, more recognizably not Brackus' own. There were times, especially the first day, or two, that Exar Kun's voice was hard to distinguish from his own. The thoughts seemed to come from inside him even though they did not. But now the voice had an accent, a timbre, a personality, and Brackus knew it for what it was. And the Jedi are dead. He killed them. Almost all of them. In the last year, a new Jedi Order has begun to grow. So far, it has only 2 members, Luke Skywalker, and a former Inquisitor named Cam Salazar. Brackus skimmed through the Inquisitorius record, letting Exar Kun view the files they had on both men through his eyes. Salazar's record included his entire service record, page after page of assignments and mission reports. He had not been the most prolific Inquisitor, but Salazar's 5 confirmed kills had been extremely respectable. Only 2 Jedi remain, so close to extinction. Brackus shivered at the sudden swell of emotion, a combination of rage and gloating that chilled the air in the room and rose goosebumps all along Brackus' arms and neck. We will extinguish their ancient order. Brackus exhaled. It was strange beyond words, feeling Exar Kun's emotions so intimately, carrying around the dead Sith Lord's emotions and personality like a symbiote or a parasite. But the rage, there was a sea of hate, right there at his fingertips. Exar Kun had shown him how to find his own, but Brackus' anger paled in comparison to the pain and rage and hate that Exar Kun carried around. Exar Kun's soul was hate and intent, fury distilled to a grim executioner's purpose. There are others with Jedi potential, Brackus cautioned him. Skywalker's sister, Leia Organa Solo. It is said her children are too. We will kill them as well. Brackus felt his lips twitch into a smile, and wasn't sure if it was his or Exar Kun's. I turned Jedi to my cause, and they ever disappointed me. I will not make the same mistake twice. What about the rest of the Inquisitors? Brackus asked. We will use them as long as they are useful, and then destroy them too. Exar Kun's voice was quiet and calm, but Brackus could feel the intensity that hid below that calm. Could feel the fire and fury, fed by thousands of years of imprisonment in the temple on Yavin 4. It was consuming, dark with an unspent lust for life and revenge. Revenge on the Jedi. Revenge on the Republic. Revenge on all who had wronged him. And to get his revenge, he would give Brackus all the power the Force had to offer. Brackus could feel that power, could feel his growing ability to tap into it with the Ghost's help. The dark side was the essence of that power, and Brackus would take it and demand the respect he had heretofore been denied. He would show them. He would show them all. Good. Exar Kun's voice gloated softly. Your hate has made you powerful. The voice faded, and Brackus could almost feel the foreign mind focus, concentrating. Open the door to your room now. Brackus hit the door release, and it slid open. He found Colonel Kyp standing there. The ISB man looked harrowed and worn, and there was something about his expression, something about his sense in the Force. He has been betrayed. He too is a tool, and a tool with many other tools. There was a slow, amused cackle. He will use us, and in exchange we will use him. Brackus found himself speaking without thinking. It felt almost natural, and he thought the words were his, but it was hard to be sure. Colonel Kyp, he said in greeting. Come in. Seal the door behind you. Kyp had flinched when the door opened. He glanced down the corridor of the freighter, a tight, confined space which merely served to allow passengers to reach their own private spaces, then slipped into the room. It slid shut behind him. Kyp pressed the door latch. The room wasn't really large enough for two, but it did have a small table in one corner with two chairs on the two open sides. Sit down, Colonel, Brackus invited. What do you need from the Inquisitors? His guest hesitated. If he sits, Exar Kun's voice explained softly in the back of Brackus' mind, that suggests he accepts a degree of subordination. He may hesitate. Let him feel like he is still in control. Brackus offered the slightest of bows, the kind that offered respect without offering deference. Or, should I say, what can the Inquisitors do for the Imperial Security Bureau? The shift in perspective was enough. Kyp stayed standing, his back going ramrod imperial straight as he folded his hands behind his back. Brackus did his best to imitate the gesture. His failure did not seem to weigh as heavily on Kyp as it had during their first meeting. The Inquisitors and ISB have always been the twin pillars of the New Order, Kyp said, his voice harsh, like gravel scraping over permacrete. The Moffs, the Starfleet, the Stormtrooper Corps, they are tools of the Empire. We are the Empire. Do not contradict him, Exar Kun cautioned. We need him to help us kill the Jedi. Brackus lapsed into years of recited propaganda, drilled into him during his childhood by educators and hollow net broadcasts. The New Order saved the galaxy from civil war. The leaders of the rebellion served nothing but their own corrupt leaders. Kyp's posture relaxed with relief. The lack of faith in the New Order is most dangerous from within, he said. Each word was said with agonized strain. Even to a non-Force wielder, his pain would have been obvious. Betrayal by the enemy within is always more dangerous than an assault by the foreign, Exar Kun whispered. Betrayal by the enemy within is always more dangerous than an assault by the foreign, Brackus echoed. Kyp flinched as if struck, then sighed with reluctant agreement. Yes. And more painful. The ISB colonel clenched his fist and banged it on his thigh. He believes there are 3 threats to his new order, Exar Kun continued. I have seen them in his mind. He knows what he wishes to ask of you, and of your Inquisitors, but he does not have the strength to speak it. We will do it for him. Brackus settled into one of the chairs at the table. He poured 2 glasses of water, took one himself and took a sip, then passed the second to Kyp, gesturing at the open chair. The colonel hesitated and then sat. There are 3 threats to the new order, Brackus said, letting Exar Kun prompt the words, finding it easier and easier to merge his voice with the ancient Sith Lord's intent. There is, of course, the rebellion. But it is a fragile thing, held together by a few capable leaders. It has almost fractured before, and it cannot stand if divided. Korea sipped the water, watching Brackus with intent interest now. Brackus could almost hear the other man's thoughts. I will teach you to listen, when we have more time. Second is the responsibility of the Inquisitors, the Jedi. And third, Brackus paused, letting the moment linger, letting Exar Kun seep into the minds around them, steal their secrets, and feed the precise words he needed back to Brackus. Are those who may mean well in their way, but have become blind to what needs to be done. Korea's hand squeezed hard on the glass he held, so hard that Brackus feared he might shatter it. But the glass, like everything else aboard ship, was a fine make and withstood the sudden application of pressure. I believe we can address all 3, Korea said, his voice hoarse. There is an opportunity coming, but I cannot act alone. I need allies loyal to the new order, loyal to Palpatine's vision for the galaxy. Truly, unhesitatingly loyal. The Inquisitorius stands ready, Brackus said simply. In the back of his mind, he could hear Exar Kun laughing, the sound of a champion after a final victory. Some men are so delightfully predictable. He will serve. What is it you believe we should do? Prompted Brackus. It will be difficult and require careful timing, Korea said carefully. He watched the water in his glass, swirling it. But if performed properly, I believe we can cripple the New Republic, restore the Empire to proper leadership, and wound the Jedi all with one blow. All it will really cost, Koreas put the glass back down, watching as the water returned to perfect stillness, then looked up to meet Brackus' gaze, is the life of my best friend. Lieutenant Shinas Dellist had been assigned to Reaper Starfighter support team. It had not been his first choice, or his second, but it was an important position. The Rebellion Starfighter heavy doctrine had plagued the Empire Star Destroyers, even as Super Star Destroyers. The loss of Executor haunted the Starfleet's nightmares still, and so more attention was being paid to countering it. Lancer-class frigates were positively ancient, dating all the way back to the earliest days of the Clone Wars, but despite their age they remained a potent foil for a starfighter assault. In their absence, and there weren't many of them left, so their absence was the default state, the Empire relied on its ties. And thus relied on men like Dellist to manage them. As he organized the maintenance requests, checked the duty logs, and generally performed all the boring administrative tasks required to keep TIE squadrons operational, he wondered if Hack ever knew all the work that went into keeping him flying. He also wondered if this officer track meant he was destined to command one of the Empire's carriers. His personal datapad beeped. That particular sound was one that indicated a priority message, so he turned away from what he was doing and fetched it. The message was short and simple and shattered the tedium of administrative paperwork. His heart thudding in his chest, Dellist worked to obey the instructions he had been given. First, he identified the ISB ship the orders indicated, an unobtrusive Mistral-class space yacht named Violet Envy, to be prepared for assignment. Second, he ordered the yacht to be fully stocked with the requested supplies, up to maximum capacity for his crew and passengers. Third, he ordered the hangar cleared, not just of non-essential personnel, but of everyone. Finally, he stood. Reaper's crew pit was a crowded space even outside of combat, and he strode through the rows of computers and officers before approaching the primary ladder and climbing up onto the main walk. Holding his datapad in one hand, he approached his commanding officer with all the confident purpose of a seasoned veteran. He hoped. Admiral Deshorn. Sir. Reaper's commanding officer, a gray-haired, square-faced rock of a man, turned towards him. Ah, Lieutenant Dellist, Deshorn said, the words drawn from him slowly, as if just recalling Dellist's identity. What is it? Dellist handed him the datapad. I've been ordered to deliver this to you. Sir. Deshorn took it with a frown, reviewing it with impressive speed. Both the man's eyebrows lifted as he reached the bottom of the orders, Then he carefully pressed a button that would delete the entire message. "Come along, Lieutenant," Deshawn said. Delis followed silently as they marched across Reaper's Bridge and stepped into the express lift. "Do you know what this is about, Lieutenant?" "No, sir." "That will continue to be your answer, understood?" "Yes, sir." Delis was careful not to look at Deshawn, keeping his back parade ground straight, his chin properly lifted, seeking the meditative calm that Pelion had suggested he seek. Pelion had admitted that he himself had never found the practice productive, but Grand Admiral Thrawn had meditated at least once a day, which was good enough for Delis. "Oh, stand easy, Lieutenant. This isn't going to be a short ride, and if you try to maintain parade rest for the entire trip, you'll strain something." When they arrived at one of Reaper's secondary hangars, this one utterly abandoned as per his orders, they found the ISB team already moving equipment and supplies into the yacht, with the ISB crew preparing the ship for departure. One of the ISB personnel, he wore the uniform of a colonel and had the look of ISB royalty, approached Delis and Durron. "Admiral Deshawn," he greeted. "Colonel Kurios," replied Durron. "Here to see us off. I would like to speak to the Grand Moff before his departure." Kurios' expression was tired and dismissive. "I'll let him know you are here," the colonel said, his tone as dismissive as his expression. Like the rest of his men, Kurios wore the cream-colored outfit of the Imperial Security Bureau aboard ship, setting himself and the rest of his men apart from the normal Starfleet. His casual disrespect got Delis' hackles up, but a small gesture from Deshawn, a hand, lifting subtly in a gesture of calm, made him resist the urge to object. "Come, Lieutenant," Durron murmured as Kurios exited earshot. "You do not want to irritate ISB. Only admirals can get away with that, and even then it is a risk." Delis bit his lip. Deshawn was right, of course. Everyone at the academy warned cadets not to step afoul of ISB, but that didn't mean the slight didn't sting. "You'll learn," Durron continued, keeping his voice just as quiet even as the distance between them and Kurios continued to grow, "that there are things that are and are not worth fighting for. Pick your battles carefully, Lieutenant." They waited 5 minutes, then Grand Moff Kaine himself emerged from the lift. He was wearing a dress uniform, more formal and regal than even a Grand Moff's typical garb, and he approached the two fleet officers first. "Stu," he greeted Deshawn. "Grand Moff Kaine," replied Durron. The two men stepped close together, shoulders touching as they whispered. "Are you sure, Ardus?" "There's no time to lose," Kaine whispered back. "I've spent too long dithering, and each week that goes by without action risks a greater confrontation with the New Republic. I want to begin negotiations before they send Lusankya hunting." Deshawn sighed heavily. "Are you sure you can trust Kurios?" Kaine lifted an eyebrow and smiled. "Come now, Stu. Don't be ridiculous. I've been friends with Kyp for decades." Kaine patted Deshawn's back. "I'll be back in a few weeks with the peace treaty in hand. After that, we can put our other plans into effect." With that, Kaine stepped away from Durron and turned his attention to Delis. Delis snapped a salute. "Sir." "At ease, Lieutenant. Good job today. I trust you will keep these events quiet." "As ordered." "Sir." "Good." Kaine patted Deshawn's back one more time. "You worry too much." They watched as Kaine boarded the yacht. Within minutes it was humming with readiness, and then it lifted up on repulsors, glided sideways until it was aligned with the magnetically sealed hangar bay door, and dropped out of sight. "Come along, Lieutenant," Deshawn said, executing a perfect parade ground turn and beginning a long march to the lift. "And remember your orders." Chapter 8. Mara could count on one hand the number of social engagements she had attended for fun. Oh, she'd gone to the opera or the symphony, both of which had been favorite getaways of hers during her time as the Emperor's hand. And she and Luke had gone on a number of small events that normal people would have called dates. She had also gone to any number of social engagements for work, getting to know a target for later infiltration or interrogation, or to establish a personal link with potential assets, that kind of thing. Going to Leia's for a private get-together, however, was none of those things. She was not attending because there was some pressing business need, although, as the liaison between the Smugglers Alliance and the New Republic government, staying in Leia's good graces was important. She also was not attending alone, as she had always gone to the opera alone. No, she was attending because Luke was attending. He'd slipped his arm through hers, kissed her on the cheek, told her she looked lovely, and then whisked her away. She had unlinked her arm from his as they traveled past the Imperial Palace's unavoidable security cameras and potential sludge news plants. So for the newsies hadn't yet picked up on their relationship, a fact for which Mara was grateful. She dreaded the inevitable moment when that stopped being true. They swept into the Solo family apartment together. Winter was positively glowing as she greeted them at the door, embracing first Luke and then, much more awkwardly, though Mara did hug her back, Mara. Mara glanced around as Luke and Winter engaged in conversation. "We're still getting ready for the move," Winter was saying as she led them into the living room, offering them both a glass of Alderaanian spring wine. "There's also tea if you want to join me in the consumption of non-alcoholic beverages," she added. "When are you due?" asked Luke. 3 months. Winter grinned at him. "This is partially your fault, you know. The pool money went to the benevolence fund, but the winner got an all-expenses-paid trip to a vacation retreat of their choice." She rested her hands on her enlarged stomach. "Luckily, Tycho was able to take some vacation time of his own, and we decided to visit New Alderaan." Winter's expression became wry. "It seems some new beginnings inspire others." Mara flushed. The reminder that Winter had been a party to betting on her love life, and had successfully guessed not only the year but the month and the week that she and Luke would embark on a romantic relationship, was both baffling and embarrassing, especially since Winter had made her bet long before Mara had even begun to consider the possibility. Thankfully, none of Luke's family had needled her too much about it. It simply was, and they accepted her with barely any hesitation. Mara found the entire thing deeply confusing, but was getting used to it. It was kind of nice, actually. Luke was shaking his head with an amused smile. "Wedge authorized Tycho's leave. Doesn't that also make it his fault? Also, I'm pretty sure Tycho." "Please?" Winter snorted. "I'm trying to make you acknowledge my solid insight. All I'm getting is the evasive farm boy caught out after dark." However Luke had intended to reply to that, it was lost under a sudden flurry of movement. Mara's own danger awareness kicked in too late, and the missile struck her solidly in the leg and bounced off. "Rah-rah!" Jaina Solo cried in excitement, despite being puddled at Mara's feet and having some difficulty standing. Unka-wook! Jason's own ambush had been more successful. Luke plucked him off the ground, lifting him up as if it was the easiest thing in the world. "Hello, Jason," Luke greeted energetically. Mara knelt down, and Jaina mauled her with tiny hands, grabbing at clothes, or hair in her effort to get a grip. "Rah-rah!" Jaina repeated insistently. Swallowing, Mara lifted Jaina and hugged the tiny human creature back. She could feel Luke watching her. She could feel Winter watching her. She could even feel Han distractedly watching her, from where he was standing near the entrance to his kitchen fortress, but the embarrassment at being caught hugging Jaina somehow never came. Jaina had such large emotions for such a tiny creature, Mara thought, and she was happy because Mara was here. That was kind of nice, too. Distracted as she was, she didn't notice as the room began to fill in around them. She jerked in surprise at the new voices. "Hey there, Rogue Solo," Wedge Antilles greeted Jason, who waved his little hand at Wedge in return, offering a shy smile. "Watch," cried Jaina, waving both hands at him. "And hello there, other Rogue Solo," said Wedge with a laugh. He offered Mara a polite smile. She felt the hint of blush start to grow. "And what's my fault?" he asked Luke. Luke nodded at Winter, who had slipped into Tycho's arms with her usual subtle ease. "Don't worry," Luke said. "I don't think Winter's really too concerned about which of us set in motion the events that led them to this moment." Wedge laughed. "Oh, no, probably not." He grinned at the couple, who was ignoring them. though he was the one who approved Tycho's request for vacation time. If anything, Han drawled, finally approaching from where he'd been half monitoring the kitchen. The rich aroma of some kind of roast was now redolent in the living room. It's Jansen's fault. Luke, Wedge, and Mara all stared at him nonplussed. Hey, Han blustered. I don't know what you were talking about, but if it involves fault, it's usually Jansen. I even heard, Han said, leaning in closer with a conspiratorial whisper, that sometimes, during the Zenge hunt, Wedge would give him kitchen duty for no reason at all when things got too quiet. Usually that was followed by things becoming too loud, Wedge said with a laugh. I remember that, Han said, with a suspicious, almost predatory gleam. Come here, General, he took Antilles by the arm. My kid's future aunt and uncle seem to have taken over babysitting responsibilities, and I don't want to distract Winter and Tycho. 3PO is busy at a council meeting. Some note came in a couple hours ago that sent Leia running. So Han paused theatrically, am giving you kitchen duty until your better half arrives to rescue you. Wedge's expression shifted from amiability to exaggerated horror, and Mara had to fight a smile. It was only after Han and Antilles had vanished back into the kitchen that Mara fully registered what Han had said, but by then she'd been subjected to the heart-meltingly adoring gaze of dark brown eyes so similar to Solo's, and her sudden panic was surprisingly muted. Leia held the datapad like it was a precious object. And it was. Mon Mothma's office was not particularly large. For a long time she'd been attended to by Milan Tugrana, who, like Winter, had been an Alderaanian who possessed a perfect holographic memory. But Tugrana had died almost 2 years before, the victim of one of Warlord Singe's plots against the New Republic hierarchy, and Mon Mothma had never replaced him. Protocol droids came and went, never living up to her expectations, and never filling the hole in her heart where Tugrana had been. The New Republic's chief of state didn't need a lot of space on most occasions, but that meant Leia had no room for excited pacing after she handed the datapad off to Mon Mothma and waited for her to finish reading it. There were any number of ways Mon Mothma could respond to the information on the datapad, but she responded in the way Leia had expected, with calm, studious consideration. Grand Moff Kaine is coming here. Her blue eyes pierced Leia. You did not invite him. Leia shook her head. I had mentioned a willingness to meet, but I did not expect for him to volunteer to come to Coruscant, certainly not with such a limited entourage. She leaned in, lowering her voice conspiratorially. He would not be so bold if he were not serious, and if he did not think he had a good chance at success. He must have been laying the foundations for this for quite some time. Our intelligence services did not pick up anything of the sort, Mon Mothma said skeptically. And I know General Kraken has been attentive to this matter. She leaned back in her chair. We have to try, Leia encouraged. Yes, of course, Mon Mothma agreed, though she waited longer than Leia had expected to do so. I would like a second opinion, she said suddenly, and pressed the buzzer on her desk. 3PO, would you please find Counselor Bel Iblis and tell him to come to my office? Right away, Madam Chief of State, 3PO's voice said over the intercom. Garm, Leia asked cautiously. Mon Mothma shrugged. I know he's in, and he's likely to be more skeptical than most. If you can persuade him, you can persuade the rest of the Provisional Council, and myself. That was a challenge, and Leia would rise to meet it. Asterisk. Garm was skeptical, but in the end she persuaded him. There is no reason not to try, Leia insisted. They're allowing us to set the terms of the meeting and in the security arrangements. When Mon Mothma and Bel Iblis looked at each other, it was as if Leia could feel the weight of the years and struggle between them. They had founded the Rebel Alliance together, with her father Bail Organa. Bail's death had divided them, and Mon Mothma's singular charisma and leadership had pushed even someone as vital as Bel Iblis to the side. Now they were collaborators again, and the awkwardness was clear to everyone. But that awkwardness was not obvious in the silent communication they shared before they both turned back to Leia. Very well, Leia, Mon Mothma agreed. I will have the Diplomatic Corps reserve a space where secret negotiations can take place. You may assemble your diplomatic team and give it a try. Mon Mothma's expression was neither enthusiastic nor skeptical, but bearing her typical calm reserve. And for the sake of the Republic, I hope you can come to acceptable terms. If Kaine withdraws his over-sector outer from the Empire as Iridu plans to, it would be a decisive blow to the Empire's military and economic capacity. And having Moonalist return to the galactic market would be a boon to the new Republic. Leia nodded. Mon Mothma checked her elegant wristchrono and sighed. I'm afraid I'm late for dinner with my daughter. The blood rushed from Leia's face. Oh no, she moaned. It's the anniversary of the Alderaanian Compact. I have company tonight. Yes, mistress, they would have arrived some time ago, 3PO said. I tried to tell you we were running behind schedule, but... I know, 3PO, Leia sighed. Well, hopefully they started without us. The flush of sorrow and loneliness surprised Leia, and it took her a moment to pinpoint its source. Garm was in his seat, looking thoughtful, but through the Force Leia could feel the sudden sense of aloneness. Han wouldn't, Mon Mothma observed. Now go home and see your family. The older woman had lost her son at Hoth, but still had her daughter Leia. The two were not as close as Mon Mothma wanted, due to the intensity of her work, but the Changeling kept making an effort in their family. Leia had Han, and Jacen, and Jaina, not to mention Luke and their circle of friends. Garm had lost his family to the Empire, and had left his adopted family in the New Republic fleet behind in space. In her mind's eye, Leia could almost see the quiet, sparsely furnished flat that he lived in, filled with legal documents and intelligence briefings, a sparse wardrobe, some holos, and maintained by droids without even the time to develop personality quirks. Garm, Han and Winter are hosting a dinner tonight at my apartment. Wedge and Tycho are there too, if you want to join us. Mon Mothma paused, glancing at Garm without trying to be obvious about it. Garm hesitated, and Leia offered him a reassuring smile. I'm sure Wedge would want to see you again before he and Lusankya embark on their campaign, she prodded. If it won't be an imposition, he replied cautiously. Nonsense, Leia assured him, taking his arm. Han always cooks enough to feed a regiment. Let's go, 3PO. She winced as she glanced at the chrono again. Han is going to be furious. He wasn't. He was concerned, which was somehow worse. It was an odd sensation, Tycho thought. Being in Leia Organa's apartment, with his arm around his wife Winter, the closest thing the princess had to a sister, watching Han Solo do the best he could to maintain some Alderaanian pre-meal tradition. The toast he'd offered when Leia had finally rushed in the door, with the very awkward-looking Garm Bel Iblis on her arm, had been from the Alderaanian court. Surely something Winter had taught him. Despite the etiquette classes at the Imperial Academy, Tycho suspected that standing on ceremony had never been a particular concern of Han's prior to his meeting Leia. At some point that had changed. Han looked and sounded painfully awkward, but his effort was real. From the way Leia smiled at him, it was also appreciated. The signing of the Alderaanian Compact had created Alderaan's last constitutional government more than 2,000 years before the world's destruction. It had been a minor Alderaanian holiday which had gradually gained significance as a moment for family and friends to come together and share a meal. Since Alderaan's destruction, the holiday had, for years, gone uncelebrated. It had become a moment of pain, a reminder of all those who weren't there. But the Alderaanian Council had made a point of trying to bring it back, and the candle of remembrance had been added so that the dead could be remembered and present for the holiday. Winter lit the single candle, taking the role of rememberer and making a circuit of the table before passing it to Chewbacca, who, for neatly brushed and expression solemn in his role as family guardian, growled a benediction before placing in the center of the large, overstuffed dining table. We are daughters and sons of Alderaan, Leia said, while the others remained in respectful silence. The guests paid respect, but his wife sat with the quiet reverence of one who could relive her memories of her dead homeworld with the kind of clarity that Tycho both envied and was glad not to have. We have come together in memory of Alderaan, so that while our world may be gone, his people will live on. With the dedication done, The meal began. It was quiet but not somber, now that the dedication was done, and conversation ticked up as the Alderaanian dishes dwindled one after another. Tycho rested his hand on Winter's back and enjoyed the warmth her presence prompted. The idea of living on board new meaning for him now. When he'd been young, still in the Imperial service, and engaged to marry Niistra, the plan had been to wait until he had served 5 years before they started thinking about a family. Then he'd never doubted that he would have children. But since Alderaan's destruction, and his dedication to the cause of destroying the Empire as thoroughly as it had obliterated Alderaan, it had never been something he'd considered even once. He and Winter had never even talked about having children. They hadn't even been married, and had no intention of becoming so until after the Empire was well and dead and the New Republic on stable footing. Neither of them had expected either of those things to occur while they were young enough to have children. He curled his fingers in her hair, stroking the back of her neck gently. She sipped some of her horrible green tea and offered him a perfect smile. On the other side of the table, Kyp Durron and Garm Bel Iblis were having an animated conversation about the Empire. Some recruits joined the Starfighter Corps. General Bel Iblis was explaining. I expect Solo has given you some training already. We have a simulator on the Falcon, Kyp said, but I'm not as good as he is. Not surprising, he's got a lot of experience. Bel Iblis nodded at Tycho. Colonel Selchu here is probably the best fighter pilot left in the Corps, now that General Antilles. Bel Iblis nodded across the table, at where Solo and Wedge were in close conversation with Luke, while Ila and Mara made amused faces while talking to each other in low voices, then kicked upstairs to command the Fifth Fleet. Bel Iblis looked at Tycho. How's Rogue Squadron doing with all the new faces? Tycho put down his fork and knife. It's taking some getting used to, he replied. But the pilots are all exceptional and, he hesitated only for a moment, hiding a wince, haven't made themselves too difficult. Your new Happen pilot hasn't made herself too difficult. The blunt skepticism of the question revealed the wince Tycho had previously hidden. Major Runamaran Veher was the squadron's new token Happen, a veteran combat pilot with a long history of anti-piracy service. She had headed up one of Hape's elite snub fighter squadrons, was a capable leader, and an excellent, experienced pilot. She also instinctively treated males as subordinates, which had created a great deal of tension between her and the rest of the squadron. Corran found her so aggravating that he kept sending transfer requests to different units, the Wraiths, High Flight Squadron, anything with an X-Wing. Was had tinkered with her comms so that when she spoke, her voice sounded like an underwater 3PO droid. Tycho had put her on maintenance after she contradicted him in a squadron briefing. Inari, who had received Runamaran as her new wingmate after Plora's departure, and had been sulking about it for weeks, had almost put the Happen through a bulkhead when Runamaran spoke down to her as a commoner. But as trying as Runamaran was, she was getting better, and the rogues were getting better at interacting with her. Not too difficult, Tycho lied, taking a cautious sip of the lamentable green tea that he had in lieu of a nice glass of spring wine. You're from Alderaan like Winter, right? Kyp asked. There was an intensity in that gaze, Tycho thought. It was one he recognized, one Tycho had seen in his own eyes when he looked in the mirror for years after Alderaan. One he still saw before battle, sometimes. Tycho nodded. Yes, Winter and I are both from Alderaan. He turned towards Kyp, reluctantly taking his arm from around Winter's back to do so. She glanced at the conversation before returning to her chat with Leia, saying something about Grand Moff Kaine in hushed tones. The Empire destroyed my home, Tycho continued. It destroyed Alderaan, just as it destroyed your homeworld and 1,000 other worlds. And those of us who survive, he gestured at Kyp, then at himself, we feel the need to fight back. To make sure that the Empire can never, ever do such evil again. The Solo family's ward nodded. Take that passion, Tycho said, reaching out to tap Kyp on the forehead. Hold on to it, but don't let it become hate. Hate makes you stupid and gets you killed. Make it into purpose, instead. Don't fight to avenge those we lost, fight to protect those who still live. Winter and I visited New Alderaan because it's not enough to destroy the enemy who took Alderaan from us. We have to rebuild what we lost. He gestured at the flame of remembrance in the center of the table. If we just hate the Empire, that flame will go out. The conversation on the other side of the table had stopped. Tycho glanced over and met Luke's eyes briefly. Luke nodded his agreement. Tycho is right, Luke said. Kyp's attention moved from Tycho to Luke. I know Cam has taught you about this too, Luke explained. But the way of the Jedi is not just about those of us who have the Force. Anyone can be consumed by the dark side, by hate and the desire for revenge. Even some of the pilots we've flown with have been. Too many, added Wedge. Even some of us have, added Bell Iblis darkly. For a time, Wedge and Tycho glanced at each other, both wincing. Tycho remembered the months after his defection and his desire to murder every Imperial in the galaxy. He knew Wedge well enough to see the murder of Wedge's parents and Wedge's subsequent revenge flash before his friend's eyes. Only Luke had never really fallen prey to it, Tycho thought. That was why Luke was the best of them. But I'll be damned if he hasn't been tempted now and again. So when we fight, Luke continued, because we have to fight against something like the Empire and its evil, we need to make sure we do it with the right intentions and in the right way. Otherwise, we risk becoming the very thing we fight against. He held up a gloved hand and clenched it with a sigh. Tycho saw Mara's arm shift towards Luke. She didn't look at him, her attention was on Kyp, but her instinct to comfort Luke was obvious. Maybe I should see if I can move my bet on their engagement date up a few months. Ladies and gentlemen, all attention was drawn to the kitchen, where Lando had swept into the room, his long cape fluttering behind him. 3PO followed, pushing a cart. The cart had a large tray atop it. There was a new scent in the room. Tycho inhaled deeply, soaking it in as he racked his brain. The scent was familiar, but he hadn't smelled its like in many years, not since. Winter, who had turned to face him, set aside her usually controlled mind to grace everyone around them with a broad, genuine grin. If I may interrupt your festivities, Lando continued enthusiastically, I have managed to procure the best possible dessert to top off our lovely time together. In memory of Alderaan, I have here. Lando lifted the top covering the tray, Alderanian TIL seed cake, with the ingredients fresh from Borlius, courtesy of the Smugglers Alliance. The conversation about the Empire Forgotten dessert was a cavalcade of tears and memories, savoring the rich, sweet nutty flavor of an almost forgotten delicacy of a lost world. Asterisk. Like the first dinner she'd ever eaten with the Solos, Mara unceremoniously nominated herself for the post-dinner collection of dishes and cleanup. That wasn't so bad, though, and it didn't take long to pile the dishes on the counter next to where Han was both working with them and trying to chase a very determined-looking Leia away from the sink. Mara glared at him, still not forgiving him for his earlier snark, though she refused to think about his comment beyond that, and left him to clean the dishes alone. Well, hello there. Lando greeted her at the door to the kitchen. Don't look now, Han, but the beautiful Lady Jade has decided to grace your humble galley with her elegant presence. She lifted a wet dish off the drying rack and put it in his hands. Solo needs your help drying the dishes, she announced as she slipped past him. Thanks for the cake. His amused laugh suggested he didn't take the dismissal personally. Luke was deep in conversation with Ela, Winter, and Leia. The twins were gone. They had long ago reached their bedtime, and Mara found she felt a loss at their absence. There was something about their innocent affection that she liked quite a lot. Rather than joining them, she moved to stand by the window. The towers of the Imperial Palace dotted across, slightly obscuring the view of the Senate District, and the voluminous rows of airspeeders carefully making their way through the sky, directed by their onboard computers, a requirement in close proximity to the Senate, dome, and the palace. There she stood quietly and reflected on the remnants of toddler-style mayhem and adventure with a small, secret smile, until she felt a somewhat familiar presence focus on her and close in. Enjoying the view, Jade? It was Antilles. She turned to face him and examined the man more closely than she had when they'd entered, or when he sat opposite Luke and Ela. The New Republic general stood comfortably in a casual ensemble a few years out of date, with the lightware marks of something thrown on without much thought, for an evening among friends. He looked nothing like the commanding officer of one of the most powerful warships in the galaxy. Clearly Leia hasn't performed as his style consultant, and Ela doesn't care about a man's suit as much as the man himself. That didn't surprise her, of course, but in the Imperial court it had usually been the other way around. She offered him a small, confirming nod. A bit, yes. Sometimes all the conversation can be a bit much, and everyone is much more familiar and direct than even my crews on the fringe. The Corellian smiled. They do sneak up on you, don't they? The kindness, the solicitation, the food, is a three-pronged charm offensive. He sighed theatrically. It can be a bit much. Mara arched an eyebrow. Now that you've softened me up, is this the part where you say, Luke is my best friend, and if you heard him I command an entire battle group and have lots of commandos who can expertly dispose of bodies? Her own defensiveness surprised her. Truth be told, Luke's friends, Zwing pilots mostly, no strangers to combat, had taken his relationship in stride and hadn't sold that information to Sludge News. She'd managed to secure explicit commitments to silence from the Wildcar's crew as well, although she suspected that Chen's obedience had less to do with his fear of her than it did his respect for Caird. Clearly she had some work left to do on him. Antilles huffed a brief laugh. No, those kinds of threats are for insecure paternal types. You're not likely to be intimidated, and Luke's more of an idiot brother who keeps rushing headlong into yet another scrape with death. His smile was wryly amused. Besides, he added with a shrug, I think you're good for him. Her arched eyebrow lifted even higher. You do? Wedge gestured at her with his glass of wine. You know Luke pretty well at this point, right? Mara didn't answer that. Wedge took her silence as an affirmation. What would you say his biggest problem is? Mara thought about that. Luke, offering her a hand in friendship even after she threatened to kill him. Luke, kneeling down next to a man he just fought, who was still armed with a lightsaber, to offer comfort. Luke, who had walked into Imperial custody because he hoped he could convince his father to turn away from a lifetime of evil on the basis of little more than a gut instinct. Optimism. That elicited another laugh and a nod. Exactly. Wedge took a sip of his wine, then put the glass down on the side table between the couch and the window. The rest of the galaxy sees him as an unstoppable force, but the rogues, we know better. He's a man like any other, and he can't just hope his way through problems. He needs a bit of practicality, someone grounded. He gestured at her with both hands. She pressed her lips together. She muttered. And you love him, Wedge said simply. Love him? Not the Jedi. She felt her cheeks flush. How was that so obvious to people when she still sometimes had trouble admitting it to herself? Not knowing what to say, she said nothing. So, instead of threatening you, thank you. Wedge retrieved his wine glass and took another sip. But really, is more of a thank you for guarding Ela than anything to do with Luke. And I mean this purely selfishly, I can assure you. I've been sleeping a lot better since the two of you started teaming up on jobs. He shrugged. That ain't we. He gestured at himself first. Then Mara should be friends. I consider Luke one of my best friends, and Ela is one of your best friends and my better half. We've talked a little bit here and there, but social rules say we ought to be friends too. What are the rules for friends and friends getting to know each other? Mara asked curiously. Wedge tapped his wine glass. Well, it's been a while since I cracked an etiquette primer, but I recall idle conversation is a good place to start. Maybe some basic questions. Where are you from? What do you do for a living? Although, he shrugged, the rogues pulled most of that out of NRI's file on you after it became clear that Luke had a crush on you. Mara wondered just how early that had been. After Wayland. Even earlier. She returned to slightly safer ground. NRI. That's supposed to be classified, she said sharply, imagining the rogues clustered around a briefing table, talking about Luke's crush as they read her intelligence file, and tried to decide whether her being a former Imperial assassin was a pro or a con. I am a general, and I have some very unexpected connections. There have to be some perks of the job. He nodded at her. As far as my history goes, I'm sure Luke has mentioned bits and pieces. Luke doesn't talk much about your background, but I know other than the rogues and Ela you don't have much family. Wedge sighed, leaning his shoulder against the transparent steel that separated the interior of the Imperial Palace from the cool air of a Coruscant evening. Most of us have lost people. I lost my parents when I was a teenager. He nodded at her. Did you ever come across Baron Suntir Fell while you were in the Imperial service? She frowned. The name was familiar. The pilot. Her frown deepened as she rummaged around in memory, groping for the right ones. I've heard of him. They say he defeated Darth Vader in a contest of piloting skill. He was married to some famous HoloNet actress and defected to the rebellion not that long after Endor. I haven't heard anything about him in a while, though. He went missing a few years ago, before we took Coruscant. We think Isard picked him up, and we haven't heard anything since, other than a few warlords using his name and reputation as a recruitment device. Wedge drained his wine glass, his expression tired. The famous HoloNet actress he is married to. Her stage name was Winsa Starflare, but she was born Leia Antilles. Mara froze, working the implications of that through her head. Wedge continued, sounding exhausted. She left home when I was 7, he explained. She was much older than I was, talented and ambitious. Real star quality, whatever that is. When he was with the rogues, Fell told me that she was safe, but he refused to say more. Then he went missing, and I still don't have any idea where to even start looking. I'm sorry, Mara said, and meant it. After I took command of Lusankya, I felt like I was an actor playing the role of Fleet Admiral, Wedge admitted. I would wonder what advice Sayal would have had. He shook his head. We've all lost people, he explained after the moment passed. Even you? He went on, refusing to stop just because she had tensed and looked away. Just because you can't remember the family you lost, it doesn't mean you didn't lose them. And maybe, someday, when you feel ready, that loss will be something you can mourn too. She wondered if Luke had talked to him about this, but even as the thought flashed through her mind, she knew he hadn't. The flush of annoyed anger passed quickly. Maybe. The Corellian's lips quirked. Sorry, that got a bit personal. But with all of today's remembrances of our dead, well, I guess I wanted you to know that someone other than Luke remembers that you've lost as much as the rest of us have. The sudden swell of emotion surprised her. She turned back, looking at the dinner table, where the Alderaanian remembrance candle still burned, the memory of all that had been lost, and a reminder of how important it was to rebuild. Mara didn't usually think about her own parents. All she really remembered, in the flashes of occasional memory and nightmare, was that they hadn't wanted her to go. Maintaining her calm and poise took a bit more effort than she usually needed. You're a story snub jockey. Everyone knows that they have no common sense. She gestured at Luke, still in conversation with his sister. Wedge gave a smile, seemingly reassured that he hadn't stepped past some invisible line. It's not all lasers and daring maneuvers. With the squadrons I've led, I'm half parent, half morale officer, and half a mature psychoanalyst who works from an acceleration couch without an actual license. That's 3 halves. I thought rebel pilots had to be half decent at maths for astrogation. No, math is demanding and there's only so much of me to go around. Wedge winked. That's what we keep our straw matches around for. They shared a chuckle. It felt weird. Good, but weird. Wedge had casually been more aggressive than even Luke was at prodding at parts of her past and history. Luke tended to let her bring things to him when she was ready, but Wedge had identified a fissure in her shields and shattered them with a pinprick of precise pressure. She was beginning to think she'd underestimated him and felt a bit foolish for it. He'd taken Lusankya from Isard. Then they'd given him Lusankya to command. He could keep up with Ela. Of course there is more to Antilles than a typical snub fighter thrill monkey. She took a slow breath, tracking back over the conversation. Next up for friends of friends after origins and occupation as hobbies, he said helpfully. She tilted her head. Do you so? Partake in bad romance holodramas. Dance the Corellian cheek step. She blinked. Read. Why, Jade? Wedge said with a laugh. I do believe you just made a joke. He winked. In order, scant resources and combat operations mean I've been known to sew, and Ela deems my dancing acceptable. But really I only have the one hobby, and I'm very glad I've been able to keep him in relatively good working order despite the Empire's best efforts. Now, my Jansen on the other hand. They shared another laugh. It was starting to feel natural. Across the room, Ela glanced at them from her place in the ongoing conversation with Luke, Mara, and Winter, and waved them over. I think we're being summoned. Wedge smiled, a casual smile, bespeaking comfort between friends. Must be about time to get home. He sighed. We only have a few more days before the Fifth Fleet will be setting out on the Bespin campaign. Her returning smile wasn't quite as comfortable. It was subtle, unpracticed. But it was there. Antilles, she said, with a hint of playfulness that she played up by adopting a slight Corellian lilt. She finally extended a hand. Good hunting? He couldn't quite match her easy shift of accent as he took the proffered hand, but he tried. Jade, he said, with an attempted Coruscanti hauteur that was quite absurd. Do try and keep the boss in one piece. Asterisk. Their guests trickled out, alone or in pairs. The room was empty now. The sound of Han washing dishes in the kitchen was one of the only ones left. Chewbacca was the one who took the Alderaanian remembrance candle and moved it near the window that looked out over the city, letting it burn down of its own accord. So you think Kaine is serious? Luke asked Leia. Leia shrugged. I don't know. I think he wants peace, but I don't know how much he wants peace. The fact that he's coming here is a good sign. Her brother's expression was not particularly confident. I hope so, Luke said. He shook his head. I don't know how to describe it. Like something isn't right. Like the galaxy is just out of balance, and everything is wobbling around me. He took a deep breath. Cam wants to see me tomorrow. He said he thinks he found something important and we might need to take a trip off-world to deal with it, but didn't want to say anything else over comms. That's the trouble with our family, Luke, Leia said softly. We've been through so much that it's hard to tell new dangers from the usual background radiation of mortal peril we deal with daily. All the same, I'll be careful. She took his arm and squeezed it. You should be careful, too. Luke smiled. I will. He nodded subtly back at where Mara was standing near the window. She and Chewbacca were near one another, both watching the candle flame, talking to one another quietly. You have Han, he murmured, and Chewie, and Mob Vecker, and Cacmane. You have Mara? Leia asked quietly, feeling her tension lift as Luke's own expression lightened. Yeah, Luke agreed, smiling more broadly. We have each other. Being a teacher of the Jedi arts was strange for Cam Salazar. He could remember his youth, the time spent at the small Jedi temple on Solon. He had never been a typical Jedi apprentice. Rannick Salazar has been nearly exiled from the Order after he admitted having fathered Cam, and for his transgressions, they had both been sent out to the edges of Hutt space, where Rannick could do some good keeping an eye on the cartels while Cam grew up. Cam's own status had always been ambiguous, despite his talents, but the Jedi Order had never needed to decide what to do when he came of age. The death of the Republic and the death of the old Jedi Order had made all such decisions moot. That had not made Cam's life easier. He flinched at the memory of Darth Vader's sudden arrival at their sanctuary, at the memory of the red blade as it rent through his father. After that, Cam had been twisted into a bringer of misery, a hunter of the fallen, a slayer of the living. And then, he had been free. After Palpatine's demise at Endor had loosened his bindings to the dark, Cam had been truly lost. Through all the travails he had eventually, finally, come to Luke, and that had led him here. Feel the light on your skin, he encouraged Kyp Durron. Feel the energy within. He watched as Kyp struggled. The young man, who had lived so much of his life in a darkness much more literal than the one Cam had survived, found direct sunlight disconcerting at times, but it also made him more acutely aware of just how much energy was in a simple beam of light. Good, Cam encouraged as Kyp settled. Now, reach out with your feelings. Think about the light on your skin, about the energy you feel there. Think about that energy, and search for the Force. Coruscant was an interesting place to be a student of the Force, Cam thought. There was so much life there, so much sentient life, that it could be overwhelming. Places where fewer people and aliens lived were less energetic, but the Force in such places was also nearer to tranquil, compared to the almost manic energy of Coruscant. Kyp could not command the Force very well yet. His uses were instinctive, without thought, or even conscious intent much of the time, which was both impressive and dangerous. Cam was trying to let him feel the Force more intently, let him always know it was there, all the life of the universe bottled up small enough to hold and yet also omnipresent. It is life. It is light, Rannick Salazar said into Cam's memories. It is love, and it is renewal. It is all, and it is one. Cam had no idea if that was some kind of Jedi benediction, or just something Rannick had said once that he remembered. There was no mention of it in any of the Jedi records that Luke had recovered from Dathomir, and there was nothing of real value left in what Palpatine had left behind. He doubted if there would be anything of real value in what Vader had left behind. The Inquisitors had been much too thorough at seeing it all destroyed. He had been much too thorough at seeing it all destroyed. Kyp didn't notice Cam's bout of self-flagellation. He was breathing, quiet and still, the light from Coruscant's sun cascading down through the transparent steel over his skin, columns of light cast over and across him, dust motes glittering in the beams. Kyp was a natural. The door slid open, bringing Cam and Kyp's attention to it. Luke Skywalker, like Cam, was dressed in the robes that they had chosen for the new Jedi, cream-colored with the brown belt, boots, and cloak. Mara Jade followed him in, pointedly wearing a comfortable spacer's jacket over colorful shipnits, paired with a trim gun belt that had a hook for her lightsaber. He had considered asking either Luke or Mara why she had not joined the Jedi Order when it was so clear that she had both the ability and the inclination. He had not done so. Asking Luke seemed intrusive. Asking Mara seemed like an invitation to expose oneself to withering sarcasm at best and viper knives at worst, so Cam defaulted to his considered silence. Jedi Salazar, Luke greeted him. And hello, Kyp. Don't let us distract you from your meditations. I could feel your focus from outside. I'm sorry to have disrupted it. Jedi Skywalker, Miss Jade, Cam greeted them in return. Oh, that's okay, Kyp said, waving his hand and sliding back out of the light. Luke turned his attention to Cam. You said you wanted to meet to discuss Jun. Jun is not a particularly pleasant place, Mara said sourly. You're familiar with it? Cam asked curiously. They had both been servants of the Empire, he knew, but he'd been under the impression that she had primarily served the Emperor. Only by reputation. Palpatine mentioned it a time or two, mostly in reference to where Vader was in any given week, and to warn me never to go there without his specific orders. Vader would have killed you, Cam said with certainty. I have no doubt, Mara muttered. Beside them, Kyp had an awkward, unhappy expression. Cam knew that Kyp hated being reminded of Cam and Mara's Imperial service history, or of Han's, for that matter, or even Leia's time in the Imperial Senate. Kyp's hatred of the Empire ran very, very deep, a fissure within which lurked the blackness of despair and resentment. It was healing, thanks to Han and Leia, but even once the fissure had faded to a shallower scar, its mark would remain for life. Why do you think Jun is important? Asked Luke. I was sorting through the items and information we recovered from Vader's palace here on Coruscant, Cam explained. I found a datapad, one with information on various locations around the galaxy of interest to Force users. The only one I recognized was Jun. He withdrew the datapad in question from one of the many voluminous pockets that his Jedi robes offered, one of the many perks of the new outfit. I don't know why exactly, but I have this feeling that it is important that we travel there. Luke took the datapad, examined it, then handed it to Mara. She reviewed it with a much more aggrieved expression than Luke had. I've meditated on it, Cam continued, every day for the last week. It's like I can hear a voice summoning me there. Like I need to be there. I don't know how to explain it. It's not like anything else I've experienced before. Vjun was Vader's personal fortress, Mara pointed out. It wasn't a pleasure resort. And even without Vader's presence, the planet's history is unpleasant to say the least. A more miserable world would be hard to find. Which is why Vader chose it for his palace, Luke murmured. There are many things he might have left behind there. Things that it may be important for us to find. Or things that it may be important for us to prevent others from finding. Vader wasn't the kind to keep trophies, Mara muttered. Luke's eyes were on Cam, blue and piercing. What do you think, Cam? He shook his head. I think I need to go and see for myself, Cam said. His voice quieted. It has been a long, long time since I heard the Force this clearly, he added. It wants me there. They gazed at each other as Kyp watched them from his place on the floor. I agree, Luke said. Can I come? Asked Kyp hopefully. Cam turned his attention to his student. He and Luke shared a glance. Not this time, said Cam. We're not sure how dangerous this mission is going to be, and Vjun is strong in the dark side. It would be better for you to be fully trained before treading there. Besides, Luke added before Kyp's face could fall, someone needs to stay here and keep an eye on my niece and nephew. The sudden deferral of responsibility to Kyp made the young man's disappointment transform into enthusiasm. Okay, Kyp agreed. Mara sighed. I'll get the tempered metal ready. We can leave tomorrow. You don't have to come, Mara, Luke pointed out. This isn't a Smuggler's Alliance mission like Bespin was. You can say that all you like, Mara muttered. You're still not going without me. If we're going to walk into Bass Castle, we're going to do it right, prepared for anything. Chapter 9. Rain on Vjun was a terrible thing. Acid drops swirled and spattered in every direction, the howling wind carrying them every which way, battering structures and leaving them dilapidated and broken, and slaying all but the hardiest plants as they grappled for life in the poisoned dirt. Deprived of nutrients by the biting rain, the plants that remained only gave the illusion of life, a spreading green moss that would devour the skin off an unconscious man, if given half a day to do so. It was an evil world. Cam did not think such things lightly. He had been to many worlds during his time as an Inquisitor, and had seen many acts of greed, hate, or spite so powerful that they had left an imprint of the dark in their wake. The plants continued to grow, blood shriveled and twisted, a dark mirror of their healthy selves. The animals grew mean, attacking even when it was unwise, even if it meant that every last member of the pack would fall to blaster fire, or to a lightsaber. Such places were common in the wake of the Inquisitorius efforts, for they carried pain and death, hunting and slaying, each corpse of a Jedi a void where life had once thrived, even in hiding. Each corpse of a Jedi mirroring that of his father, even the ones he himself had left behind. That was Vjun. All of Vjun. A world gone mad, the stories had said at the time. Slaughter and mayhem, an impossible infection that had carved through its population. The world was drenched in the blood of its former inhabitants, not even the acid rain strong enough to wash it all away. It soaked into the moss, filled the storm clouds, and ran free through the rivers. Vjun was not a world any longer. Vjun was the emptiness where a world, once full of life and joy, had been lost to the galaxy forever. Vjun was where Darth Vader had made himself at home. Cam glanced sideways. Mara and Slips were at the pilot and co-pilot seats, trying to decide where to set tempered metal down, looking for something that might offer the freighter at least a little protection from the corrosive effects of the rain. Beside them, Luke peered through the forward windows, his expression tight. Mara paused in her litany about the dangers to her ship to look up at him, and her hand carefully left the controls to interlace with his. Luke pulled himself away from his observation of Vjun to look down at her, and offered her a reassuring smile. I'm all right, he said. Mara watched him a second longer before nodding and releasing her grips so she could take the controls back. How far are we from Bass Castle? She asked Cam. The maps that Cam had been forced to memorize were etched into his brain. It overlooks the beach, on the other side of the mountain range, he said, gesturing at the swell of peaks that stretched out before them. There was a city up the coast from it that was abandoned during the catastrophe. Lightning scorched the sky, slashing down at the ground and at tempered metal, but the ship's shields absorbed the blows. There are people there, Luke murmured softly. At the castle. He leaned forward towards the forward windows. At least one of them is 4 strong, he added, sounding distant and focused, the strain of effort showing in his expression. Inquisitors, Cam said, certain. Perhaps some of them occupied Vader's castle after his death. Luke and Mara wore matching frowns now. We're not looking for a fight, Mara said, pulling back on the controls to end their forward motion. The freighter hovered in the air on its repulsor lifts, the mountain peaks blocking the view of the ocean beyond. Splatters of raindrops fell around tempered metal, vaporizing when they made impact with the ship's shields. If there's a contingent of Inquisitors here, right now, that means we're outnumbered and probably outgunned. We might want to consider aborting the mission or doing more extensive recon before we attempt an infiltration. I don't remember you being so cautious before we infiltrated Thrawn's Star Destroyer to rescue Card, Luke said. There was a hint of tease in his voice, Cam thought, but it was buried under concern and focus. Luke's attention was still locked on the castle he could not see. We had a deadline, Mara reminded him, and at the very least I knew we were going aboard a Star Destroyer. They're all the same? She wrinkled her nose and shrugged. Are they were? I don't think we can wait that long, Cam found himself saying. Luke and Mara both turned towards him with expressions of polite question, and he swallowed, feeling unaccountably nervous. I don't know why, he admitted warily. There's something the Force has been trying to tell me, something calling me here. Something important. I don't think this insistence, I feel, is the kind of thing he hesitated before using the word, Jedi should ignore. Whether he felt worthy of the title or not was irrelevant. A Jedi listened when the Force called. He lived in the moment, he accepted the guidance it offered. He followed, and the Force was leading them, to Bass Castle. There was a reason for that. To his surprise, it was Mara who conceded first. Fine, she muttered, wrinkling her nose. But we're not going to be able to just fly up to the castle and land like we expected. We're going to need some place to put down. Someplace acid rain won't eat my ship's hull armor while we're gone. Then we're going to need to trek through the rain without losing our skin, infiltrate the castle, and find whatever it is that the Force wants us to find, all while being stalked by Inquisitors. A hint of amusement showed on her features. Not the worst assignment I've ever had. I'll write slips, bring us around to the north. We're going to look for some place to land where it won't take us a month to hike back down. R2 whistled mournfully as they made their way through the blackened night sky, circling a mountain peak. As they passed through the low-lying clouds and endless, acidic ocean emerged in front of them, dark waves crashing against the shore as the tide came in, pulled by Jun's large, gleaming moon. It was beautiful, Cam thought, if somewhat lonely. Silver light illuminated the long beach below as it stretched along the mountain spine that followed much of the coast. In the far distance he could see the tallest peak, the one upon which Bass Castle was mounted, all the rest mere hills by comparison. Along the coast were an array of deserted houses. Structures melted to slag by years of acid rain. Lonely walls, standing alone with no roof to cover them. Fallen towers and abandoned farms, overgrown by the carnivorous moss. Civilization did not last long without people there to sustain it, Cam thought. There was a ping on Mara's console, and she swore. We've been spotted, she announced unceremoniously. They're pinging our IF. I'm not seeing any targeting scanners. Unidentified freighter. This is Bitter End, identification code Gamma 10 Echo-ISF. Identify yourself immediately. R2 whistled mournfully, wheeling forward and back as he plugged into the ship's computer. Mara held up her hand. Quiet. She ordered. R2, revert us back to the manufacturer's IF. She didn't wait for the droid to respond, instead pressing her thumb down on the blinking button. When she spoke again, her native Coruscanti accent was more intense than normal. Mara usually spoke without any identifiable accent at all. Bitter End, this is L6000H82688. Authorization code Delta 55 Echo-ISXF. Requesting landing and provisioning. Confirm authentication and report status. She lifted her thumb from the comm pickup. Don't say a word, she murmured to Cam and Luke. The voice that came back was annoyed, with a clear hint of exhaustion. L6000, this is Bitter End. Your authorization code is valid but expired. Confirm. Mara grinned thinly. Bitter End, your authorization is valid but expired. She adopted a put-upon tone, but one with just enough force behind it to imply that her patience had strict limits. Let's not play these games. Direct me to a landing pad, preferably one that offers protection from the rain. The freighter tilted his nose downwards, homing in on the source of the communication. A small village was settled up against the coast, the roads that had once led to it all washed away and overgrown. 2 landing pads were visible now, as well as 2 hastily constructed gunnery towers, the twin turbolaser batteries swinging to point in their direction. Cam reached for but didn't bring up tempered metal's firing controls. Activating the array would surely be noticed by the people on the ground, and Mara evidently thought they could talk their way through this. That's an ISB authorization code, Mara murmured as she reduced their velocity further, now hovering high above the pair of landing pads. From this distance, they could see the structures here were in better shape than any others they had passed, with thick roofs that stood up to the constant spatter of the acid rain and were elevated off the ground to avoid storm surges. This ship used to be ISB, and after a few unpleasant run-ins with their operators, Palpatine took steps to make sure I could blend if I had to. She gestured at herself. Katrina Lavalle. She pointed at Cam and Luke. Lackey 1 and Lackey 2. Stay out of sight and let me do the talking. If one of you has to be seen, make sure it's Lackey 1. Why do I have to be Lackey 2? Luke murmured playfully. Because he's taller and scarier looking, Mara retorted. Yes, that is actually the reason. That and they'd recognize you. Cam considered pointing out that at least Luke hadn't been an Inquisitor. The comm flickered back to life, the hiss of static dissipating quickly. The voice on the other end of the line was now more respectful. L6000, you are cleared for landing. Thank you, Bitter End, Mara said, a hint of annoyed sarcasm in her voice. You know we're not going to have much in the way of provisions. I am well aware, Bitter End. As you are well aware, if I had a viable alternative I would be anywhere else but here. This isn't exactly what I would consider a vacation spot. If you have a replacement YKL fuel shunt on hand, have it delivered when I land. If not, I want a full inventory of what you do have available. L6000 H82688 out. With confident skill, Mara and Slips brought the freighter down onto the landing pad, then slid the ship back under a simple overhang that offered rudimentary protection from the acid rain. We're going to need to give the ship a full overhaul when we're back on Coruscant, Mara murmured, shaking her head with annoyance. All right then. We all need to change, but especially me. I have gear in the armory. Asterisk. Mara's flight from the Empire had been unplanned. The Emperor's death had been a sudden, furiously unexpected blow. The sudden severing of her bond to Palpatine, on top of his frantic last command impressing itself upon her mind, had left Mara near catatonic. When she had woken and had been in a cell, with one of Isan Iser's goons interrogating her. She had never had a chance to return to L6000 H82688, which she had since given the name tempered metal as a declaration of her present resolve and a concession to Care's preference for puns. Instead, she had run, casting herself adrift into the galaxy. Then came the wandering, lonely, and confused, looking for purpose in a galaxy gone mad. Palpatine had been her touchstone, her anchor. In his absence she went on, doing the best that she could, surviving, until she had stumbled across Card and asked for a job. The life she had lived as Emperor's hand had been left behind her, for good, she thought, and she had begun a new one. A better one. One where her life was her own, and then more recently shared with Luke and not Palpatine, and where the sharing was equal and honest, not one-sided. One she could leave if she wished. one she could use to keep investigating the insistent question that had dogged her for so long and likely would for the rest of her life. Who is Mara Jade? So when she pulled open doors to her armory, revealing the array of equipment that she had been forced to abandon in the wake of Palpatine's death, it was with decidedly mixed feelings. The next part was simple. She removed the armor of the Emperor's hand and put it on. The outfit began with the comfortable, snug layer of blast resistance and fabric. Then a set of light, flexible armor which could be covered easily with a casual outfit. High boots, a weapons belt, and unobtrusive knee pads finished the gear, not counting the blaster on her right hip and the vibroblade she's hidden in her boots. Reluctantly, she left her lightsaber behind, placing it in the armory on the provided hook. It wasn't the kind of weapon an ISB operative would carry. She turned towards Luke, found him watching her with an expression that revealed the debate going on behind his eyes. Much to her consternation, Luke was one of the few sentients in the galaxy who found her scowl attractive, a fact about him she would never understand, and Mara dressed to be deadly only heightened his attraction to her. But he knew as well as she did, maybe even better than she did, how hard she had fought to leave the Emperor's hand in her past. It didn't matter. She needed to be an Imperial to make this work, so an Imperial she would be. Stay on the ship, she instructed him. We shouldn't have gotten rid of our disguises after Bespin, but there's nothing to be done about it now. We were expecting my father's empty castle, Luke said with a shrug. We didn't know the Inquisitors, and ISB decided to turn it into a delightful summer retreat. His gaze was intent, affection and concern swirling together in his heart as he stepped near. He took her hands in hers. Be careful, he murmured. Luke, Mara said with a sigh, rolling her eyes even as she stepped into his embrace, her arms twining around him. I'm about to walk into an ISB contingent with nothing more than my armor and an old cover. Being careful isn't exactly an option here. His fingers ran up her spine, sending a shiver through her. Her fingers tightened on his back, and she leaned up, kissing him with slow determination. I'll be all right. This is what I do. Cam and I are available for quick backup, he murmured against her lips as he held her close. And we've got the ship and my X-Wing. I'll be all right, she reassured him confidently. It helped that she was as confident as she sounded. She kissed him again, then walked past him, carrying his love with her as she immersed herself in the person she needed to be. Colonel Katrina Lavalle. ISB. Coruscant. She slapped the hatch release, the ship's forward ramp lowering. Outside there was the sound of whipping rain and breeze, and Mara pulled on a pair of protective goggles, just in case some of the acidic rain was blown under the flimsily constructed hangar. There were 3 people waiting for her. The leader was an ISB officer wearing a captain's rank insignia. That was good. It meant her persona had the advantage of rank, and he was flanked by 2 ISB stormtroopers. She stalked down the hangar, summoning the irritation and demanding self-confidence typical of ISB senior officers, especially in the presence of subordinates. Do you have my fuel shot? She demanded, leaning into her native Coruscanti accent and pointing at the ceiling. I certainly don't intend to remain on this pitiful rock for any longer than my repairs demand. She pointed at the officer in the middle. Name and ISB ident. The officer was caught off guard by her command of the conversation. Captain Linscombe, he replied. Zeta Alpha Gamma 005. Mara placed her hand on her ear, as if receiving confirmation from either a member of her crew or from her ship's main computer. Good enough, she muttered. So, do you have it? She pointed at the 2 stormtroopers. If the answer is yes, go fetch it. If the answer is no, what do you have I can use to fix my ship? My pardon, Colonel Linscombe awkwardly tried to reinsert himself into the conversation. He nodded at the 2 stormtroopers. Go fetch our spare parts for the Colonel, he confirmed. As they trotted back into the acid rain, he returned his attention to Mara, who was now studiously ignoring him as she examined tempered metal's supposedly damaged engine. Colonel, he called, hurrying after her. Colonel, I need your ISB ident. And the main database is also requesting you provide a status update. He looked awkward. Frankly, ma'am, the system says you haven't reported a status update in almost 6 years. It's quite insistent that I give it something. Epsilon Beta Beta 997, Mara replied breezily without turning to look at him. She removed the outer casing on tempered metal's engine, lifting the heavy metal covering and placing it down carefully. Then she glanced around, saw a stool sitting in the corner of the hangar, and went and grabbed it. As she pulled it towards her ship's engine, she spared Linscomb a glance. He was an older man, much older than Mara herself. He was junior for his age, but not as junior as his rank suggested. ISB had preferred to keep his officers, even his senior-most officers, at relatively low ranks, with almost no one ever exceeding the rank of colonel. ISB personnel had delighted in being colonels that could command admirals, or lieutenants that could intimidate captains. An ISB captain being permanently stationed here on Jun suggested that their presence was considered important by at least someone in their decentralized hierarchy, although that might just be Linscomb himself. She needed to figure it out quick. Ma'am, Linscomb prodded. Oh, Mara replied, turning from her seat on the stool. She pushed her hair back, scowling with annoyance. To be blunt, I've been operating off book. She nodded at him. You're familiar with the explosion at the Bank of Urkia, the one that destabilized the DAC economy for the better part of 4 months. Or the assassination of the patriarch of the DZA clan 4 years ago? She paused, holding up a hand and ticking off a litany of events. The execution of Grand Admiral Grant, or the betrayal and disappearance of Suntir Fel. She shook her head. I had a line on Crix Madine, but I couldn't pull it off. Linscomb was staring at her. All of those were ISB operations. Mara scoffed. ISB operations. Hardly, Captain. She shook her head, then glared at him. To be blunt, current ISB leadership is an embarrassment compared to the officer corps we had at our height. We never recovered from the death of Colonel Ullerin at Yavin. They're ISB operations in the sense that I'm ISB, and I've been carrying out those operations. She pointed at him. Feel free to put that in the computer. She put all the remembered righteous anger of the Emperor's hand into her expression and voice. All the determined intent, all the self-confident belief. I'm sure Grand Moff Kaine, the coward, would be happy to know that Umina with Maters has been doing ISB's work the last 5 years. She tore a piece of the engine out angrily. Someone has to fight for the new order, and if I have to do it my own damn self, I bloody well will. The ISB captain was watching her warily, but not as warily as he had been. ISB, more than any other imperial institution other than maybe the Inquisitorius, had operated in independent cells. An ISB colonel, like the identity Mara had co-opted, had enormous latitude to operate on her own authority, and Mara suspected that with the death of the Emperor that had become only more true. A rogue ISB operative, on her own, carrying out ISB missions, was all too plausible. The list of operations she gave were suspicious accidents. The bombing at the Bank of Urkia, one of the major Mon Calamari financial institutions, had been, to the best of anyone's knowledge, nothing more than an accident. Grand Admiral Grant had defected to the New Republic years before and gone into quiet retirement, but he could have been quietly murdered, and the New Republic not admitted for fear of discouraging future defections. Fel, of course, she knew from Wedge had vanished and never been found. The ISB man's greatest wariness came when she attacked Grand Moff Kaine, but apparently Linscomb had heard such sentiments from other ISB officers before. Yes, ma'am? I'll update your file, but if you would fill out a formal set of mission reports. The look Mara sent him was positively venomous. He laughed awkwardly. Yes. I'll do my best based on your summary. He frowned. Ma'am, if you don't mind, how did you find out about this facility? Our presence here is only a year old, and you've been out of contact with ISB for much longer than that. I'm from the Imperial Security Bureau, Mara said. For the first time in the conversation, she offered the man a particularly winsome smile. We always know, Captain. She gestured at her ship. This won't take me long to fix with the proper tools. I'll need a meal and a proper shower, and ideally I'd like to restock my blaster power packs and get a new supply of explosives. Whatever you have available, the higher the grade the better. She winked, putting no levity into it. I may have a few more targets in mind. I'll reach out to the Inquisitors, Linscombe promised. They have more supplies than we do, and Vader apparently left a lot of equipment behind. I'm sure we can get you whatever you need. Tell me, Captain, Mara asked, dismissively turning back to continue fixing her ship's undamaged engine. She whacked it with the hydro spanner. If they checked it now, it would be broken, but not broken enough to prevent her from flying. How has it been, working more closely with the Inquisitorius? She turned to peer at him with the narrowed, intent gaze of a skilled interrogator. I hope they're being properly respectful. This line of questioning brought a look of intense discomfort to Linscombe's face. It is a work in progress, he admitted. To be honest, they rely more on us than we do on them. Their numbers are simply too small to provide much institutional support. Mara scoffed. They have you hunting Jedi, do they? She asked. That had to be what he meant. The Inquisitorius' only charge was to hunt and destroy Jedi or their lore. Such agents usually had to be Force-sensitive. That was the easiest way to identify Jedi attempting to hide their Force sensitivity, which, combined with Vader's notorious tendency to slay his own assets, had kept their numbers small. So if ISB was providing Inquisitors with support, that had to mean they'd taken up some of those Jedi hunting responsibilities for themselves. Linscombe was clearly torn between his increasing belief that she was an ISB agent and not quite knowing what to do with an ISB agent who had been rogue for half a decade. She tilted her head at him challengingly, as if daring him to refuse to tell her, and he stiffened. There are no Jedi, other than the pretenders on Coruscant, he replied. But they have pointed us towards possible Jedi artifacts and relics, and teams of ISB agents and Inquisitors have been traveling to each one. We've destroyed 5 such sites in the last year. He practically glowed with pride, and Mara rewarded him for his story with a smile. Well done, she said approvingly, the kind of professional sanction a general might offer a promising junior officer. Yes, ma'am, he agreed. Our last joint operation was at a place called Exit Station. There wasn't much left there, but we did manage to capture a 4-strong scavenger and a few other artifacts that the Inquisitors seemed excited to have in custody. He shrugged. Have you ever heard of something called a holocron? He asked. Mara shook her head. My focus has been on traitors, not Jedi. That was a gentle chastisement, as rooting out traitors was ISB's directive, the threats to the new order from within, but she didn't speak it as one. Apparently they're Jedi magic, Linscombe explained, either not catching the rebuke or deciding to ignore it. Pack says they hold Jedi wisdom, training, and secrets. She's attempting to draw its secrets out. If she can, Linscombe's voice went hard, then perhaps we can use it to win the war. Mara doubted it, but she'd seen the way one powerful Force user and one genius could rewrite the rules of galactic politics in a matter of months. She shrugged, using her hydro spanner to hit her ship's engine again, repairing some of the damage she'd inflicted as she whacked the metal back into something closer to its appropriate shape. What will win the war, Mara said, with dark passion typical of ISB operatives, is good, loyal soldiers of the Empire, commitment, and the death of all traitors. She hit the engine again, harder this time. All of them, Captain. There were 2 kinds of ISB operatives, the ones who served because it brought them wealth, power, and status, and the ones who served because they believed in the new order. Colonel Katrina Lavalle was the latter. Yes, ma'am. Linscombe agreed, snapping to attention. Behind him, the 2 stormtroopers who had been dispatched to bring spare parts returned. Finally, Mara groused, hopping off her stool and going over. She peered through the collection of parts, snatching up the replacement part. Perfect. I'll seal this back up, then have a meal and a shower and a good night's sleep, then finish the repairs and get back out of your hair in the morning, she said. We have techs who can fix the ship for you, ma'am. The only person who touches my ship, Mara hissed at him, is me. Clear. Linscombe winced. Clear, ma'am. Mara tossed the hydrospanner into the crate with the parts. Outside, the rain had temporarily let up, reduced to a trickle instead of a maelstrom. Asterisk. Following Mara through the Force was not as difficult as it had been the first few times they had tried this. The sensation of sharing her vision, of seeing what she saw, hearing what she heard, was disorienting, but the more they tried it, or the longer they were together as a couple, the easier it had become. Luke murmured to Cam, the two of them plotting out a map of first the hangar facility, then of the hastily constructed, but still clearly the recipient of ISB's usual lavish investment of funds ISB operations facility. I haven't seen very many people, Luke continued. The two stormtroopers and the ISB captain so far. He paused, following Mara's vision as she glanced down hallways, quickly tracing the layout he saw. Mara entered a cafeteria, which was empty but had enough tables to seat about 16 people, if people had packed into it all at once. Probably a staff of 4 officers, Mara thought to him, the cadences of her thoughts identifying them as hers, tinged with the comfortable edge of intimate affection that had come to characterize all the thoughts and emotions shared via the invisible string that bound them together. Then I guess 8 stormtroopers, maybe 10, maybe 6, depending on how active this operations team is. This strikes me as a coordinating center, more focused on integrating ISB and Inquisitorius operations than running their own independent teams. Luke relayed the information to Can. In the cafeteria, Mara grabbed a stash of Imperial ration bars, a flash-frozen meal, and a double-sized cup of caf. The ISB captain who had been watching her departed, but one of the stormtroopers remained, keeping a watchful eye. Should I be concerned? He asked. He could feel as Mara subtly observed the stormtrooper as he subtly observed her. Probably not immediately, she returned after consideration. My cover should hold up to initial scrutiny, but when they go digging they'll realize I look identical to the second in command of the Smugglers Alliance. I'm not as low profile as I used to be. The stormtrooper watched Mara nonchalantly as she ate her flash meal and drank her caf. Mara, in turn, ignored the stormtrooper, except in the awareness offered by her peripheral vision and the Force. You saw the lift speeder doors I passed on the way in. I saw them, he confirmed. Between Mara's entry to the base facility and her arrival at the cafeteria, one of the hallways she passed had featured 2 wide, sealed lift doors. Wider than a usual turbolift, it probably represented the entrance to a lift speeder, a high-speed turbolift that would travel along at ground level at airspeed or velocity, that traveled along the coast to Castle Bast farther up the beach. Mara stood and stretched before placing her tray in the disposal. I think I can get you access to it, she said. Once you're inside, you and Cam can go investigate Bast Castle while I keep the ISB team distracted. I just need to get access to the main security terminal. He could feel her reaction to his sudden wariness, the soothing affection and mild annoyance that was her typical response to his desire to keep her out of danger. Skywalker, she scolded gently. I have my ship. I'll be fine. A hint of disdain replaced her affection. It's just ISB. Nothing I can't handle. Luke followed her through the Force as she was led to a spare room with all the typical amenities for a visiting officer, including a computer terminal. She thanked the stormtrooper, then shut the door in his face. What do you want us to do? He asked once she was safely ensconced. Wait. Randall Linscombe rather detested John. Working with the Inquisitorius wasn't so bad. He'd actually come to like and respect them more than he'd expected when the orders had first come down from on high, even if he thought the work they were being asked to do outside of ISB's proper purview. Moments of excitement were few and far between. The hunt for a new artifact or Jedi talent usually wild bantha chases across the galaxy, accomplishing little. That wasn't always the case, as the mission to Exit Station just a few days before had proven, but it was mostly the case. Colonel Katrina Lavalle was easily the most interesting thing to happen at the Bitter and Imperial Security Bureau station since he'd established it a little more than a year before, as part of Grand Moff Kaine and Colonel Karios' reorganization of ISB. Her record was exemplary if erratic. He tabbed through the summary file, mission reports, all years old now, which described an exceptional if bizarrely atypical ISB agent. She had been recruited out of Imperial intelligence and put into accelerated training at an extremely young age, then operated largely autonomously. Dedicated to hunting down treasonous elements, she had targeted enemies of the New Order and eliminated them, always without making her assassinations obvious. An accident here. A sudden illness there. Since Endor, and ISB's further fragmentation as the Empire's central hierarchy fell apart, she had not bothered to report to anyone. He checked each of the stories she'd told him, and each fit Laval's operational profile: quiet, unheralded deaths or accidents that had outsized impacts, always harmful to the rebellion in one way or another. If she was genuine, she was one of ISB's finest. The problem was Randall Linscombe was pretty sure she wasn't. Chapter 10. The yacht Violet Envy was perfectly suited for diplomatic duty. Grand Moff Kaine occupied the stateroom alone. Kyrios had let him be during their trip to Coruscant, both because he didn't want to disturb him, and because he'd spent every free minute making his own plans. Not everything could be prepared in advance. ISB's assets on Coruscant were extremely thin, having been largely expended over the years, and were difficult to replace. Unfortunately, most of the Coruscanti families that ISB would have recruited from, including Kyrios' own, had been among those to abandon the planet when the rebellion had conquered it, which left few true loyalists, at least loyalists who could be confirmed such, among Coruscant's remaining population. But there were other options for Kyrios to procure what he would need. Just as importantly, Kyrios had quietly ordered a number of personnel reassignments. Every Imperial warship carries some ISB personnel to monitor the loyalty of its crew, both officially and unofficially. But that might not be enough to assure loyalty in the days to come, so Kyrios pushed some judicious personnel shuffling to put the right people in the right place. His new second-in-command, Lieutenant Brenner, swiveled in the chair at the yacht's electronic warfare and communication station. Kyrios had left Welco to look after ISB's affairs aboard Reaper, secure in the knowledge that the man was loyal, capable, and ruthless enough for the job. In his absence, Brenner was competent enough, a brick of a man who looked like he had a gunk droid for a grandparent. He lacked Welco's well-honed accuracy with a blaster pistol, but made up for it with close combat skills and unhesitating loyalty. 10 minutes to Coruscant, sir. Kyrios pressed the intercom button on the arm of his command chair. We're 10 minutes out of Coruscant, he announced to the crew. Confirm all weapons powered down. We don't want to get into a shooting match with the rebellion's first fleet. He glanced over at the gunnery station, where the console's running lights showed only the dimmed gray of disposable turbolasers. The whisper-soft footsteps that heralded Brocky's arrival seemed to get quieter and quieter each time he approached. Are all preparations made? Brockus asked quietly in that voice that was so much older than the teenager he was, or the teenager he had been when Kyrios had met him only a few days before. The last communications went out during our brief stopover at Brental, Kyrios murmured, keeping his voice too quiet for even his loyal bridge crew to easily overhear. All that remains is to discuss the matter with the Grand Inquisitor. Kyrios swiveled his chair towards Brackus, folding his hands across his lap as he did. Arrangements have been made to take care of that after we arrive on Coruscant. Brackus merely smiled, which Kyrios took as a confirmation. The Inquisitors will do their job, Kyrios thought to himself, believing it more as he remembered their reputations. The Empire needs them. Even if the Force is incomprehensible, the last few years have proven that it is indispensable to the New Order. The final minutes lingered, excruciating silence making them feel like hours. The only one of them that looked calm was Brackus, but the lingering aura of menace around the man offered a premonition of tempest. Brenner's expression was irritated, but that was Brenner's normal condition. There was a soft ding as the doors opened and Grand Moff Kaine entered. Kaine wore his full dress uniform, a concession to tradition that Kyrios knew Kaine usually disdained. On the left breast, under his rank plaque which marked him as the senior-most Moff in the Empire, one of the awards drew Kyrios' attention. Kyrios had one just like it, on his own dress uniform, a ISB Distinguished Service ribbon. They were no longer awarded, Only the Emperor himself had possessed that privilege. Kaine had earned it once, but seeing it on his chest now made Kyrios silently furious. Treason, his mind whispered, unbidden. He has no right. Kaine did not seem to notice where Kyrios' attention had wandered to. Have we arrived? He asked. Very nearly, sir, Kyrios answered, tearing his attention away and adopting his best unhurried commander impression. With the typical subtle lurch of a hyperspace transition, Violet Envy returned to normal space. It had been years since Kyrios had been back to Coruscant, and the sudden sight of the world brought decades of memories. Growing up outside the Senate District during the final years of the Republic, the Battle of Coruscant and the battleships that had fallen from the sky, leaving trails of fiery debris which impaled structures and people with equal ease. The declaration of empire and the security it immediately brought to the people of the new Imperial Center. The reassurance and calm, the ease of life, the flush of patriotism and fervor. Directly in front of them was a massive executor-class Super Star Destroyer. There was a moment of flushed relief, a reminder of the first time the vessels had entered Imperial service, of the assurance that they would destroy the rebellion once and for all. On each of the ship's flanks was an enormous rebel crest, gleaming in red. The flush of rage was quickly suppressed. The determined intent was not. He glared at Lusankya, and at the planet that turned below. I will see the rebellion burn, even if I have to scorch my homeworld to do it. The meeting was not taking place in the Imperial Palace. The palace was, unfortunately, far too conspicuous and busy to sneak an Imperial Grand Moff in and out without being seen. Instead, they selected a large hotel complex 20 minutes outside of the former Imperial Center, one known for its discretion. After renting the top 3 floors for themselves and their Imperial counterparts, they moved in, getting comfortable for what Leia expected would be an extended few days, if not longer, of preliminary negotiations. In anticipation of Grand Moff Kaine's arrival, Leia put together a security and observation team that was second to none. Colonel Kyp Durron, Crix Madine's protege, and his Nori commando team were assigned to security and subterfuge. Their job would be first to keep an eye on Kaine and his entourage, and second to make sure that no one else, especially no one with newsy ties, could do the same. With security covered by the best commandos that the New Republic had to offer, Leia then established a political, military, and intelligence analysis team. Garm Bel Iblis knew the military situation better than anyone else, so he served as the military advisor. Leia could do the political analysis herself, but she preferred to have Winter as her aide, knowing that Winter would remember anything that Leia might forget herself, and could make connections that others would miss. Finally, Ela sat at the other side of the table, quietly reading from a briefing book while she drank a cup of steaming hot caf, wearing an expression of focused, attentive calm that Leia had come to expect from the woman. There was a knock on the door. Then Kyp slipped into the room. Leia caught a momentary glimpse of one of his Nori team in the hallway beyond. Kyp was one of the more recognizable members of commando squads trained by Crix Madine. With the typical reddish skin and horns of a Deveronian, he could never disguise himself as a human, which left him often on missions of a less covert nature. "We've got the confirmation code," he announced, with the kind of stiff enunciation that betrayed both his uncertainties about the wisdom of this entire project and his determination to do his duty. "There's a transport on approach. Violet Envy. We've directed it to land on the rooftop pad. My team has just confirmed again that the floors are secure. No sign of listening devices or sludge news operatives anywhere." She and Winter shared a look. Leia's longtime aide, who had been with Leia even going back to their childhood on Alderaan, and then during Leia's time in the Imperial Senate, offered the same confirming nod and phrase she had been given ever since they were children. "Yes, Princess." "Are you sure you don't want me to accompany you?" Garm asked, looking even more unhappy than Kyp. Having someone military in the room might send a more confident message. "No," Leia interrupted with a shake of her head. "Our military superiority is already clear. I don't need to drive it home. This moment is one for conciliation." The corner of her mouth twitched, and she gave Garm a small, confident smirk. We can always bring Carithra to one of the later sessions, she suggested. Besides, I'll have Kyp. He should be intimidating enough. Garm didn't smile back. His serious expression was stiff with thoughtfulness, but he nodded his reluctant agreement after a glance at Kyp. All right, I'll stay here and observe with Agent Wessery. Leia and Winter stood, and Leia straightened her formal clothes. She spent far too long debating over what to wear. Han's suggestion that she wear the combat gear she'd worn on Endor had been amusing but insufficiently diplomatic, and she had ultimately settled on a simple white outfit she'd often worn during her stint in the Imperial Senate. With a final nod to Garm and Ela, they turned to leave. Beside them, Kyp's silent, intimidating presence was a shield against all the threats in the world. The Nori led them out of the lounge. They turned into their temporary negotiating headquarters. The hotel complex had been built well near 7 centuries before, during a high point in the history of the Old Republic. The Malala Astor Hotel and Resort was an enormous complex, distant enough from the Senate District to offer anonymity, while still close enough to make a morning commute practical. 2 different structures, the Malala and the Astor, linked together by enormous, transparent steel passageways that offered a scenic view of Coruscant's ever-over-busy skyways attracted affluent tourists. Its extensive security and privacy policies, rentable office space, library, and secure holocoms attracted politicians, ambassadors, and their aides. Leia knew that rumors were swirling all around Coruscant while the top 3 floors of the Astor had been booked for a week, but General Kraken had produced several persuasive and salacious cover stories and a dozen body doubles who were, if they were succeeding at their mission, current leading sludge news all over Coruscant and some nearby systems. Kyp led the way as they traveled from the rooms that had been assigned to the New Republic to the ones that had been assigned to the Empire. Grand Moff Kaine should have landed on the roof of the Astor, on one of the hotel's very private landing pads, and his security detail would surely be performing a sweep before allowing the Grand Moff to disembark on the enemy-held world. The Malala Astor felt eerily empty. The hotel's decor was cream and gold and its halls carved with ornate patterns and carpentry. The efforts of craftsmen from across the galaxy had gone into its creation, and those efforts had produced a famously beautiful structure. During the height of the Old Republic, it would have been filled with dignitaries of all species. The hotel had declined under the Empire, with all its amenities for non-human species largely unneeded. Today it was completely empty, devoid of looming presence of its own, a reminder of the stakes they fought for. Kyp pulled open the doors at the end of the hallway, a puff of stale air emerging as they yacht open. The conference room was rectangular, with one entrance on either side, meant for 2 equal partners. That equality would have been an affront to previous Imperial warlords, who had never acknowledged the New Republic as an equal partner, but Kaine had not objected when she had suggested it. That, plus the fact that Kaine had decided to come at all, was enough to give Leia hope that perhaps there was room for an agreement to be made. Leia and Winter took the 2 chairs on the Republic side of the room. 2 lamps rested on the desk, casting a warm light that filled their side of the room. Additional light came in through an array of windows on either side of the room, but those windows were offset behind a second wall that did not quite reach the ceiling. This both allowed some light to enter the room, but also ensured that neither sludge news nor espionage could get a glimpse of the affairs within the room. The worst part of a diplomatic negotiation was the waiting. Once everyone was together in a room, instinct and experience took over. But the minutes before the negotiation were agony. Leia ran through a silent litany of all the things that could go wrong, the demands that could be made, the potential consequences of failure. The dangers of Imperial intransigence, the risks of Imperial hardliners like ISB sabotaging the meeting, the possibility that the Provisional Council would reject whatever terms Leia could come to with Kaine. I recognize that expression, Winter said mildly from beside her. The first time I saw it, we were waiting to take our first form exams. She pointed at Leia. You were listing the names of our 5 most important monarchs. Leia's focus shifted from the impending negotiation back into the past. I still don't remember, she laughed. There's Darius and Briha, after that I forget. The tension broken, Leia offered Winter a smile. "Thanks." "You're welcome," Winter replied lightly, mirroring Leia's smile. She rested her hand on her stomach. "Don't worry. In a few months I'm sure I'll be relying on you to keep me from worrying." "They are arriving," Kyp growled, making them both jump. The Nori made his way across the room, in haste without being hurried, and pulled the doors open. As Leia and Winter stood, they could see 3 men on the other side of the threshold. After Kyp checked them for weapons, to the clear annoyance of one of the men, a compact man with graying hair who wore a colonel's uniform, they entered, and Leia got a good look at each of them. She recognized the man leading the trio immediately. Grand Moff Kaine was unmistakable, looking every bit like a classic Imperial Moff. He didn't look like his predecessor, Grand Moff Tarkin. Tarkin had been pasty, with the gaze that was menacing even when it wasn't meant to be. Kaine was younger, with a thicker head of hair and more color. His expression was stiff and emotionless, but his face lacked the edge of inherent menace that had so defined Tarkin. Behind him was the man in the colonel's uniform. He was shorter than Kaine, stockier and more powerfully built. He was Kaine's version of Winter, Leia decided, his aide and confidant, there to provide counsel. Unlike Winter, though, the colonel was probably there to be the more aggressive voice, to allow Kaine to seem like the voice of measured reason. The last of the trio was the most curious. A very young man, one certainly not much older than Kyp was. He seemed to have stolen all the youth from the other 2. His hair was as blonde as her brother's, and his eyes just as blue. He was the only member of the trio not wearing an Imperial uniform. Instead, the young man had on a plain-looking outfit, formal but not too formal. He seemed too young to be security, Leia thought. Perhaps he was an additional aide. Kaine and Leia approached one another in the center of the room, the meters of the hallway seeming to stretch. Compared to the 3 Imperial figures, Leia, Winter, and Kyp were diminutive, almost comically so, and Leia was glad the sludge news was not present. The headlines the next day would not have been able to resist a pointed commentary. Kaine took her proffered hand. "Counselor Organa Solo," he said. Her hand was small in his, but she made sure that her grip was firm. "Grand Moff Kaine, welcome to Coruscant. May I introduce you to my aide, Winter Selchu, and the leader of my personal guard, Kyp, warrior of the clan Ikmir." The Imperial Grand Moff released his grip, allowing her to exchange a handshake with the colonel who accompanied him. "Thank you, Counselor. This is Colonel Kyrios. He's an old friend of mine and is serving as my principal guard and advisor for these negotiations." Kyrios' smile was cold. The man didn't even make an attempt at being genuine. "Princess." Leia hit a wince. Kaine might be cooperative, but Kyrios was going to be a problem. She waited for Winter to exchange a handshake with Kyrios, then glanced behind Kaine at the young man who Kaine had not introduced. She waited for an introduction. When one did not seem forthcoming, she prompted it. "And this is..." Brachus, the young man introduced himself. He offered a shy smile and took Leia's hand gingerly, with none of the firm grip of Kaine or Kyrios. And yet, Leia thought, there was something about him that made her distinctly uneasy. Those blue eyes were almost unnaturally so. "Oh, my apologies," Kaine interrupted her musing, drawing her attention back to him. "Brachus is serving as an aide for Colonel Kyrios and myself. He's here mostly for record-keeping and observation." He gestured at the pair of desks. "Shall we sit? I suspect there is going to be a great deal of talking, and seats and water would both be welcome." Asterisk. It took them an hour and a half simply to finish hammering out an agreement about the current state of galactic affairs. Every time Leia referred to the New Republic as a legitimate governing body, Kyrios objected, and every time he did, Leia wanted to smack him. The Empire's intransigence on these issues had become an increasing problem, especially when it came to treatment of prisoners, while the New Republic diligently kept Imperial prisoners of war in expectation of returning them to the Empire in prisoner exchanges. New Republic prisoners held by the Empire had more uncertain chances. These people can be utterly infuriating, Leia thought, hiding her scowl as Winter and Kyrios went through an extended, increasingly heated exchange about the proper obligations of combatants in wartime. But, the longer the meeting went on, the more confident Leia became. Kyrios was intransigent, but he wasn't the one dictating the meeting. Kaine was. And Kaine had repeatedly stepped in to assure them that Imperial forces under his command had and would continue to treat the New Republic as an equal government. Kyrios' scowl at those words had vanished quickly. Whatever his reluctance, he was willing to follow Kaine's lead, at least so far. The New Republic has certain necessary expectations. Leia laid out their demands, the same ones she and Mon Mothma had written and then run by the rest of the Provisional Council. First, the recognition of the New Republic's legitimacy as an equal government. That was necessary for the negotiations to even begin. Just by being here, Kaine had implicitly offered that much. Second, the end of all military operations against territory currently held by the New Republic. Third, the end of slavery within the Oversector Outer, verified by New Republic monitors. And fourth, political considerations for Imperial worlds unsatisfied with its current governing arrangement. Kyrios' expression was that of a looming thunderstorm. Kaine's lips tightened as she laid out each of their demands, from the easiest ones to the more strenuous ones. If you believe, the colonel ground out slowly, as if trying to speak while chewing shattered transparent steel, that the Empire will ever permit New Republic inspectors unfettered access to all elements of its economy, then you are a fooler as well as a traitor. Long years of diplomatic training, Imperial Organa's strenuous lessons about never letting her ire show, lessons which Leia had never been all that good at following, were the only thing that kept a hot retort from spilling free. What makes you think you can stop us, Imperial scum? She barely managed not to snarl. The New Republic's stance on slavery is very clear, she replied instead, her fury confined to a slight increase in volume and passion. Kaine raised his hand. To Leia's relief, Kyrios receded back a half step, deferring to the Grand Moff. I have had discussions with the leading luminaries of the Oversector's economy, he said. The emphasis was interesting. Kaine's emphasis on the Oversector rather than the Empire matched what she already expected from the man. Kaine wrapped his fingers on the desk, keeping all attention on him, and keeping Kyrios momentarily quiet. Finding a way to satisfy the New Republic's concerns about the institution of slavery in a way that will not be overly burdensome will be difficult, he conceded. But I am willing to concede in principle that the Oversector would end the practice and seek to satisfy the Republic in our efforts to do so over a reasonable transition period. Leia could drive a Super Star Destroyer through a loophole that large. As for political considerations, that is a more complicated topic. But, he held up a hand to forestall Leia's impending commentary. I am willing to consider the restoration of the Imperial Senate in its previous governing role, with room for expansion of that role where appropriate. Leia and Winter glanced at each other. Even with both of their sabbath faces in full effect, Leia could see, and understand, the other woman's surprise. I see, Leia said, folding her hands together. But there are, of course, considerations the Oversector would want, as well, Kaine continued. First, the end to all trade restrictions. Full, open access to the galactic market, without the embargoes on Oversector-produced goods or services that are currently in place. Second, the option for planetary systems and populations currently part of the New Republic to forego their membership in the New Republic and freely vote to join the Oversector if they choose to do so. That could be a problem. If primarily human systems like Kuat, ones with insular societies and continuing prejudices, had the option to leave the New Republic for the Empire, especially an empire that could operate freely in the galactic market, they might just take it. Overnight, the Empire could regain major shipyards, strategic systems, and enlarge its economic base. It would be a hard sell with the Provisional Council, but it would also be a difficult thing for the New Republic to refuse, with its rhetorical emphasis on freedom and self-determination. These people could not be trusted, she thought, feeling decades of resentments and pain, and the memory of Alderaan all swirl in her mind. Finally, she heard Kaine continue, "We must discuss the New Republic's intentions when it comes to prosecuting individuals it holds responsible for acts illegal under the law of the Republic." Kaine leaned forward, his voice darkening, as if carrying the weight of every act. "To put it simply, if the New Republic insists on holding every individual with a history of Imperial service accountable for every act it finds distasteful, it will make a negotiated end to the conflict impossible. What reason is there to put down their arms if the New Republic will come and arrest them, take away their freedom, or perhaps even their lives, once they have disarmed? I have prepared a list of acts that the New Republic formally intends to prosecute, and will insist that as part of any peace agreement subjects of the Oversector be formally granted amnesty for such acts." He handed a datapad to Winter, who took it. "The Oversector will not put down his arms just to hand his people over to the whims of the Republic." To demand so much, Leia thought grudgingly, when his empire is at fault for everything. She stared at the man. There was no hint of insincerity in Kaine's voice, or even in his sense in the Force. Karius, behind him, was clearly annoyed by the entire exercise, but he was difficult to read, shrouded by his bitterness and close-mindedness. But Kaine had every hint of being genuine. "This is Tarkin's heir," she thought, feeling the hollowness of horror. "His predecessor murdered my world. Winter's world. Billions of innocents. For a demonstration. And he asks us for concessions. For amnesty." Leia was tempted to tell him to go criv himself. To stand up, put her hands on the table, and explain in slow, excruciating terms exactly what the New Republic would do to every Imperial and Imperial sympathizer. To send Wedge and Lusankya to raise 100 Imperial planets. To show the Empire what it was like to be on the wrong end of a blaster rifle or interrogation droid. Her anger simmered, and she found her attention drawn to Karius, who seemed in an equal state. She and Karius scowled at each other. Leia took a deep breath, let it out again. Her fury was only natural, she reassured herself. But it would lead her, and all the people relying on her, down a path of further bloodshed. With an effort, she looked away from the aggrieved Imperial and turned to his superior. Kaine was still waiting. She gave him nothing. "I will take it to the Provisional Council," she said. "But even if they agree to your terms, and I am not sure they will, this is the easy part. Finding a way to take the broad outline of this agreement and turn it into a document we can both abide by in practice will be far more difficult." The Grand Moff's expression was that of ice slowly thawing. Karius' expression was that of the nearby raging bonfire that had induced the thaw. For the first time since the negotiations began, Leia's attention was drawn to the last member of the Imperial delegation. Brackus was sitting in a chair back near the door the Imperials had entered through. He had been sitting there the entire time, taking notes quietly on a datapad. He hadn't said a single word, nor received any attention from either of the more senior Imperials. Their eyes met in one of those moments of accidental connection. In such moments, Leia's experience was that they ended awkwardly, suddenly looking away, or a small, disarming smile. But Brackus did not look away, and he did not smile. His icy gaze was locked upon her, boring, deep, and inexorable, with the kind of demanding focus that Leia would not have expected from a man of his age. "You're right, of course," Kaine said, and Leia was forced to break the staring contest, her attention returning to the Grand Moff, a sudden chill suffusing through her. "But this negotiation ended in a better place than I had expected, to be honest. I believe it is possible for the Oversector to give you what you ask for, and you have not rejected our demands out of hand." He stood, offering Leia his hand. "The galaxy has known war for too long, Counselor Organa Solo," he said seriously. "My entire life has been one of warfare, if not against the rebellion, then against the separatists. The people of the Oversector deserve peace." The people of the Oversector might, Leia thought sourly. But do you? You, Grand Moff Tarkin's heir, a founder of ISB, a creator of dread, and a servant of death. And even if there was peace between the Republic and an independent Oversector, that would not bring peace to the Republic. The other warlords would not just disappear. The ISB forces, which had murdered tens of thousands at Rendili and still more on 100,000 other worlds, they would not concede. How many worlds would suffer in the interim? He does not deserve peace, her mind whispered. But the thought was unbefitting, and one Leia could not afford in her position, so she pushed it aside. The handshake she exchanged with Kyrios was less amicable. His eyes blazed with an angry fury, but there was more than anger in it. In his gaze, and in his forced sense, she could sense a resigned sorrow. Whether Kyrios wanted to admit it to her or not, it was over and he knew it. Princess, he growled, no sign of that knowledge showing on his face. Winter exchanged handshakes with the two men. Then they turned and departed, their Imperial uniforms shrinking as they approached the exit. Leia and Winter watched them go. As he turned to exit, Brockus offered her a smile before he closed the doors behind them. The expression sent a terrified shiver down Leia's spine, and she had no idea why exactly she was so afraid. Asterisk. They returned to the operations room. Garm and Ela were each holding fresh cups of caf, talking quietly. As Leia and Winter entered, they offered Winter a cup of tea, and Leia the blackest of black caf. We thought you would need these, under the circumstances, Ela said. We also have some rice cake, if you want something sweet. Leia gratefully took a sip of the strong caf. Thank you. What did you think of the Imperials? Asked Garm, sipping his own caf. Leia opened her mouth to speak, but Winter got there first. I think we have a serious problem, she announced. Leia turned towards her, frowning. Winter hadn't touched her tea yet, and was turning back towards them from the computer set at the desk. What do you mean? I recognize Kaine's aide, Winter said flatly, her expression dark. He's not from the Imperial Army. He's ISB? She held up a datapad, which presented a tiny little face that unmistakably belonged to the Grand Moff's aide. Colonel Cadet Kyrios from Coruscant. The suite that had been reserved for them underwent a thorough sweep by Kyrios' team before he allowed any of them to enter. He didn't really believe that the rebellion would stoop to assassination, especially not when Kaine was perfectly willing to give peacefully everything they might take in war, but it was still necessary. When it was finished, and they were assured that the room was safe for both lives and secrets, they entered. Kaine lumbered into a heavy chair, leaning back with a sigh. Kyrios made his way to the window, looking out over the city. This was a quieter part of Coruscant compared to the Palace District, but it was still Coruscant. The long rows of vehicles streamed through the sky, just as they had when he had served here as a young officer, and just as they had when he had been a child. The world had been the heart of the Old Republic, and even more the heart of the Empire, with this young man and women enlisting by the millions to serve the Empire in any capacity possible. Palpatine had saved them all. He protected them as Chancellor. He'd won the war. He'd fought off attempts to seize the Republic by insidious forces, both from within and from without. The recruitment stations had made it clear it was the responsibility of every human to serve, and serve they had. Coruscant, and the other core worlds, of course, had provided the foundation of the Empire. And now Coruscant served a new master, one whose corruption was evident even in something as mundane as the construction of the hotel room he stood within. Kyrios wondered if Counselor Organa Solo had considered, even noticed, the disrespect she paid her guests by giving them a hotel room which had originally been built for non-human guests. The built-in humidifier, meant to turn the air heavy with moisture, probably to increase the comfort of an amphibian sentient, combined with the moisture-resistant furniture and electronics, was proof enough of that. What did you think, Cadet? Kyrios turned away from the window, drawing the curtains closed, and then activating the manual tint to polarize them fully, preventing any espionage through the transparent steel. I think they ask for a lot and offer very little, he said honestly. I have no doubt that they believe the same, Kate replied, stroking his jaw. Counselor Solo is probably having that discussion with Mon Mothma and the Provisional Council as we speak. He waved his hand in the air. I can't imagine the debates. The incredulity that we would demand so much. He shook his head. But we cannot offer anything more than our people back home would accept. Speak for yourself, Kyrios thought bitterly. You've already offered more than I would give. True, he said instead of the words truly believed. There will be Imperial worlds reluctant to accept your bargain. He considered his words carefully. Karita in particular is devoted to the New Order, and will be reluctant. Karita is an island, Kaine replied dismissively. Without support from the Oversector, it could not even provide for its own economic needs. People care about more than the economy, Ardus. He had to fight back the bubbling outrage. They care about what is right. About purity of spirit and purpose. You knew that when you founded the Imperial Security Bureau. When did you forget it? His thoughts took on a plaintive tone, as if pleading his friend to understand. Was it when your father died? Or after Endor? When did you lose your fighting spirit? But he kept his mouth shut. Tomorrow we'll find out how they respond, Kaine was saying. I have no doubt that the more militant figures in the Provisional Council, Carithra, Shantef, are speaking against our offer, preferring to force our hand. Kaine stood, walking over to the provided amenities, pouring a cup of caf that Korea's team had tested and cleared of any possible dangers. Kaine sighed as he took a sip. Not bad, although it's not as good as Garki caf, he murmured, taking another sip. He turned back to Karius, putting the cup back down on the table. I suppose we'll have something to offer on the galactic market after we have access to it again. So it would seem, Korea said, biting his tongue. Kaine started to meander around the room, pacing. That had always been a habit of his, Korea's thought. When Kaine wanted to think, he preferred to do so while in motion. Our intelligence suggests that the two most important members of the Provisional Council, after Mon Mothma of course, will be Councilors Garmbel Iblis and Philia. Both have a history of being more militant, so if they decide to embrace our proposal, that could go a long way to convincing the others to go along. Kaine stopped his pacing for long enough to retrieve his cup for a sip. But Philia in particular is unpredictable. What do you think will happen then? Koreas asked. I'm not sure, Kaine replied. But I expect tomorrow to be very interesting. Asterisk. Brackus stood near the door, silent, concentrating on the voice of a dead man. Can you hear them? Exar Kun's voice had an utterly foreign accent, unlike any that Brackus had ever heard. There were many, many accents in the galaxy, of every conceivable variety, but when he heard Kun's it felt different, almost profound. Kun's accent wasn't one from some distant world, which had been cut off from the galaxy and developed its own dialect, after all. His voice was of the past, a forgotten accent. What was old was new again? He concentrated on the two men. Koreas and Kaine were discussing the meeting with Counselor Organa Solo and the prospects for peace with the New Republic. And he could hear them. Koreas in particular was so furious, so profoundly angry, that Brackus found it astonishing both that Koreas managed to keep the emotion from his expression and that Kaine did not notice. People often see what they wish to see, Kun whispered. Their friends, their family, their lovers. Sometimes the dark creeps into the soul too quickly and too quietly to be easily seen. And even when they do see, sometimes they pretend they do not, because the truth is too painful to admit. There was amusement in that voice, and gloating. Just because a man is powerful does not mean he is not human. It was still hard to pick out the precise content of the thoughts, though. Even concentrating as he was, the emotion came easier. Happiness, sadness, anger, fear, they all radiated outwards, towards the aware mind. But pushing harder than that was more difficult, especially when. Do not press too hard, Kun murmured, as he had several times before. His voice was unlike Draenine's. There was demand, lingering menace, but not the same kind of cutting, tormenting whip. Kun offered power, Draenine had demanded it. Kun was a true master. Draenine had been a play-acting novice who had not really understood the force or the nature of power at all. If you press too hard, Kun continued, even the Force Blender can sometimes notice your presence. And if you press much too hard, you can break a mind altogether. Neither Koreas nor Kaine seemed to notice his presence much at all. Brackus had been uncertain when Kun had encouraged him to volunteer to attend the negotiations. After all, he was still a mere apprentice Inquisitor in their eyes. But Kun had assured him that neither man would find his presence too alarming or injurious, and he had been, as always. Brachus hadn't found the meeting particularly interesting himself, but Kaine had wanted to be there. Brachus kept Kaine's amulet close. He wasn't sure if the amulet carried Kaine's presence, or merely made it easier for them to communicate, but either way it was his ticket to power, and it stayed with him at all times. The meeting was coming to a close. Kyrios and Kaine were exchanging departing pleasantries and handshakes. Then Kyrios was sweeping past Brachus. Brachus turned to follow on Kyrios' heels. The two men stepped out into the ornate, intricately designed hallways of their hotel. "With me," Kyrios ordered, marching off. With annoyance, Brachus followed. "Save your anger for later," Kaine encouraged. "You will need it. But showing too much of it, too soon, will jeopardize your position now." The violet envy rested on the hotel's roof hangar. Its ramp was open and two ISB stormtroopers stood on either side of it, keeping diligent watch. They saluted as Kyrios strode up the ramp between them, and kept the salute up until Brachus had passed. Once aboard, Kyrios led them in the direction of Violet Envy's holocom unit, a small room with a fancy, full-body projector that would have allowed the Emperor, had he ever been interested in talking to a lowly ISB operations team, to appear with proper grandeur. Never let it be said, Brachus thought sourly, that ISB did not have its priorities in order. "We must discuss our plans for the Empire," Exar Kaine whispered in his mind. Feeling the prompt tug at his lips, Brachus obediently allowed Kaine to turn the thought into spoken words. "We must discuss our plans for the Empire," he said. Kyrios looked at him now, his casual disrespect turning into something closer to the obedience he had displayed at Yavin. "Yes, we do," he said, as if speaking to an equal. "And it will not be enough to discuss it solely between us. I can assure ISB is prepared to do its part when the time comes, but we will need the Inquisitors as well." "I have relayed your proposal to the Grand Inquisitor," Brachus said. "He is prepared to discuss the matter." "By all means," Kyrios agreed. Brachus moved to the holocom and inputted the codes that would connect with the Grand Inquisitor on Intrala. It took a few minutes. First, Violet Envy needed to relay the request to Coruscant's HoloNet node. Then the initial connection had to be made through hyperspace. The security precautions to ensure encryption in the event of eavesdropping on the nodes between Coruscant and Intrala needed to be fully in place as well, especially given New Republic Intelligence's certain monitoring of all their communications. Grand Inquisitor Hamir was not that old. A young man when Palpatine had seized control of the Empire, his history was shrouded in mystery, quite deliberately, Brachus suspected, as Hamir, Lanu Pacific, and other inaugural members of the Inquisitorius had long since destroyed all the records. What the gossip was that he had been a member of the Jedi's Agricultural Corps, a Jedi apprentice who had failed his training. Hamir was tall. He was also as blond as Brachus, but that was where the similarities ended. Hamir was enormous and hard, aged with lines that made him appear older than he was. Brachus only knew he was blond from his bushy eyebrows, as his hairline was entirely covered by a black hood that joined a long, flowing black cloak that was too long, hiding his legs and feet entirely from view. Over the cloak he wore white armor that covered his torso but left his sides bare. Brachus had always thought it made Hamir look like he was wearing an apron, but sharing that thought would be exceedingly unwise. Exar Kaine seemed amused by it, though. "This is your leader, your great Jedi killer," he scoffed. "The centuries that have passed have diminished the galaxy's standards." "Grand Inquisitor Hamir," Brachus said, with the appropriate gravitas. "Inquisitor Brachus," Hamir said slowly, his cold, dark eyes almost lifeless. "Grand Inquisitor, Colonel Kyrios wishes to speak to you." "I have expected this," Hamir said, with the weight of foresight. Exar Kaine scoffed. "A pretender play acting as a fallen Jedi. I will make you so much greater than this, my young apprentice." Grand Inquisitor, Kyrios took control of the conversation, and Brachus led him. "You and I both know the current state of the Empire cannot last. The Council of Moffs is slow and divided. It barely exercises control over the territory that remains, and it does not exercise any control to speak of over the deep core warlords. If the Empire is to survive, if it is to thrive, the Empire requires new leadership. You propose yourself. Brachus could feel Exar Kun concentrating. Could feel the presence reaching out with the Force, focusing on Kurios. He wasn't sure what the spirit was attempting to do, exactly, but he reached out as well, trying to understand what was being done, and why. No, Grand Inquisitor. I believe that great responsibility must fall to you. With me as your principal advisor, of course. Something of a duumvirate, one might say. Brachus blinked in surprise. He would not have guessed Kurios to be the type to willingly pass power to another. Do not be too surprised. Some men merely wish for a strong voice to guide them. They are easily led. For all his posturing, the colonel is such a man. I see, Hamir said. The projection rippled. What do you propose? There are many traitors in the Empire, Grand Inquisitor. We must find the ones in the greatest positions of power and root them out, replace them with those who will be loyal. Once we have, the Empire will fall in line. It has been craving strong leadership, even Thrawn commanded it, and he was not even human. Kurios didn't need to say who he meant. All four of them, Kurios, Hamir, Brachus, and Exar Kun, knew that Grand Moff Kaine would have to be the first to fall. The first, not the last. What do you require? Hamir asked. A credit line I can access here on Coruscant and the ability to escape the hotel and meet with contacts so that I can convert those credits into assets, Kurios explained. And I need to smuggle a second team into Imperial Center to give me more freedom of action and pursue goals shared by ISB and the Inquisitors. I can provide credits, Hamir agreed. I will coordinate with ISB to give you your team. And Brachus can assure your ability to come and go freely. You can do this, Apprentice Inquisitor Brachus. Yes, Grand Inquisitor, Brachus said without thinking. Good. Hamir's smile was thin. It would seem our closer collaboration will bear more fruit than either of us expected, Colonel. You are loyal to the New Order, Kurios said. And so am I.